let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
And blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood.
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we am finding me. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against all odds. We'll set a flame that's never-ending flame. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn. We find out eat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home. I know it now. Don't let me go. We're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home. You feel my pain. My soul is yours. Two souls the same. With you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out. Love streams in your eyes, shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel my and feel we're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart. めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League
Are
of
you
Legends.
seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then, hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick! What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is sown. The spirit knows. May it guide me for I again we wander far and shape the path. We'll meet again on late horizons.
Welcome everybody to the upper bracket in the LEC for our match of the week, G2 versus MKOI, and whoever wins today book their ticket directly to the grand final in Madrid next week. It's a banger. It's a rematch of the spring finals.
It is. We haven't seen this since the spring finals. We've had two separate groups. We got to see the winter finals rematch straight after G2 again now against MKOI. It's a chance for revenge, but even more so, it's a chance for redemption for G2.
And we know G2 wants the revenge, but also MKOI getting the chance to book that ticket instantly to Madrid here in the finals, I think would be an amazing opportunity for that team, because I know how much it means for them.
It means so much to them, and I actually had the pleasure of going down to their gaming house, their practice house, and ask them a little bit about how important Madrid is to the MKOI boys.
Ok. Hola, Mirren. ¿Cómo estás?
Hola, muy bien.
Okay.
Yo genial.
Primeramente, ¿qué tan contentas estáis de haber conseguido el billete para jugar en Madrid?
Yo muy contento, la verdad. Creo que la última vez que tuvimos el road trip en Madrid, yo me lo pasé genial, la verdad. Es de las partidas que más he disfrutado en toda mi carrera. Y muy contento de volver a repetir la experiencia, y ahora más aún que tenemos que defender tanto el título como el título, ¿no?, de Reyes de Madrid, es un poco las dos cosas, así que muy contento.
Muy contentos, creo que nos da mucho tiempo encima para poder prepararnos mejor de cara a las finales, y el hecho de que sea el evento en casa, como ya vimos el road trip, es un sueño para todos los del equipo, entonces tenemos muchas ganas y estamos muy emocionados.
Yeah, I'm really excited to go back to Madrid, and it was really exciting. I think that's where we started our momentum going, honestly, playing from there. And seeing the Spanish and KOI fans just being so passionate and everything, it was honestly an honor to play there, because I've never seen fans so passionate before, so I'm really excited to go back. Last time it was regular season, but this time it'll be playoffs and finals, which is even more hype, so I'm really excited to go back.
Entonces, creo que lo que todos podemos esperar es que sea como el road trip, que haya un montón de ruido, todo el mundo lo disfrute, porque ese partido se sintió como una final, pero en Madrid vamos a hacer una final de verdad.
¿Creéis que la gente os subestimará otra vez si llegáis a la final a Madrid?
Yo creo que sí.
¿Sí? ¿Por qué?
Creo que aunque seamos los favoritos y hemos ganado el split anterior, si no jugamos el 100% de las partidas muy limpias, creo que la gente se espera que podamos ser un poquito más flip y no lo ven tan claro, ¿no? Entonces, lo entiendo como espectador un poco. A nuestros fans muchas veces les hemos dado unos cuantos sustos en partidas, entonces entiendo que nos esperen siempre que vamos a ganar el 100% de las veces, aunque nosotros vamos con esa confianza, ¿no?, de que siempre vamos a ganar. Pero puedo entender como el espectador piensa distinto.
Este año me llevo muchas lecciones y aprendizajes. Creo que uno de los más importantes es confiar en ti mismo, confiar en tu voz. Al fin y al cabo, es el único que vas a estar. La única persona que vas a estar contigo todo el día es tu misma voz, es lo que te dices a ti mismo, entonces cuidar eso creo que es lo más importante para tener confianza, para tener la mente más sana, así que diría que eso.
Creo que es bastante importante realmente medir bien el ego que tienes, porque hay a veces que después de haber ganado tú mismo piensas que estás haciendo las cosas bien, cuando en realidad, aunque estén siendo ok, vamos a decir, podrían ser mucho mejor. Entonces realmente el ego y la motivación es algo que es muy importante que se siga manteniendo, porque si no tienes esa motivación extra, no vas a seguir intentando, me sale hablar en inglés, pushing to the limits, no te sale realmente llegar como al límite.
Tienes un match contra G2 en domingo y G2 viene creciendo mucho. ¿Cómo veis su nivel ahora mismo?
Yo diría que junto a nosotros somos los dos mejores equipos de la LEC, un escalón por encima. Entonces tengo muchas ganas de jugar contra ellos porque creo que han mejorado un montón y ya lo he visto en los entrenos cómo juegan, quiero jugar contra ellos en oficial.
Well, I feel like us and G2 are actually improving on the things that we're trying to improve on, so I think for sure if we just keep focusing on ourselves, the final should be us and G2.
Probablemente sepan que vamos a estar en la final, de hecho les esperaremos nosotros a ellos, pero creo que esta vez no nos van a subestimar. Ya les hemos ganado una vez, entonces van a estar preparados.
Al final, ¿tienes algunas palabras por G2 por domingo y por final?
La verdad que he visto que habéis mejorado como vuestro nivel, pero nosotros también, así que espero que sea una serie, que sea un banger y bueno, nos veremos también en Madrid, veremos si volvemos a vernos en la final, asumo que probablemente sí y nada, que os deseo lo mejor y los fans de Madrid van a estar apoyando a nosotros, pero va a estar guapa la serie.
I'm sorry, G2. I have a crown and a title to defend, so you have to be here into me and you won't win. And I'm pretty sure that in Madrid will be the same.
A lot of confidence coming out of MKOI for sure. Good to know that banger is the same in Spanish as it is in English, as we see them looking at the trophy that they, of course, were able to lift in our spring finals. And this is really what it's all about, right, Finn? Because G2, they haven't lifted that trophy in so long.
I mean, it feels like G2 will come in and they have this aura of winners, but when you think about the numbers, they actually haven't won a trophy in a year now. And I feel like with the roster changes they made in winter, we really gotta start seeing some results, because they got rid of Mickey, they got rid of Yike, and they were reaching for new highs with this roster, and I think we have yet not seen those highs.
And you're looking at the trophy lifts, right? You're looking at the G2 numbers. I'll be honest, it's been a very long time. That's over a year, if you're not familiar with those days.
Yeah.
But the thing I want to talk about is today's matchup, specifically where we are. And I want to talk about tendencies as well. Because if you're looking at G2, every single split with this roster in 2025, in winter, they came through into the finals from the upper bracket. They beat KC, that would then later become the champions. Then in spring, once again, G2, they make their improvements from winter. Once again, they're the favorites coming into the spring finals, because in that upper bracket, they've beaten out MKOI, then who of course later beats them in that final. And once again, we're standing here today, which means there's absolutely no way you should be worried as a G2 fan, because you don't lose here. You never lose these upper brackets with this roster. You lose in finals.
You lose in finals instead, which is, it's a worrying trend for anyone who still knows that meme from the LEC community, Finn. And what are we looking at here? Is this a 50-50 in your mind? Has G2 really leveled up, as Broken Blade said? Of course, he said they evolved, nobody else did.
Look, I see G2 right now as the strongest version of themselves they've been so far. But I have a lot of confidence in this MKOI roster, their cohesion, their support jungle synergy, and most importantly, the guy I'm looking for today's series, Supa. Because I feel like when you think about the playoff run that MKOI made in Spring Split, the guy that was really stepping up, the guy that was carrying the games, the guy that put out all the damage, carried all those team fights was Supa. And I really want to highlight that. Look at behind me, look at his fancy plays he's making. I feel like when it comes to clutch moments, he's one of the AD carries, if not the AD carry in this league that I trust most right now. And I don't even think you can disagree with that, GB.
I honestly can. I would love to. I would really love to, but I agree. I think the playoffs last split, Supa just peaked out of nowhere. The regular season very underwhelming, and ever since spring playoffs, he's really been ramping up. But when I'm looking at the other side of G2, I'm looking at Hansama, and suddenly I'm regaining some confidence in Hansama that, I'll be honest, I haven't always had in him. I feel like now I'm finally seeing why he's so stable. I'm seeing a G2 that once again actually can play through a bot lane again, and that makes me even more excited about the matchup against Supa today.
Yeah, I think it's a really big talking point, because if we look at kind of the common denominator of G2 not winning a title, there's only 2 players that were changed, and we know that we have looked at Lebrov's performance at times, especially in the beginning of that year. I think this is also something I'm tracking today, but also in Madrid, because on the other side, in my opinion, Alvaro has been the most impressive support here for a while, right?
No, I absolutely
and
agree.
nobody's coming for him.
No, they're absolutely not. I think Alvaro has just been so clean on pretty much every single champion. The only little thing I can nitpick on was a bad performance last time around. But I think with Leprov, my issues with him is never the regular season. It's never this moment right now. It is actually that question you brings up about Madrid when you're playing it. Because the G2 roster right now, for me, they're lacking a clutch factor. And that's insane to say about the most historical clutch team we've had in Europe. So that's something that Laprov and Scuman needs to have adapted and is bringing to the stage now.
I like that you set it out for us. We need to see that clutch factor. Of course, Scumont, he has been tracking upwards. Oh my lord, to see if it's the same for Lebrov. And maybe we find out a little bit more with Lore, because she did ask Lebrov about MKOI's bot lane in our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
Thank you so much, Shox, and thank you, Lebrov, for joining me ahead of your game. I want to talk about something that Hansama said. He said that Casey's bot lane, and Kalist especially, is the ADC that gives him the hardest time in the league. So I'm guessing you have a similar opinion, given the synergy between the two of you. So why do you think MKOI's bot lane is going to be easier to beat today?
Well, I wouldn't say today is going to be easy, first of all. But yeah, I can agree with Hans' take. I think Kalist is a very good individual. And yeah, just basically the way he moves and stuff, it just creates more pressure than the other ADs, I would say, in EU at least. And yeah, I mean, today I think also MKOI bot is not the strongest one in lane phase. Maybe, hopefully I won't get surprised today.
Yeah.
But we will see.
All right, let's hope it doesn't backfire for you guys. Can you tell me more about what makes you better than MKOI's bot lane outside of laning phase? What do you think you have the upper hand?
I think me and Hans spent a lot of time discussing about lane phase and ways we can improve. And yeah, I think we also think similar about the game and have a same mindset. So I would say that's it pretty much.
I feel like G2 so far is about overcoming their demons. You beat down KC last week. They overcame you in winter. In spring, it was MKOI. You have to beat them today to make finals. How did they evolve as a team, would you say, since the last time you faced them in a clutch series like this?
Well, we didn't play MKOI for such a long time, actually, since the finals. Like my take is that they for sure improved. They went to international and they played many games. They even took one game of T1, I think. And yeah, I think they for sure improved. So I'm very excited about today's game.
All right, let's see how it goes. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Good luck on the Rift today. And that's all for us here. So it's time for us to kick it off with the match of the week, G2 versus MKOI.
Since MSI, we've become a very, very different team. We've very consciously changed a lot of how we prepare, a lot of how we practice, a lot of what we care about and talk about in the game.
They actually got better and they really improved from the international experience, but we have learned also from international, so be ready.
Ooh. I like that.
You're flashing in. It turns into an MKOI masterclass. Mickey with a pop blossom on 3, but is it enough? The ult, the fate, seal, fate, nothing, but still a knockup comes in afterwards. Oscar lucky to be alive until the spear pierces the heart of Fnatic faithful.
We know each other for a long time already, and I think even if we go through the bad times together, we actually become stronger.
We knew that this split we were going to ramp up, and that's what so far we are doing. I'm really confident that in these 2 weeks we're going to fix this, and coming into Madrid we will have our best shape for sure.
Almost falling, gets taken out by the auto attack from Hans Sommer. Kana dashing away. Yike trying to kill off LeBron, but the end of flame not enough. Kalist will find him with a double tap to his heart. A good double knockup coming out from Skumon. Kalist dies as well.
I still put MKOI favorites, and I would like to play them to take our revenge, actually.
I would say, just a simple answer, we have the instinct anyway, so we are gonna win.
Will G2 get their revenge? Broken Blade, they're right there. What do you want to say to MKOI and Mirwin?
Good luck. I hope we have a nice match, nice competitive match, Mirwin. I love you, bro.
Okay. I mean, I want to check on the other side here. A lot of humble words from Broken Blade.
I have to say, I appreciate it since last finals in the game 2, he did the biggest rat strat, which is choosing level 1 when we're dancing. So I forgive you for that. I appreciate your words. I love you too. I hope we have a great match today ahead of us. And yeah, good luck. The best will win. We will see.
No, I don't want to have any of this. Last week you said I'm going to show you who Daddy is. What are you going to show him this week?
I mean, I still want a bit of revenge, you know? What you did to me last time, it's a bit ugly, I would say. But I will do it with love. I will do it with love. It's fine.
Let's settle this on the Rift. Last week was just the first step for G2. It's about proving that they can back to be on top here. And for MKOI, proving that what happened in spring was not just a fluke. At the end of the day today, 1 place in final, 1 spot in the grand finals in Madrid. A lot on the line for these guys, but a lot on the line for the Samurais as well. Berlin, it is time for us to kick off the match of the week. G2 versus MKOI.
Oh, hot damn. A matchup to look forward to, but now you're here. A match of the week, simply said. It is the spring champions versus the old reliables. This year they have not hit a championship, but they have made it to the final stage each and every time.
It's an exciting one. 2 of our best performing teams meeting on the stage for their first matchup of summer.
And a repeat of what we saw in the spring playoffs as well. It was these 2 teams in round 3 going toe-to-toe. It was G2 who ended up winning but it was MKOI who got the revenge in the finals. So we'll have to see exactly who's going to come out on top this time around.
And last time we heard MKOI talking a lot about their preparation going into those series. The first matchup against G2, they felt unprepared in terms of their drafting, but in the rematch, they felt ready, and they came in with some really nice drafts, and they were able to get the better of G2 in that best of 5. Coming into today's series, I wonder what the preparation will look like. They've both only got one best of 5 this weekend. They've had that week-long to prep, and I'm curious what the priorities are going to be in Game 1.
And both have come in different ways. Just a quick reminder, MKOI 3-2 versus Fnatic. That was their Worlds qualification series where in a Game 5, they decisively took it out against Fnatic, who were quite a surprise. But a lot of fans were criticizing MKOI for their performance. Alternatively, G2 had one bad draft in Game 1 and then really wiped the rest of the series for KC to go down 3-1 in the total.
I think it'll also be nice to see exactly what G2 are up against, because we kind of we're talking about Group B not being the stronger of the groups. I mean, you're like, hey, what does G2 look like? They looked good against KC, but still question marks around what KC's performance is going to look like. If they have a strong performance here against MKOI as well, I think a lot of G2 fans are going to be very happy to say that it looks like G2 will be the best team in the region at the moment.
I mean, the truth is that our region is under a lot of scrutiny right now.
Oh, yeah.
Largely because of our performance at MSI. So with a matchup like this, all eyes are going to be looking at these two teams to see, show us the best of what you've got. Because with Worlds on the horizon, with finals only 2 weeks away, many are wondering who really is the best performing team in our region right now? What is the top level that the LEC has to offer? And what better way to demonstrate that than against the two powerhouses of G2 and MKOI?
We're going to start our upper bracket now. Pick and ban has been resolved, or at least the delay has. We're going to go into Game 1 and find out if G2 are still looking as strong as they were, or if MKOI have again leveled up like they have all split. There's some good stories here, but I just love the intro to this was Mirwin giving respect to Broken Blade, because before Mirwin had the daddy issues at top with Oscarinen, but now he's been accomplished and he's shown that he's better. He's going up against Broken Blade, which is just another tier up.
Well, jumping into draft, we've seen this Jarvan ban priority rise up throughout the weekend, where it definitely feels like this is a champion that early on in the series they want to make sure is removed from the pool. Commonly, things like Orianna and Wukong, Yunara being removed is another champion that we're seeing highly prioritized in the first game of these best of 5s. Yep. With Talia and Azir still open, those are looking to be the premier mid laners that both Jojo and Caps are looking to get their hands on.
Yeah, curious to see if I imagine it will be the Azir ban coming through here, and then you get the Orianna first rotation, and then do you try and steal away the Wukong on responses, G2? Or do you favor the Pantheon Talia combo for yourself? Because that is something that I think G2 kind of made their names on earlier in the split, was this presence in the side lane.
I think that regardless of what MKOI prioritize, which is very likely going to be the Azir in this situation, with the Ambessa ban, I wonder if Sion is going to be that response from G2. We know that they love that on the top side of the map, and Ambessa is a champion that we've often seen used as an answer into the Sion top.
And as an answer into the Azir, we've actually seen a lot of the Ziggs as well, which Caps has been willing to bring out, but just going to immediately go back towards the Talia instead, happy to just handshake that matchup with the other premier mid laner.
Also, when we've seen a lot of Xin Zhao still hovering around, there's a good pairing in the jungle available if they want to lock that in now. Skewmond has a wide champion pool. We've seen Volibear, Poppy, as well as Xin Zhao Jarvan picked up for him so far in playoffs. Let's see which direction G2 go. Because also Premier AD carry is an option, but they stick with jungle. And now MKOI have that option to get their highest prio AD carry if they so choose.
There's still a loss when it comes towards the AD carry, so I actually think they'll probably focus on towards things like the support over the AD carry in this sort of situation. Okay. Like going for an early Alistar, maybe looking at an early Rakan as well if they really want to. Plus, I imagine the Wukong here, just to add a little bit to that spice as well.
Yeah, good call.
Wukong seems to be the primary jungler for game 1s in our best of 5 so far in the playoffs. A very well-rounded jungler that usually spikes around the level 6, but there's that sign we were talking about. By prioritizing the Xin Zhao, it has been left open for Mirwin to grab for himself. Now, traditionally, Broken Blade has brought out things like Aatrox into the matchup. We've also seen a few tank options come through, like the Cassante. I wonder if he's going to go for something a little bit creative. There's the cheeky hover of the Vayne.
Yeah, stop it. He's not taking Vayne. Game 1 top into a tank matchup. Okay, no. Really? Really? Okay. This happened last series against KC. Game 1, it was a Kled paired with
a kind of assassin.
The LeBlanc,
the LeBlanc, right? This is different, but parts of it feel the same.
I feel like it's a little bit more well-rounded this time, though, compared to what we saw last time.
Yeah, it didn't impress me in the matchup. It kind of felt like it was supposed to be this answer, but the Zion was perfectly fine, didn't actually end up falling too far behind, and sure, in the lane swaps, Kled is fine because even if you go for the dive, he can dismount and has that reset that can help him to survive a lot of those plays, but I'm still waiting for Broken Blade to show me why this Kled is an answer to Zion.
Well, at the very least, G2 and Koi both have a lot of engage at their discretion, along with a control mage mid. Thanks to the Taliyah having that ultimate, she does have a few more roaming options. We'll see what the bot lane priorities now become. We're seeing the Nico banned away by the side of G2. Will this lean more towards range support? The Alistair banned away does suggest that G2 could be looking at a Rakan, maybe even looking to pair that up alongside the Zion.
Rel, also a decent option here for G2 if they can get their hands onto it. I'm just not 100% certain if you want to just go for someone like a Zaya ban. Okay, they're going to go for the Rakan just to try and pinch that champion pool for Hansam in that bottom lane as well. I think you've got a lot of stuff that wants to try and go forward in your front line with both the Kled and the Xin Zhao. So I think kind of something that has a bit more self-peel, probably going to work out for Hansama. But I imagine the Rel is going to be this first rotation just based off the bans.
My question is, when are we seeing the return of the Cogmore Braum?
True.
The good old tank melter. I don't expect it here in game one. Now, hang on a minute.
Nah,
surely not.
No.
There's that Rel. So, stock standard on the bot side of the map from G2. A lot of engage coming through. It's also just a Labrov classic. The Rel is something that he's been playing a lot throughout his career. Back on BDS, he had something like an 11 games in a row on the champion. It's something that he's extremely comfortable on and just provides that extra bit of engage for the side of G2. Koi, meanwhile, considering the more defensive option. Braum was the hover with Sivir being locked in. Pair that alongside the Braum, you've got a very solid front-to-back team composition with great scaling, great wave clear, and while you don't necessarily have a lot of early game options, remember that Braum can pair nicely with Wukong, with how quickly you can apply those stacks. And also, as long as your backline is protected by this very solid front line, you know that Koi is going to be dishing out some serious teamfight damage.
Zeri game one, though, is not what I expected to see, but when you're talking about this teamfight comp from MKOI, I see a comp that has quite a bit of mobility, a lot of area control as well, thanks to Taliyah Xin Zhao, as well as Rel, and a bit of self-peel added in as Hansama goes to this R5 Zeri.
Yeah, I think the Zeri is a little odd just because I look at MKOI and how their fights are going to play out, and it's like very long range on the Azir, a lot of ricochet blades that can hit onto a Zeri that's playing quite close to that front line. So it feels like the Zeri can be difficult to pilot in towards a composition that MKOI have, especially if you've got the Wukong diving on towards you. So for G2, I think it's going to be a bit of a difficult one when MKOI just have such a solid front-to-back team fight.
In these types of games where both comps want to do similar things, you have to look at those individual pieces that can create variance. How is the Taliyah wall used prior to the fights that could potentially cause this disruption, break up the composition of MKOI? How will that Azir wall change the dynamic? Will that frontline be as effective? And the big question, which frontline is going to fall first? We know that Sion is incredibly tanky, but Kled can be incredibly annoying. So execution is going to be crucial as we jump into our first game of this best of 5.
It is match of the week for a reason. MKOI G2, your spring championship returns. Grand final rematch. And your international representatives for summer. Our first question is, who will return to the big stage in Madrid and wait for that lower bracket runner? They're already both in World. They're already both going to the international. It is simply just about who is going right now, in your thoughts, as a high seed. A lot of people saying this just could be a grand final rematch as well with how they're playing.
Definitely feels like could be giving us a taste, and Alvaro might be about to get a taste as Labrov over the wall.
Yeah, it does find him. Crashdown is good. So onto Alvaro. The poke is there with a threaded volley. Hansama looking for some follow-up here. No zap as of yet. Alvaro just paces it out, but Labrov might get a deep ward here and start with some good information. I do correct myself. He started with the lens. As Skumon clears out wards and topside as well. A double stop. Labrov, yep, finds Alvaro. And at 1 minute 10, he can't back.
Pops the pause. I'm keeping my eyes on the two mid laners because you see Caps was trying to zone Jojo Pion off of coming down towards this bottom side of the map. Place a ward as well, just to spot out the jungle path team. But a nice little trade in the get-go for G2, already burning that pot onto Alvaro.
And a trading will begin, keeping my eyes immediately on these junglers because these are the two players that I'm keeping my eyes on in this matchup specifically. Skumon versus Elyoya. Skumon has had an incredible summer. As a player, I feel like he's had massive impact to the success of G2. And I think that for Elyoya, I mean, he's just become such an established player here in the LEC. He's becoming one of the greatest that EU's ever had in that jungle position. And he's a large part, he's kind of that machine that brings KOI together. When he's on form, MKOI look fantastic. It looks like that both are starting on that top side. They're going to be pathing towards bot. And we know that in the Fnatic series that MKOI recently played, bot lane was the center of all the action.
Whether they want to be or not.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see if that is the same this game. There's a lot of trading happening in the 2v2.
A crash down with Winter's bite and Kagato blows is dangerous, but Alvaro even in more trouble. Hansama gets the flash out of the Brom. Labrov takes a heavy trade. His flash remains intact.
Oh, pause comes through, but honestly, I think you're kind of happy with that, is it? Like, sure, you get the flash, but you're going to force Hansama and Labrov to back away. You should be able to crash this wave, and I think G2 have to go for the early reset. So you may actually just have gotten this wave advantage now for Supa off the fact that Hansama and Labrov are so low.
Exactly. When we look at the actual summoners trade, you can see that Labrov burnt his heal, in contrast to Alvaro using 2 summoners. But, as you rightly said, Supa with such a massive health advantage, he's got to feel pretty happy about
It's also just, you have unsealed spellbook. So it's like, well, you're going to get a summoner spell back anyway, right? It's not the end of the world when you've got the unsealed spellbook value. So I think for Alvaro, even if it did look a little dicey, it may still net a win for Supa on that bottom side.
But if this was solo queue right now, you would be spam pinging bot lane, you'd be typing to your jungler furiously, you'd be writing him a letter saying, "Dear jungler, immediately, I would like to inform you that towards the southern parts of the map, summoner spells may perhaps be unavailable."
Where are you getting
what
this
do we
time
do if he
for to
doesn't
write
have
this letter?
ultimate? He doesn't have level 6 and he's not Karthus. What do we do?
First blood is gone by the time you press enter. The most ambitious
I'm remembering that Karthus meme, you know, dearest Karthus.
And look at all the time Alvaro has as he's walking back to lane, you know? It's
nice. Meanwhile, we were questioning this top lane pick again, but the bear trap on the rope is nice. Broken Blade sends it all in. Decimating Smash is the response, and BB is just going to try and get that shotgun and remount with every minion kill.
Yeah, and that's basically how you want to try and play the matchup again. When you're Kled, just go hyper-aggressive on the wave because you get the remount and so much of your health back. Even if it ends up as an even trade, you inevitably win it in the long run. As here we go, Supa getting some good trade. And now because Hansama and Labrov stuck around to try and push that wave out, they're actually in a bit of a dire spot.
Hang on, with violent tendencies. Wait. Bear trap forces flash. It is that max health damage that is the problem for this Sion, as Broken Blade is showing us why.
The remount positioning from Broken Blade allowed him to get even closer to Mirwin than I think the Sion would have liked. Bit of a trade now between the junglers as Alvaro returns to lane.
Skumon did indeed get that smite down, so advantage here as he runs away. Elyoya just going to hover. Caps also getting this last minion, and Skumon looking for double scuttle as he roams up to top.
But yeah, Broken Blade did a very good job and ultimately came very close to securing a solo kill onto Mirwin, forcing that flash out. He's going to need to go back to base and TP in, but at the very least, Mirwin does get that wave underneath that tower now, so he's going to be able to catch the wave as it bounces back. Or maybe he'll just look for another shove. Meanwhile, Supa still sitting in this bot lane. He found himself in a 2v1 situation because, as you highlighted, Dagda, Alvaro kind of forced to go back to base. The bot lane of G2 still chose to stick around though, meaning that Supa's like, okay, in a 2v1, I kind of have to respect this. But ultimately, the wave's not in a bad spot. Supa doing a pretty good job in the farm department.
Well, the thing was, because the wave was pushing out from him, when Alvaro reset up, Hansama and Labrov had to back off, which meant that they end up losing the wave that was pushed because it was pushing away from them.
Exactly.
And now you can see that big CS lead that's opening up on the bottom side, thanks to that early play. So again, even though it looked a little bit dodgy, as maybe mid lane looks a bit dodgy as well, it actually wins out for MKOI in the long run.
Yeah, we are getting pretty extensive trades throughout all these lanes. I mean, it's been pretty aggressive. There's no real gold lead, but as I look across these lanes, slowly starting to edge out. Seems to be bot for now with Supa and Alvaro. That confidence is netting about a 5 to 8 CS lead as soon as that wave is cleared.
I mean, it's pretty much a wave advantage in favor of Supa right now. Both mid laners, every single mid that we've spoken to on the Euphoria podcast has always said that these are the 2 mid laners that will always test you. And I look at the left and right of our screen and I see these HP bars and it's these mid laners.
Hold, very hold. Unbreakable is up with the concussive blows as well, getting close to target, but Alvaro is in kill range and kill indeed. Hansama one hit away. Supa will flash for it and trades 1-for-1.
I think you take that as MKOI. Sure, Alvaro goes down, but Hans Sama falling in tow means that this CS lead again is going to open up for Super on the bottom side.
Everything going well for Super in this bot lane 2 versus 2. Naturally, you would think, oh no, my support dying is not the position that I want to be in, but turning it back onto the enemy AD carry results in the advantage that Dagda was just talking about. He's still going to be able to push out that wave. He's going to get a nice base. Broken Blade eyeing up this Scion now.
He has level 6. If he does a melee charge, it depends. Mewin could try and interrupt here, but I think way too dangerous. Decimating Smash now gone. Mewin low on mana, but Broken Blade is chunking here, looking for this push in before Mewin can ult back to wave. Or rather, the swap's going to happen, so it is just going to be bot coming up instead.
A BF sword picked up first base for Super, along with the cult. This Sivir, we talked about the scaling on the side of Koi, this Azir and the Sivir. Being in the positions that they're in right now, Koi is very happy with how this early game is going.
Yeah, especially because Elyoya is about to take over to level 6 and you have no flash and no ghost and Hans Sama on that bottom side of the map. This could set up for an easy play. Elyoya just sticking around the mid wave though. Won't be able to hit 6, but
flash. Nicely done. Jojo's got back up though. The shove into turret is nice. The crash down even nicer. Alvaro takes 2 turret shots. Jojo there for emotional support. His ult now down. And meanwhile, G2 survive what could have been great setup from MKOI.
It's a nice dragon take from, oh actually, is he just going to pull off? I was about to say it's a nice dragon take from G2. So the aggressive TP coming through from Labrov sets up then for them to move across towards the objective. And in the grand scheme of things, when you have the lead that Super had, I didn't expect G2 to be able to set up for the dragon. So nice job by Skumon to find that moment alongside being able to cover caps in the mid lane.
Alvaro going to use his TP to get to top lane to work with Super to get this push in. You can see that he sacrificed some CS, but Super halfway to level 7 already because of how much time he's actually spent solo in that bot side, and the fact that he got the kill onto Hans Sama as well, getting more time to push out that wave. He's just being funneled so much experience. He's very close to even Jojo in the mid lane, who spent the entire game solo in his mid lane matchup. So good job by Super. He will be the player that I'll be keeping my eyes on in this game because honestly, the junglers have been quite quiet so far. And I think for Elyoya, that's the best case scenario for him. He wants to get that level 6 on the Wukong. Now he's poised and ready to be involved in the action. But for Skumon, wanting to perhaps be a little bit more aggro in the early gamers, Labrov now in a bit of danger.
With that Winter's Bite as well, connecting on top. And here comes Elyoya, a couple of bonks, and he'll be stunned up. There he stands. But the commitment stops there from Movistar Koi as nearby with Skumon on his red buff.
G2 are having a lot of whoopsies with the lanes assignments though. Hans Sama reset on mid wave and now has to try and move to the top side. Has lost an entire wave there. Super got more alone time with that tower on the top side. And now MKOI off the pressure Super has in top, move across the Void Grubs. It feels like G2 kind of sloppy on the map, which is surprising for them.
Then you've got numbers mismatch as well until Hans Sama comes in. Grub's taken as 1 for now. Skumon looking for the steal. Boomerang helps out and no smite committed. Skumon holds onto it for this final grub, and Elyoya is going to wrap around, but he is too late. So while it was a sloppy start there for MKOI to get forced out, audacious charge, but simply onto a clone, G2 get the majority of that objective in top side.
Overall, we can see a small goal lead for Koi, but the objective lead going the way of G2. Already working towards that Feats of Warfare. And it's kind of a slow start to this series, kind of what I expected, especially when we think about the compositions that they've drafted for. It is that team fighting where a lot of this is going to be accelerated. And again, I draw back to these key pieces. I think about Talia, her ultimate. How can that change the setup or the dynamic of how Koi want to play the front to back? The Azir wall. If Jojo can find a nice Shurima shuffle, perhaps an Elyoya flank, getting an early knock-up onto Hans Sama, burning that early flash. There are these key pieces that can really change the dynamic of how you would traditionally expect a front-to-back teamfight comp to play out.
I feel like this comp so far, absolutely chilling, and to come back to it, the first early levels, first 6 have just been nice, especially with Super trading up and once again doing that in an isolated lane. There's another bit of plating for the Sivir, 600 gold the lead, and this is what we know of Movistar Koi. If Super's in a good position, if Super can carry and get into those fights mid to late with a lead, the game feels so much more reliable for the Spanish squad.
Especially on the Sivir here, there's just very little things that actually have a lot of backline threat. Like, unless you can land the Wind Becomes Lightning or Lebrov gets some crazy kind of engage off, realistically, Super should be fine for a lot of these fights, just continue to dish out the damage. And I think that's where G2 will be worried if Super continues to find these leads.
Okay, Broken Blade looking better and better each time we come out. The jousting gets him out of range before full charge of Decimating Smash.
Now, I do want to talk a bit about the history between these two teams, because when we look at the rivalry that has existed between MKOI and G2 with Mad alongside it, it is pretty competitive, but it is G2 that does lead in terms of the overall advantage. Of course, when we think about this year, it's been a very competitive year, with MKOI, of course, getting that big finals back in spring. In the series before that, it was G2 that got the advantage. In the best of threes that we've seen, they've been very close, often going all the way to the full 3 games. It has been super competitive between these two rosters, and ultimately it all comes back to the addition of Jojo at the beginning of the year. A lot of question marks surrounding the addition of this player, but my goodness, the development he's made from the beginning since he first joined the LEC to where he's at now. Incredible patience. His laning phase continues to be extremely strong. The way he navigates with his team. Like, he's been a fantastic competitor to Caps in the mid lane.
Oi. But Caps is still showing up big. Miss from Lebrov, but Caps does get the flash. The flash, that's close enough out of enemy mid. Now, the thing about Jojo is coming in winter, this guy was terrible. And let's be real, he wasn't a terrible player. He didn't perform well. But the glow up in the LEC individually has been insane. That if you told me in winter with that performance, he would be a top 2, maybe performing for the best mid laner, or as the best mid laner in summer, I'd laugh at you. But it has just been such a great hero story, and it has just shown the hard work that MKOI have put in over the year to get in this spot. This goes popped onto Skumon. Winter's Bite, the engage begins. Cyclone onto Lebrov, and the damage immense as he flashes away. Skumon has to ulti as well. Shattering Strike does nothing, and standing there to die is Lebrov as Super takes him away.
MKOI just found a great moment to pounce. Jojo was on reset, so I think G2, after chunking him out, were like, okay, MKOI aren't going to go aggressive, but Hansama had moved into position. And MKOI get the kill, get the dragon, and get out.
The timing from MKOI was spectacular. They're set up around the objective, they knew the window, and as Dagda highlighted, just a really good force prior to the objective starting. Needing to be fast in this moment is crucial. They see a member of G2 out of position, they turn their attention onto Lebrov, Skumon's forced to ult early, Caps has to flash from Alvaro, aggressively flashing forward, and now Telyoya caught in the river.
Free Talon Strike, it's a knock-up. Lebrov coming in over the wall, the shock forces the flash, the wall, save from Jojo. He gets out as well, but with the lightning crush down, Hansama is going to find a kill eventually as Elyoya kites it out, but there it is. The kill over to Hans, Elyoya drops, Jojo can't save his life.
So at the very least, G2 converted into a kill for themselves, with the objective going the way of MKOI. This does open up some plates on the bot side of the map as we get closer to 14 minutes and those plates falling off. Alvaro, though, will support Jojo to make sure that no dive threats are in the area. And instead, Lebrov will focus on getting a few deep wards. He will be spotted, so MKOI should be aware of this deep vision. Now, Lebrov is in a bit of an awkward spot.
We don't have Caps' logo for his ulti, but I assume it's still up.
So you don't level this until you need it, so it won't show
so he
until he
hasn't
levels.
used it, so he hasn't done it. Okay, makes sense. I was wondering, I'm like, why have we only got a bug? Remember we talked about this, I think, last split as well. Let's see if he needs it now. Caps get the flip back. Alvaro, no, not at all. Crashdown going to miss, though, and defensive ulti from Alvaro keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Caps ends up getting the kill, though, and now he's on the board.
G2 have been finding some nice picks in River. Catching Alvaro now out of position and gets them another kill. And crucially, the fact you get that first kill going to Hansama and now a kill going to Caps, it's on to key members, and Jojo's overextended.
There you go, there's finally that level. Jojo could fight forward. Shattering Strike still connects Crashdown on top of that as well, but no sides with shove means Jojo's going to stand his ground. Take a bit of damage with the threaded volley. It's getting close. Caps again, one more shot! And Caps will take it. No redemption for you.
Flick down at the end there, just barely catching onto the pigeon, and he will end up going down. G2, they are picking up the pace here.
They certainly are. They are just catching MKOI out of position. What was a 2-2 in kill score quickly turned into 2-3 and now 2-4. And the good news for KOI is it's not converting into any real objectives. It is just a pick here, a pick there. And so the goal isn't swinging that dramatically. Meanwhile, KOI they still have full control over the mid-wave thanks to Super, who's just been free farming on the Civet. 152 CS at 50 minutes into the game means that he's got pretty much perfect farm so far into this game. And the Herald, now alive, means that that should become the next big point of contention between these two teams.
Core ults that are going to be up. Labrov should have his mark. Everyone else should be there outside of Caps on G2 as well. Jojo's wall will be back up too, as simply a clone for the Shattering Strike here in mid. But that Herald, as you said, is going to be the next focus, and obviously G2 want to take as much as they can, because we're talking about the front to back end draft of what MKOI provide in this game one. When you have a Talia, a Kled, I feel like pressing that R button, having that go button in this early to mid game is so damn important for this red side draft.
And I think for MKOI, they don't have the options to go for those R button presses. Miran has to catch his top wave, so he can't really set up for this play to collapse onto G2. Now has control of the top side, but it looks like G2 have already kind of established themselves in here, and they don't really want to contest them.
MKOI, they want to gain some access. Labrov acting as gatekeeper for now with Hans Sama at his helm. The mid-wave is going to be the priority for Super as he clears that one out, and yet MKOI couldn't really find a good angle into the river.
Yeah.
With Caps pushing that top wave as well. Mirwin being on the top side and Jojo being on the bot side, you really want that Azir involved in the fight, and I think MKOI made a wise decision not trying to overforce that fight. Taking the patient approach in this game, I think, is just the wiser choice. You know you have great scaling. If there's not a good angle for you to take, there's no need for you to overforce. And that type of discipline is what you want to be seeing from one of our top teams here in Europe.
True. One of these clumsy forces we've seen is Labrov. This is deep. He's going to take a blast cone, not out. Alvaro's going to wrap around, and Jojo's still here. However, Broken Blade on the horizon. I think Labrov should be fine as long as he gets crushed down over the wall, which he does, even after a concussive blow, and Broken Blade's there to hover. Nothing down in bot for another 40 seconds, but note that Dragon and the setup here. MKOI will have advantage as that objective comes up.
Yeah, I'm surprised Jojo didn't come across, but I wasn't sure if they just weren't entirely certain where Skewmon was on the map. So maybe Skewmon ends up coming out to try and help out his support. But it doesn't mean Labrov a little bit chunked. Still though, no real advantage here on wave pushes, right? You've got Azir now who's just shoved in bot. The Caps can immediately clear that out. Mid is still being contested on both sides. So MKOI and G2 uncertain as to exactly how much they want to go for Dragon here.
I mean, I'm looking at these scoreboards, and naturally my eyes are drawn towards Super and how strong the Sivir is quickly becoming, but Caps on the other side, 192 CS at 17.5 minutes, rapidly approaching his second core item with a 1.1k gold lead thanks to the 2 kills that he's been able to pick up in this game. Both top laners have TP. There is a bit of a health advantage skewed towards Mirwin. Alvaro, Super on one side, Elyoya on the other. We'll see how MKOI approach this.
But look, Elyoya and Jojo getting zoned off from Caps into a seismic shove. Elyoya's chunked to half HP. No jungler for MKOI. The variance in this play has just been reduced, and that's a free Dragon with one press of a button.
Labrov and Caps are doing a great job of just playing gatekeepers. Labrov denying Alvaro and Super entrance into the pit, and on the opposite side, Caps are just playing for the choke points out of these Atakan walls to make sure that if Elyoya tries to enter, he's going to get stunned up and damaged as well. It makes it really difficult for MKOI, who are a bit separated.
Caps a little bit low. I was questioning just to see. Jojo some good side sets. Labrov thinks better of it, and note the 2 Dragons for G2 the start of this game.
Do love watching both Jojo and Caps play. They just love to play on that edge at all times. We've seen some incredibly fancy feet from Jojo in this game as he's had to sidestep a lot of skill shots and targets. Elyoya now sets his target as the top lane.
As Flash as well. Broken Blade also just jousted his way in. That's a mistake, but nice little buffer on the charge. He gets out, and it's ulti for ulti between top.
We just haven't really seen Elyoya be able to make much magic happen as Jojo.
Jojo, oh, he predicts it. He knows, he thinks Caps is waiting around. Redemption brings him to fall, and that 1v1 now unfair as top lane. MKOI getting the brick of it as I think that is Mirwin just standing his ground. He's tanky enough. They need to commit, but under turret, it's difficult. Shattering Strike onto Elyoya. The damage on Skewmon into Elyoya is better, but decimating smash, the zone. Broken Blade about to dismount. Meanwhile, as bot ends up with Caps dead, there's help from Hans Sama. Broken Blade, he's tanked up the aggro one time, but now the re-dive. It's a double over to Hans Sama, and you thought the Sivir was strong. Welcome to the land of Zeri.
Wow, action across the map. Caps falls on the right side of the rift. Meanwhile, on the left, G2 is making a dive happen, but that's not slowing MKOI down. Super secures the tower in the mid lane, and G2 is keeping the aggression going. Just like that, as we approach the 20-minute mark, the pace has been accelerated.
G2 do not want to let this up. Tower number 2 going to fall on the top side, and that is so much gold, as Asterix just said, into this Zeri. What was a winning matchup for Supa now has all that gold lead for Hans Sama, and if he can play up in these team fights and be effective, it is going to make life hell for MKOI.
I'm curious as to how Caps ended up falling on the bot side of the map, because from our POV, initially it looked like that he had gotten out, but I guess MKOI continued to chase on the play. They were able to find a pick. The kill looks like it went over to Alvaro at the very end of it, but that dive so well executed on the top play as well, especially when they were underneath that tower. Lebrov's use of the heal to provide that movement speed for Skumon to get out of the Scion's range, to then turn the play back around and secure some kills. G2 very well managed of the tower aggro, and ultimately a successful play on the top side.
And overall, just on the map in general, G2 have kind of been beating MKOI to the punch. Like, even on that play that Ayoi tried to make on top side, he still sticks around to try and help out Mirwin. G2 overload that top half, and MKOI just don't have a response. And even when we see these Dragon setups, it's G2 that are getting to that position first, being able to get the denial of access to MKOI. MKOI kind of are getting left in just being too slow to get access to a lot of these plays.
You ready to see another one? No, there's no Dragon, but it's all about the Otacon in this bottom side of the map. Mirwin has push and MKOI grouped up as 4.
Look at top.
Yeah.
They are leaving that to Caps' whim, but as Jojo comes and match, will be TP for TP if it gets to that. Cap's going to look for his escape. Jojo interrupts the wall and sends it back. Now no ultis on either, but the seismic shove gives Caps a little bit of time. He TP's in front of him, but with lethal tempo, Jojo won't let him escape.
It's a good attempt from Caps, but Jojo's got one better. Huge pick on the side lane and kind of shuts down a lot of that pressure. And for MKOI, the fact that you can bring Jojo across and actually start to threaten on towards Adakan and Dragon is huge.
Broken Blaze just trying to do some damage to Mirwin before anything else starts out down here, but MKOI have numbers advantage. That Dragon's up in a minute. Adakan, as you're talking about, is going to be the priority. And this should just be a take here as G2, with that loss, are losing massive chunk of gold for this.
That was a very important pick by Jojo, because not only do you take the TP away from Caps, but look at how the dynamic of the game seems to have changed. That mid lane gap was absolutely massive, a 1.1k gold lead for Caps. Whoa. But now 2 back-to-back deaths have resulted in Jojo now getting the gold lead. This is the level 15, a full level over Caps. And I mean, we talked about the scaling potential before. Supa still in a fantastic position, even though Hans Sama has been injected a bunch of gold, and he himself is a level down to Supa. So I think the Koi is still well on their way to securing a fantastic team fight as we get later and later. However,
wait for the interrupt. Mirwin seismic shove avoided. Caps would have found the flick back and maybe the kill with Bear Trap on a rope expiring. This bot turret holds on. I mean, his outer turret has really gone through the ringer as G2 keep trying to push him in.
But it's just a couple seconds now until the Dragon. So with Mirwin having to reset and no TP, it should give G2 a little bit of time alone with his turret. And they might be able to get it. Although it looks like MKOI doing a good job to defend, as G2 gonna get access to River.
An early base comes through from Hans Sama. It looks like that he wants to, complete his Infinity Edge ahead of this fight. G2 have position on it, but they are a man down. They need the Zeri to come back into the fight. The Hex Gate's being used. Hans is very close.
But is he close enough? Jojo on the way as well. No flash, but an Azir wall at the ready. Hexgate used by Mirwin. He's got a blast cone to reposition back into the river. G2 hold their way in the triangular brush as Decimating Smash starts us off but out of range. Cap's going to go in first. Seismic Shove connects, but it's onto a Scion. At 4k, this Dragon ever so important. G2 needs Soul Point, but a little bit early. Broken Blade has to flash away. Decimating Smash as well. Look how healthy MKOI are with the Cyclone out. Skumon early to LeBron. It's a great death now. A good shove from Caps as well. And now with the Weaver's Wall and closing around Movistar Koi, Elyoi's escape, it was imminent, it was there, but it's taken away. An ace for G2, and I think that man plays with Rock so damn hard.
Unbelievable team fight. It was so tense for so long. We were waiting for who would be the one to initiate the fight. And keep your eyes on Elyoya on the left side. They're looking for an engage. He's waiting for that backline access, but he gets stunned up by Caps as the 2 frontliners lose half their HP. The moment Elyoya goes in, immediately stunned, and then G2 look for the re-engage.
And it's a phenomenal re-engage from Labrov as well to set up perfectly. The fact you have that Infinity Edge alongside the Ruinous Hurricane means Hans Sama is tearing through people in this.
I was looking that whole entire fight for like JoJo's ult, with Cyclone, the layering. JoJo never ulted. Like, that is such a game-changing ult to bring to the fight, and G2 wiped him away before he could press the button.
It really felt like that from a positional point of view, KOI had the better position, but it felt like that Caps' Talia makes it so difficult to actually approach because there's so much threat that you have to be worried about, and with the Kled just being annoying, engaging, flashing out, re-engaging, it all just set up beautifully for Labrov to find that perfect engage to allow for the follow-up from G2.
And you can see how long Elyoya was waiting to try and find that moment, and that is kind of just the unfortunate thing here, trying to play into G2. There is a lot that can disrupt you for trying to go for the engage. You need to set up for a bit more flanks, and unfortunately with where everything was positioned, G2 were able to fall back into that Atakan if everything's got dicey.
Now, of course, this is a significant swing in gold, but KOI did secure the Dragon, denying Soul Point away from G2, and the Baron is still alive. So KOI are definitely not out of this game just yet.
But Elyoya just face-checked into Broken Blade. He can buy some time, however, going to be demounted first. Cyclone number 2 connect. Redemption coming down. There's one in reverse. Broken Blade healed up, trying to remount to save his life. Meanwhile, the front of the fight, it's all Hans Sama all again. He'll manage from over the wall, keep his ult in full uptime as JoJo needs to escape into Skumon. That's not the way as Cap sends it home to take another. A double for Hans with the final left remaining. And yes, a Dragon denial last time was good, but you can't stop Hans Sama from running all over you.
Hans Sama is feeding himself in this game, dashing over the wall into several members of MKOI, securing the fight and winning the Baron for G2.
Just as I was saying, MKOI could still find a fight in this game. G2 silence me. They find such an effective turnaround in the jungle. What was supposed to be a pick for KOI ends in disaster.
And it's where they go onto Broken Blade here, you're like, okay, maybe we can make something work here. And I got a bit nervous for G2, but it's as Hans Sama spots Mirren, goes over the wall, and just immediately opens up onto Supa, Elyoya, and Alvaro. Takes him down immediately, and Skumon being able to follow up means that JoJo just doesn't have anywhere to escape, and Hans Sama over the wall is able to finish him off, and Mirwin left on the wrong side of town.
That flank from Mirwin looked like it could have been game-changing, but you highlighted it, Dagda. The immediate response is Alvaro now the target.
And by the way, as Alvaro dies here, we have had 2 big fights in a row in this game, and they have both been 5,000 gold fights. 10,000 the lead for G2. And what started as a very competitive game, a game of super scaling earlier than he should have, this Sivir having perma mid control, has just been enveloped by G2 hands dipping MKOI 2 times in a row.
I was just catching MKOI out constantly. Like, we've seen it in River, we've seen it now on the bottom side, we saw it on the top side, now they're catching at JoJo Pyun. It's just a constant pick play from G2.
Another pick secured for G2, 18 kills to 5. 28 minutes in, and it feels like the game is as good as done. With this kind of a lead, it's going to be much harder for KOI to find that miracle fight, and without that wave clear available from JoJo, G2 are looking to break the base.
Well, as G2 look for that inner turret, one thing you're going to go do, you're going to be there, okay? If you're not there, I will find you. Number 2, LEC Summer Finals, we reach towards Madrid. Remember, these teams, this winner of this series, will be the first to lock their spot in on the big stage, and wait till you see what we have in store on that stage. Oh my God, it's beautiful. As for MKOI, their defense begins, but 3,013, excuse me if I can count, is the gold lead right now. Caps is sieging on top, and mid was broken long ago. Bot is being sieged by Broken Blade. This is utter domination in the span of 8 minutes.
I mean, for a lot of this game, it was extremely close. We saw some great back and forth, great punishes from KOI, nice picks being shown by G2, but ultimately it all culminated into that 4th Dragon fight where G2 just got the better of KOI, it ballooned the gold lead, and now we find G2 in this very dominant position. The Baron is going to be wearing off, and I don't think that G2 is going to get much more off the back of it, but they'll set their sights on the Dragon, put themselves on Dragon Point. Now they have to make a choice. Do they try and look to end the game now, or do they look to try and wait for the soul and then look to play through that?
I'm laughing because I just glanced at Hans Sama's items. That man is
He's
2
about
items
to be
ahead
full build
of essentially everyone else in the game.
Lord.
He has he's doing good. He's eating well tonight, you know?
And he bought LDR in this game just to make sure there were no allegations against him, you know, leading up towards another international. Good on you, Hans. This Broken Blade's going to now zone him off, and MKOI, this is their dying knell, isn't it? At 29 minutes.
Well, the problem is, without Baron, KOI have so much wave clear.
They do.
Both Azir and Sivir, like, these are the turtle champions.
There's also Mega Dive and Pick, isn't there? I mean, there's a Weaver's Wall.
Oh,
Caps, okay, maybe a little bit further than I expected. I didn't expect he'd ride the roller coaster as minion wave is clear. That wave clear conversation is very important here as MKOI continue to defend.
I think Caps forgot there was a Braum in the game because he just put the wall straight into Alvaro. It was like, oh wait, yeah, that's how that interaction works. So, but yeah, I was going to say, it's not great sieging.
I do wonder if KOI also was surprised. Because I felt like the Cap should have insta-died there, and the fact that he was able to flash at all, I mean, a bit of a missed opportunity, but of course, KOI buy themselves a little bit more time, and time is really all they can play for. But yeah, the wave clear after wave clear, I mean, the 500 CS Sivir win condition is a thing for a reason.
But it's also the, like, lack of range on G2 just makes it really sad. Like, Zeri doesn't really want to step up to a turret and be in range of potentially a Wukong, the Azir coming through, a Shuffle, anything like this. So it just means you are kind of Baron reliant. But a minute 45 until that one comes up, and I don't know how MKOI are supposed to try and take this next fight.
Question beats me. Super now picks up 4th item, by the way, just so we keep track.
And there's a GA for Hans.
Okay, well, that guy's full build. So, to the surprise of absolutely no one. Note as well, Broken Blade, who has assists this game, but I don't know what you guys think. I mean, like, if I go and say Broken Blade's done a lot this game, I think I'm being disingenuous. He has just been on a ride. He's been riding his bicycle, playing with the village boy up in top lane, Mirwin.
I think he's done what he needs to do.
Exactly.
And that's like...
It's a fair statement.
He's done well into the matchup. He's put pressure onto the map where he needs to. He's helped go for a lot of these dives. Like, this is all you really need Broken Blade to do. And I think, again, it kind of comes back to it's been G2 playing the map better to look for dives, look for plays that got Hans Sama gold, and then better set up at the objectives.
Yeah.
That has actually net G2 this win, and that's where Broken Blade will be involved in those map plays.
Good context.
From my perspective, I feel like the game has just been super close throughout, and it really was just that one Dragon fight that really defined it. And I want to go back because I feel like just Jojo's positioning there was ultimately the downfall. He was knocked back alongside Mirwin when that engage from the Rel came through. And I think that if he'd lived a little bit longer, maybe there were ways for KOI to be able to turn that fight around. But you just can't deny that G2 just played the fight better in that moment. And you called it Hans diff, both in a literal Hans diff and a figurative Hans diff in the fight.
I just always like when you be a hindsight Andy. You know, it really goes with your mantra and who you are.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of your place, isn't it? 3 seconds to look at foresight Andy as well, because Baron's coming up, and Baron is just the way that they siege in. There's a problem with the Sivir, but Baron makes most of that go away.
It definitely helps, at the very least. The inhibitors are going to be respawning, and you can see in the bottom left of your screen, the mid one in about 30 seconds. So G2 are going to want to do as much damage as they can, but I imagine they're going to be forced to have to remove these inhibitors once more. Dragon is in a minute away, but I don't think they need it with this kind of a gold lead and with the Baron at their backs.
LeBron looking for an engage. He wants to source with that flash in. He finds it. Magnum Storm onto 3. Cap sends the wall down as well. Alvaro's pinched in the corner while Oyoya is sent packing. Flashing over the wall after Bear Trap on the rope while Hans Sama's going to clean out the diff in the back end. Jojo, the last remaining, really standing in the way of G2 and yet another grand final, at least from a Game 1 Andy perspective. An ult from Mirwin to get out of dodge, but G2 had the Nexus in their sights.
Super was eviscerated in that fight. He just disappeared off the map, not even being given the chance to flash away as the Nexus now opens up.
You don't want to say that was an easy game, and it wasn't. It's disingenuous, but in the end, Hans Sama is ending the start of this series with 13 kills. A shutdown over to Jojo, but G2 are looking hot.
That was incredible from G2. The early game, very back and forth, but once G2 got control, they never let it go.
Game 2 coming up right after this break.
kill. Defeat.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
First
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp.
Join the WhatsApp.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
And it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your head? You will never make it through.
What's the chance to win today if I play with my left hand on the mouse?
0. Yeah, what are the chances we win if I play with my feet, bro? Looks good, looks good, looks good, looks good. Decent. Looks very good, looks very good.
I'll chase it all.
Yeah.
I'll go Wukong, I'll go Wukong.
Can somebody help me?
Yeah, I'll flash, careful.
Nice. Flash.
Good shit.
No flash. I'll base.
You get him? Nice. No flash ult.
Okay, you might have base Wukong. I'll TV.
We can I'll just him.
Yeah, it is.
That's good.
And welcome after another dominating victory by G2. And I want to talk about a little bit about my favorite champion in the top lane, Kled, brought out by Broken Blade in this instance. Now, we've seen him play Kled a few times too, some successful in the times and sometimes a little bit more struggling. So I want to break down why sometimes Kled is a good pick and sometimes he might struggle. So look at this draft behind me. Now, Kled has 3 things you want to look for when you pick Kled. You want to first have a matchup that you can abuse the early game and actually get silent push out of. Now, that's a sign, check. Early game, you beat him very easily. Step 2, you want to have enemy carries that you can dive onto and create havoc in the team fights and actually be a threat. When I see here, I see an Azir, Sivir, Braum, and Wukong that's gonna peel all those carries. I think that doesn't really fill that criteria. But the third one is to have a team comp where they will facilitate your diving threat and the space you create. So thankfully, or hopefully, you will have like a hyper carry AD carry or a diving AD carry. Think like Seri, Kai'Sa, Jinx, anything that can put out a lot of damage when the enemies are busy hitting you, and no Jins and no viruses, please. So let's go into that early game and highlight what Broken Blade did well and what you can also do in your solo games if you decide to play Kled. So I'm gonna paint the picture. The minions are about to spawn, and as level 1 on Kled, you wanna play hyper aggressive. You wanna be super on the mark with your early game trading, and as we roll out the clip, you're gonna see Broken Blade just fight with Mirwin. Fight. Every out attack you get into him is a good. Up until you demount, that's where you gotta get out really fast, because when you demount, suddenly you're gonna get a huge HP advantage over the Sion when you get your mount back. And here was actually so Broken that used this remount timer to get a really good trade onto Mirwin and burn his flash. Didn't translate to much else, but really good early gameplay by Broken Blade, really facilitating that matchup, that counter matchup that he picked. Going into mid game, you only really have one goal as Kled, and that's dive. And you want to like make sure the team focuses really heavily into you. So here we have a clip where Broken Blade knows he's stronger, knows his team is behind him, so he's going to go super deep into the blue side jungle of MKOI and just say, guys, I want to fight you guys. Any fight we take right now will be good for me. And MKOI is like, wow, this guy is so deep in our jungle, sure we can punish him. But look at the amount of space Broken Blade creates. He burns so many cooldowns, the Cyclone, the Sivir ult, and he manages to get out and then get his remount, and here just Skewmond and the Seri takes over this fight completely due to the fight that Broken Blade has created for his team. Now, I will show you guys the build here in just a bit that you can copy Broken Blade, and I feel like when you want to pick Kled is when, as I say, enemy has enemies you can dive, that you have a matchup that you can punish in lane, and make sure your team is able to follow on your plays, because if they don't, you're going to be left alone and you will probably die before you're able to remount, which is no bueno. I'm now going to throw it to my lovely analysts as they will continue breaking down that beautiful G2 victory.
Thank you so much, Finn. I love when Finn talks about Kled. It's the best. I hope you all copied that build because it was good. And Nymira, we have to be honest. From the draft alone, we didn't really think that this was an easy victory for G2, right?
No, because the last time we saw this, they sucked at it. They sucked. We saw this in game 1 of KC, of their series there. And why was that? It's because it's a very hard to play draft. Now, Finn broke that down from one trick to another. I appreciate you with your Kled. We can definitely find some even ground on that one. But we look at this draft here, and my immediate thought was, how the hell are G2 going to consistently get onto these carries? If this game gets a little bit later into the game, if you give an enemy dragon over or something like that, can you really end the game? Because against KC, we saw, no. They couldn't get that victory, and it got harder as the game went on. But they did much better job in this one, particularly around the early game aggression to make sure they could get some of those kills down.
Yeah, it's true. We saw that Caps was moving around the map, getting the kills. I also just want to call out, I think I'm tracking Lebrov a lot, right? And especially how Lebrov is moving with the other members on his team, namely mid-jungle, right? And I think in this game, or in this early game, it was really, really good from G2.
Yeah, we saw 1 or 2 kills happen in bot side, which really were, that was almost the bare minimum, but we have a couple of clips of them where they just kept going towards bot side. This is bare minimum. They needed to get some of this. I think this is actually after they'd given up an early dragon, so this is when the pressure was starting to get onto them, because once the enemy team has a dragon, they can start to scale. They can not fight for the next ones. comes, and that's going to be a bit of a problem for you because then they can start scaling up. This was a really important moment, really.
Yeah, it was. We do see that Hansama is getting incredibly fed, Nymir, and I feel like it's kind of fake data because I do think they played their comp extremely well. Also what Finn laid out in terms of how kind of you want to set up the rest of your teammates to be able to clean up. But that Zeri was so fed though.
Because this is the biggest difference between the loss against KC and then the win here. The last time they played the Zeri, Hans actually played pretty poorly on that Kai'Sa the last time. This time on the Zeri, we had another clip, but honestly, he just goes massively mental on this pick. Goes, I mean, what, 13, 1-6? That is not a kit. That is solo queue numbers. And he could actually be that baton pass into the late game. Really good scaling from him.
And we know that's going to hit MKOI hard, you know, because Supa and Alvaro, they really want to show that they are the superior bot lane in this matchup. Let's see what they go for in Game 2.
Wouldn't you like to know? I would actually too as well. Thank you very much, Shox. No disrespect. Sorry, I'm just a little bit hyped up because I want something a little bit more. I want another big fight like that. I feel like Game 1 decided in the blink of an eye, and from there it was a run over. That man on your screen, he did the dirty work. As myself, Phidias, and Dagda will take you through the upcoming draft.
Yeah, I really want to give a lot of credit to Caps, specifically because I went through and watched that fight again. Like, it's crazy that he reacted to Elyoya doing that over the wall. Sure. Like, in the moment, I thought like maybe it was just luck or good timing, but no, he saw the Wukong coming over the wall, stunned him, and completely changed the dynamic of the fight, while then also connecting a two-man knockback onto both the Azir and the Sion. And so, of course, Hansama did exactly what he needed to do, and he was instrumental in that fight. But it was kind of crazy how impactful Caps was throughout that game with his split-pushing efforts, with the way he played the team fights, and like every now and then, you kind of get reminded why he is considered the GOAT of Europe and why he is such a talented player. And there were a lot of moments in that game that kind of stood out.
And backtracking as well, like the first fight where he chunked Elyoya to half, remember that's how they got near Soul Point. So it wasn't just one fight, as you said, highlighting the fact that Caps did it back to back to back. Game 1 was Excelsior for G2. Don't know if that's proper English.
Morgana ban.
Morgana ban.
I'm really excited about this champ. I think that she's received a bunch of buffs, and I think that she's just like a very strong, and it's cool to see teams kind of respecting that. But MKOI wanting to pick up the pace this time around. They're going to get themselves the Pantheon with the Poppy Morgana Xayah ban on their side, and the Varus, Yunara, and Ambessa still on the ban from the side of G2.
Imagine it'd be the Orianna pick here for Caps, so you can try and set up for a strong mid jungle if you want to try and go for it, but
Jarvan has been left open, but I do think there's a lot of risk with blinding Jarvan just because there's still Ezreal available. Aurora can also do, like, it's not the easiest Orianna matchup, of course, but against Jarvan, it can be quite easy to navigate your way around that.
Maybe they're going to do it anyway, though. The pairing with Jarvan and Ori just feels so nice, but you're right, there is mobility available. Super playing Ezreal is not very far gone either.
Remember, there's still things like the Nocturne as a possibility.
Oh, yeah.
With the Poppy banned, we did see the Volley Bear, but I'd be surprised to see that this early in the draft from Skumond when there are still quite a few jungle options available to him.
I mean, buy an option if you really want to try and go for something that's a little bit more... okay, no, just going to go for the Trundle. I mean, good early skirmishing, great tower taking, and definitely something that can work well when it gets shielded to just go for these aggressive trades in the 2v2.
Remember that Rakan is still open if G2 wants something fast to be that bold delivery system. Labrov could focus that, but MKOI could also look to take it away. I'm curious as to what they can use as a response to the Orianna, and he has been left open. It looks like bot lane's going to be their direction instead.
Do you go Nautilus straight away here? Do you go support to lock in for the Kai'Sa? Or are they just going to go for something like Anna? You mentioned it before for the matchup, and with the Pantheon, there is nice lockdown here, as well as Dive already setting up for the comp. I mean, Jojo has a statement to bring after Game 1. His Azir wasn't the cleanest. He got outclassed in those mid-game fights.
He did have some nice picks in the mid-game, though.
In the side lanes, he was also
He was, yeah.
Ooh, I mean, so this is a matchup that he did play into Poby, and in the early laning phase, he really got bullied, but the value that it brings in the late game fights, you can already see the dive starting to be constructed by Koi. Pantheon ultis in, the Kai'Sa follows up, and then the Galio has the pick of the litter with who he wants to ulti on to provide that support.
I am curious, though, what they want to try and take from Mirren in that top side, because I imagine you're going to start to see bans teeter towards him. You want a bit more damage amp coming through from that top side, so things like the Gwen could be taken away, maybe even looking at something like an Aurora ban, honestly, if you really want to try and pinch his pool, but I am waiting as to how, or at least what G2 sees those major threats.
Honestly, I look at this MKOI comp and I think, oh, and Ambessa would look great here. And of
Yes,
course,
and then it's
G2
gone,
removing that so early on in the draft. Quite considering their dive options, like things always lean towards potentially an Akali that we've seen from Mirwin, but we know he likes to use that as a counter pick rather than as a go-to pick. There's also possibility of, well, I mean, the truth is you never really know with Mirwin. He's always got a lot of pocket picks prepared, and I'm curious as to what he brings out. If he goes for something a little bit safer, he could just go for something like the Yorick, which doesn't necessarily fit into the dive theme, but is also just a relatively safe topside pick. Cassante also works at just kind of creating chaos and bringing someone to the backline if they want someone a little bit tankier as well.
Does he want a Gwen here? Are we really going into like something outside of the tanks maybe? Because the Jax ban is opening up for something that is similar?
I think the Gwen does work because it doesn't go into tank, which is what Trundle wants. Also, you can then Shroud to remove the Shockwave from Orianna, and it's kind of difficult for Corki to really get high value against her. So I think that's probably what they're eyeing up, and that's why, I actually thought I was going to get a Gwen ban on this last rotation, but the Nico, which may look strange. I mean, obviously it's support, but Mirwin has also been playing a lot in solo queue, so definitely a duo ban to both of those lanes.
What will the final ban be here for MKOI? I wonder if they will just pinch the support pool as well. The Nautilus is, of course, still available, that was mentioned earlier.
I think Alistar a good option as well, so you're kind of...
Because I think for G2, they're just looking for a little bit more engage right now.
Oh, that's a Yorick fish if I've seen one. maybe Mirwin's going to pull out the Yorick.
I mean, again, he's an unpredictable top laner. He can play both the meta stuff and he's got his own comfort picks. You can ignore the hover on the side of G2. As the smirk comes through from Hans Sama. There is that Alistar, going to be locked in as you were discussing earlier. Just an easy engage support, relatively safe, with the Braum already gone as well. Makes it a slightly safer pick to bring through. I think the Nautilus can still be a perfectly fine response if Alvaro wants to bring that out for himself.
It looks like you've called it, Sterks. Yeah, the Shogat ban.
Just the past couple of days have been Shogat into Yorick, Shogat into Yorick. Wife has been feasted. Like, it is the most vile matchup, honestly, as Renekton gets pulled up against it. Broken Blade R5, he's going to try and wing this into Mirwin. And winning topside now feels a little bit more important.
Well, I think that KOI still have gotten exactly what they started. Sorry, I should rephrase this. They want a dive comp, and I think that they've successfully drafted around that. When you look at Yorick, of course, he is a champion, isn't inherently a good dive champion, but he's a well-rounded champion. He works well on side lanes, he has typically very good matchups, he's a pretty safe blind, and also just the Maiden does so much when playing around objectives. The amount of body blocking that she can do, the potential zoning, the chip damage that he has as well by throwing his ghouls at opponents. While it doesn't fit into necessarily the theme of diving, he's just a very solid, well-rounded top lane champion that I think can just fit into what is a very dive-centric comp from Movistar Core.
I do think, though, from G2, they've set up well with champions that do well when played into, right? Like, jumping into Trundle tends to be where he wants to be. Jumping into Renekton is what he wants you to do as well. So a lot of what MKOI have kind of has bruisers that answer well, and plus you've got decent peel that can come through from the Alistar to boot. So I think again, MKOI need to set up early on objectives, not like we saw in game number 1 where it's kind of G2 who are getting to a lot of these punches quicker, because if you're in a position where G2 can control chokes with Trundle Pillar, with Orianna Shockwave, it becomes really difficult for you to try and enter these points as MKOI, unless you want to just like throw Elyoya in, have Jojo Pyun follow up, and then hope that Supa can finish someone off with the Killer Instinct.
Now, quick tidbit, we are starting off with a pause. That is the game delay currently. No update. Okay, we got potential wrong runes, and we're going to check that.
Okay.
And we're going to see who picked up wrong runes, gents. Can you see with your hidden vision who looks different?
That's usually.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
PTO Trundle's normal. Wait, I see it. Broken Blade has grasp on Renekton.
Oh, yes.
As opposed to Conqueror, which we normally see.
Conqueror, even PTA is probably more normal than that. There was like a period about 4 months ago where people were holding on to grasp for like half a month. And when I say that, I think that was just Aragorn. but other Renektons in the industry, We're experimenting with this as well. It just ended at a dead end. I think we kind of walked away from that after Overlord's Bloodmail, and Grasp just didn't feel as strong as anything else he could do. So yeah, I feel like it's BB for the time being. We are going to work on that because Grasp Renekton. I don't care if it's against Yorick. It just sounds bad.
Well, once we have more information, we will of course share said information.
The old chat is good. They are talking about it. Broken Blade saying he's being checked, yeah.
In any case, of course, as a reminder, both these teams have already secured a spot at Madrid and they've secured a spot at the World Championship. What they're fighting for right now is, of course, the Summer Split title, and they're fighting for seeding when it comes to the World Championship. Either team can, of course, still represent Europe as the first seed because the loser will simply move down into the losers bracket final, where if they do win that, they would get a rematch against the winner of this winner, where they would then play again in the finals. But of course, there are many hungry teams in the lower bracket that, of course, are all looking to fight for that spot themselves, with Fnatic playing up against GX tomorrow, which will also be a pretty exciting matchup. The GX boys on the podcast this week talked a lot about how confident they were playing up against Fnatic and how they really believe that they can fight for that top 4 spot.
It is also just funny to see how similar this has played out to Spring, right? Like, instead of it being Vitality, it was Heretics, but we end up with a very similar top 5. We have the potential now for, if Fnatic are able to win, for them to go up against KC, where they were 3-0'd in Spring, which then led to MKOI versus KC after MKOI had been knocked down by G2 in this same matchup in round 3. So could very easily just be lazy scriptwriters on this one, going like copy and paste it, change the homework a little bit, stick Vitality in there instead of Heretics, and we'll get the job done.
It certainly could be. Of course, a lot of things could change. I'm excited to see the development. We are just remaking the draft right now. We're looking to quickly fix these rune issues, and then we're getting straight back into the game.
Can we keep having a look at signs? Some of the pitches are good. Yeah, hold them up. Hold them up. Guys, we're in a pause. Hold up your sign. That's your hand. Hold up a sign. And we'll talk again. ETA is 4 minutes, by the way. Broken Blade thumbs are up. Oh, I like that. Wait. He's complaining about Grasp. I can see it. Okay. We are going through thick and ban. So, yeah, it was an issue. I saw Grasp on Renekton. He does not want Grasp. That'll be sorted shortly. Hi, kitty. From Australia. That is a far way away. Guys, it's a 24-hour flight.
So the thing that gets me about Australia is, having flown there before, you forget how big Australia is.
It is a big land.
Because on the map, you just think, you know, it doesn't look that big, but it's huge.
It is.
It is absolutely
Is it as big as Ireland?
I think it's bigger than Ireland.
That's mad. I don't think there's many places like that.
It fits, like, I think it fits into like 56 or 60% of the US, and you got to remember the US is gigantic.
Yeah, it's pretty damn big. So you get to Australia, and then you realize that if you want to go to the other side of it, you still have a very long
Because the thing is, a lot of people don't go through the middle, because if you get caught in the middle,
it's bad.
Like, that's a good song, but yeah, but you literally, there's no help. It's just desert. 90% of Australia is uninhabitable, so yeah, it's kind of rough.
Shout out to all the fans that have of course come to watch this awesome matchup between our 2 top teams in the LEC. I can see that the champions are locked in from both sides, and hopefully we'll be jumping into game with no further rune issues, and then we can get game 2 underway. As if you've just joined us, G2
what were you doing?
Lead.
What the hell's going on?
Yeah, I mean, what happened?
What
Come on, scheduling with same time. You know what I mean?
You know when we start.
Yeah, and it is
disappointed in you.
G2 versus MKOI, with G2 currently leading the series 1-0.
You're like our mum, Betty. She just keep going on with the show. Dagger and I, a little bit.
Children are in the
scallions. Yeah, you two keep running off into the corners. I'm like, all right, I'll do the housekeeping. It's all good.
Look, I found the crayons and they are going on the wall.
I don't know about you, but I am not eating my dinner. You're going to have to try harder than that.
I don't know what your airplane noises are like.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you know what? We're going to be eating good, because we've got game 2 on the horizon.
Damn, he is a professional.
That was good. That was very good.
We call that a transition.
Thank you, Mama Vedius. I appreciate your hard work, even though sometimes I don't say it. All right. Anyone who has kids, I think this is very real for you right now. I hope your children also like watching League of Legends, because otherwise you are going to have to attend to them and miss this. It should bang. It should slap. All I want is a competitive series. All I want is a showcase when, at the start, I think Vedi said it, our region under fire a little bit. What does the quality of league look like? Our 2 world representatives out of 3, here they are. Show us something big.
I really do think that game 1 was a good showcase from both sides, though. We saw a lot of good stuff. Dagda talked a lot about how it felt around these objectives. G2 just played around their pressure that they had on lanes better. They were able to get first on a lot of objectives, but KOI did some great stuff on of their own, like punishing the positioning of G2 in the mid lane by using the Sivir ultimate to get a pick to then secure their first dragon of the game, the way in which they reapproached a lot of these neutral objectives, especially when they were able to sneak away a single grab on the top side. So I think there's a lot of promising things to take away from both teams, and we'll see how things develop as we jump into game 2.
I think MKOI will be a little disappointed, though, that they end up with this big lead on Super that they couldn't capitalize on, because traditionally that has been their strength, right? They get a stranglehold in a game, they do not let go.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, this is not able to keep pace with G2.
Oh, nice.
But we're seeing the invades on both sides. They handshake the wards, they spot out where people are, and they'll back away.
Oh, we're getting player comms at the same time. Hello.
I do wonder if that's just us or if that's actually going out.
So they could have this. Yeah, I'm gonna miss my then.
It is going out.
I'm gonna start blue.
Okay, well,
we're
gonna get it.
Hopefully that will disappear very soon.
I always wanted a quad cast. I didn't know we'd get 13.
Okay, the voices have gone.
In my head have stopped.
Great.
They never stop for me. Now, with the fans sharing their sentiment, we begin. For Caps, lane's already going well, as you'd expect for the Orianna. A quick side note, you know, we had that.
How you say he's 1 CS.
Jojo's at half HP at level 1. I'm going to say Caps are doing good, you know, like, as you expect. I did also want to mention that, obviously, there is a Conqueror on the Renekton, so no further delay. Broken Blade has got it right, and I'm looking forward to this lane as well, because Broken Blade picked this into the Yorick, and I feel like, again, there is ways to get out of the Dark Possession, which is the most important interaction.
What I'll say is that we've cast League for a long time, so Renekton to me is just a champion that was just such a mainstay for so long. But in fairness, we really haven't seen that much Renekton, so it's kind of a treat. A little bit. Just a little bit.
Really?
We really don't get Renekton that often.
Okay.
And we're only going to get to see him once, you know? So we won't get overwhelmed with Renekton in the top lane.
I mean, yeah.
Do you know how many Twitter battles have happened over just Renekton existing?
But the Twitter battle started because it was a B1 Renekton.
Ooh, Jojo.
Jojo. Let's ignore that.
No, Jojo.
Jojo.
No,
Jojo. As soon as he Justice punched forward, I could tell you in a heartbeat that was flash or kill, and it was both for Caps.
Caps off to a fantastic start. We talked earlier about how we saw this matchup last week when Jojo played up against Poby, and a similar thing happened. Level 2, Poby came very close to solo killing Jojo, but he was able to live. This time round, though, pushing the wave as deep as he did, he wasn't able to escape to the safety of his tower, and it's Caps that secures first blood.
It's also so nice for Caps because you TP back with your early tier, and you're set up so effectively now to just farm that up and get to a point where the Seraphs is nice and early. Skewmon now on top side.
Wait for the Ruthless Predator, wait for the Fury as well. Broken Blade has it in hand for the W. The flash commits, but it's late with the pillar finally coming out. Broken Blade can't get much more damage down. Culver Meek finally, but
Elyoya bot lane.
A bit mistimed as the dive in reverse in the 2v3. The pop away is nice. Alvaro almost dies and his flash is burnt. The dive stops there, and both sides survive.
Good interrupt from Lebrov. Ends up punting away Elyoya, so he can't get anything off the back of it. So Hansam and Lebrov survived the counterplay, you know, on the top side.
Here we go again. Ruthless Predator once again. That Reign of Anger management's nice. Slice and Dice now maxed out, and Broken Blade puts Mirwin low. No mana either. The Biscuit's being relied on here to receive this wave.
The swap quickly coming through from MKOI, and just great play from both junglers. I love the aggression from Elyoya, threatening that dive on the bot side of the map. Execution doesn't quite go the way that they want because, as Dagda highlighted, that nice response from Lebrov, but also a great flash from Mirwin very early on to respond to Skewmon's aggression to avoid him losing his life as well. So both junglers looking to be much more proactive here in this early game for game 2. But now the swaps have come through, supports find themselves in mid lane, and the map will start being a lot more dynamic.
I do wonder how aggressive Skewmon wants to get on this bottom side though, because now, oh, hang on.
It's an interrupt as well. Caps, no shockwave available, otherwise I'd say there'd be a bit of trouble. Jojo kites back here from the command attack. And as supports move away, it is top lane proceedings. They are just going to clear away some vision. Maybe just give safety towards these AD carries, yeah.
I was just going to say, Skewmon has an opportunity if he wants to abuse the fact that Miran flashed on that last play. Even though he burnt his own, Broken Blade can still set up the play, but now Jojo on mid, he has no flash.
Oh man, no flash and a Justice Punch, that's about it. Labrov just out of range, so Elyoya also covering. So granted, he wasn't in any real threat there, but you can see G2 are getting very proactive around mid.
I think that if Caps had had a little bit more mana, they really would have tried to force that. But now that he's level 6, Jojo has to be extremely careful.
Elyoya on the way as well. They want to make this play happen.
Alvaro going to snip in. Remember, Caps has no flash either. On the edge, he's knocked up. Shockwave brings them all in, but 3 won't matter. The top away, Labrov! That 1-for-1 was nice, but remember, Caps is the one who pays.
That's the thing. MKOI ended up getting the kill back, but it ends up going to Labrov, not the target that you wanted on. Whereas for MKOI, they end up picking it up on the mid laner for Jojo to try and even out that early kill.
I just love that MKOI aren't slowing the game down in any way. With this Pantheon, you want to be making plays on the map. They know the Caps has no flash, so why not help Jojo out? Good punish onto Caps.
Hex
nice
flash.
play.
TP.
Super's now the target.
Over to Super. That TP won't save him in time. It's slow. Flash away and Super's down a Summoner.
Summoner's being burnt across the map as Alvaro arrives top lane to assist his AD carry. The base going to be interrupted. So a bit of an advantage gained as we just continue to see action across the map and keep my eyes on where the junglers are.
Justice Punch in onto Caps. Shield of Durant gets the stun. Jojo gets the trade, but Scumon's not going to show yet. And remember, no level 6 for the Trundle means as well he can't start shredding Jojo down for the one shot.
The early Spectre's kill here makes this matchup a little bit easier for Jojo as Hansama on a ward.
On a control ward, that TP was so they know that Labrov is teleporting in. MKOI pulled the trigger. Really nice use of information. Remembering that you see TPs on control wards, even in the brush.
All right, it's time for the flash track. As we look across the rift, we'll see Mirwin no flash, Elyoya no flash, Jojo no flash,
Elyoya
no
needs
flash.
Elyoya needs flash.
That is an important summoner to take track of. Elyoya trampled down. Hero's entrance from Jojo helps out, but numbers right now still an advantage of G2. Alvaro makes it even as look towards bot. Dominus has been popped. 1v1. Flash away though. Broken Blade has lost the minion wave, so that heal won't do a damn thing. And even though he's got a reign of anger, it's Mirwin bringing down the shovel. One more last right to send him into the dirt.
It was the counter match that BB wanted, but he didn't want to take the hands that Mirwin had. And MKOI starting to find the success that they want in these early stages.
Super almost caught out in the meantime as well. We're getting chaotic here in this second game. I asked for a banger, and I think already we're starting to deliver. Alvaro interrupted midway. A pillar up as well. This Rakan needs to battle down the wave, and that too is interrupted. Separated from Jojo, and a shockwave to bring him in. A chomp down, and the feats of warfare claimed. Jojo goes back in. He's trampled, but he's safe near the turret as G2 are bringing pace in with this cow.
I mean, this is what we wanted. A clear difference to what we had in game 1. Aggression across the map. A solo kill for Caps, a solo kill for Mirwin. Action aplenty in the mid lane. Both teams going head to head, but it is Scumon to start off this objective. Yeah, I think just one makes the most sense for him. Just grab that one grub when he has a chance. Labrov, though, eyeing up mid lane.
Caps healed to get out of range. Shield of Duran connects anyway, but there's the flash again. Labrov, these engages are gorgeous. He bops him back towards G2, and this is a donation cow from Labrov.
Jojo didn't even have a chance to flash. Labrov immediately engages, and he just got caught out, trying to fake pressure over towards the Void Grubs so that then Scumon would leave, but ends up getting his life in now.
Ulti from Super. He's going to pop it while Elyoya is coming in as well. Big minion wave. Phosphorus Bomb clears it out, but with the Gatling Gun and Barrier, Hansama still drops. Super Elyoya get low. Labrov is on the way in again, but he needs his jungler. Scumon is so far away, as in the end, MKOI get the kill and get out.
That's a TP to top lane from Caps, as MKOI get themselves a kill onto the Corki. They're also able to donate over towards Super. So funneling resources into the superstar AD carry is definitely what KOI want to be doing. What's crazy is that, you know, the question around, like, has there been action mid? And the answer is yes, as Elyoya secures a grab, but the fighting doesn't stop.
Subjugation as well from Scumon. Shockwave brought back in, but I didn't think it really connected. Elyoya is still dead, chomped down, and Caps picks up the kill. This mid-jungle duo is just there first, and grubs go down. Better than not, G2 get 2 for 1.
Also, this Orianna just being accelerated is going to be so terrifying as the game goes on. Top side, though, it's not over.
He's doing it again, but this time onto Jojo. Shield of Duran zoning him out. Labrov, though, trampled on. He might die to the winds of war, and does. You know what? Labrov has had a killer game, but he had to mess up somewhere.
A misplay from Labrov as he takes 2 tower shots to make that play happen. Jojo, though, holds his patience. He's able to outplay, and then he gets a kill back for himself. It is G2 with the gold lead, but my goodness, it is a bloodbath at the beginning of game 2.
Hans is walking into Fog of War. He controls not Valkyrie out just in time. Dragon is up, and MKOI now with the retreat from Hans Summer are looking to start this objective. G2 coming to punch a fight, but Broken Blade is so damn low. Maiden chunking him out a little bit. He's going to have to TP back in if they want to trade this Dragon.
Yeah, this matchup is not going the way that I think Broken Blade had intended. And now he finds himself at not a significant deficit, but definitely behind. Dragon is alive. This is still our first Dragon of the game, mind you.
I think if G2 weren't winning out on other parts of the map, like when it comes to like the Orianna getting the early leads and Trundle getting this early lead, I would be more scared of Mirren having so much control in the side lane. But if MKOI ever get control of the game and they're the ones that can set up for this 1-3-1, this is going to be a disaster for G2 because Broken Blade is just burning gold, I'm sorry, bleeding gold on the side lane. And there's just not really any response apart from over-committing to a side. But when you've got this Galio and you've got the Pantheon that can respond really effectively to any side lane threats towards Mirren, if G2 lose control, they could very quickly just lose out through this topside matchup.
Damn right. Dragon, though, for the time being, going to be taken, started by G2 and just completed. Using this time, Labrov gets deep vision in bot side jungle as well. I'm going to have to expand the minimap. Maybe I need glasses. Yeah, there is one ward right there, by the way. I had to look. The fact that I had to make the minimap bigger, that concerns me. I need to eat more carrots. Damn, the screen's not even that small. Okay.
The line assignments are pretty interesting as they've actually put Hans Summer in the matchup against Mirwin. They've now got the Renekton into the Galio, which does make a lot of sense on paper, but you are putting Hans Summer in a very dangerous position. Look at the damage he just takes from the ghouls. As Alvaro is hovering around, that deep ward did spot Alvaro pathing towards the bot side of the map. Now Hans Summer, he really wants to make sure he's not losing access to farm. And that's why it's very important that Labrov shadows him, and now he has made his way towards the bot lane as well.
The morning mist hits and Hans Summer just getting chunked by 4 cats. And the Panda Lady, look at his health. He just lost almost half on top of what he had.
But because Labrov is forced to cover for Hans Sama in this matchup, it means that it just opens up both Alvaro and Elyoya to do whatever plays they want. True. And that seems to be on the bottom side of the map now with Elyoya having ult and Alvaro in position to look for the dive. G2 have to abandon all hope on this bottom lane.
Keep your eyes on the minimap though and notice that Caps keeps shadowing into the Fog of War as well. Kind of having that half roam so that he's in a position to potentially move should some action kick off. But he doesn't want to concede all this midway farm as well. Super doing a good job of just holding that wave, keeping the pressure up, working towards his second item. With no major objective on the map, this is really the best play that both teams have available to them. And I think it's Koi that is that driving force as now Super making his way to top lane.
Shooter Duran's going to come in. Broken Blade's got nowhere to go. There is a Dominus available. It's going to come late though and no heal. Super takes it with ease, and Broken Blade is having a rough game too.
And he just really well played by MKOI. They forced G2 to over-index to save Hans Sam on the bottom side, thanks to Mirren's pressure, and then they just play on the opposite side. It's really well push and pull play from MKOI, and G2 are struggling. And again, it's all coming off the back of the way Mirren is playing on this Yorick.
Koi is being super proactive with the pressure that they have. And now with these resets coming through, they're going to get some nice purchases just ahead of the Rift Herald spawning. Mirren may have overstayed his welcome. Can he outplay this situation?
He does that flash. Morning Mist onto Skumont slows him down. The Maiden coming to help out, but Mirren's low on mana. Outside of the Baby Rage Cage, Dark Possession now down, but with a headbutt in the air, or rather pulverized. The Brov, even after a trample, doesn't commit further. Mirren takes a while to die, and Hans Summer was too far away.
Gets away with his life. And Mirren not too upset about that one. He has the TP available, so he can catch this wave, go back to base, spend what money he has, and be ready for the Drake fight. It is G2 that have slightly better vision around this bot river, but we're seeing some resets come through from them as well.
I think the problem with investing 3 members of G2 the bottom side to kill the Maiden, MKOI get to push out and move in towards this top side of the map and get vision for the Rift Herald. Now they have been a little bit slow in establishing that because Elyoya was only moving up towards this top half and no real vision to speak of for himself or Alvaro really. But still, MKOI getting the waves in the favor if they want to look for this objective.
Also remember that Caps, he did start off this game with a really nice lead. He's been involved in every single kill that's happened in the game. 2-1-3 scoreline. Sorry, he's been involved in every play that's happened in the game.
I'm with you.
Right? But he's now, like, he's behind in experience because Jojo's just been sitting in a side lane. He's gotten 2 kills of his own. He's closed the goal gap significantly. And a Galio that's behind an Orianna, I mean, that is a really nice place to be as you transition into the mid-game. That Herald is now an objective that's available for both teams to play for. It's G2 that's first in the topside river.
It's worth an item check here quickly as well. First, all across the board, looking towards the second and what really matters. A Yorick in the side lane. Mirwin is going to commit and just play the long con. He's got TP down and he's got an open bot turret. While Broken Blade is considering moving up, now moving back down to match.
The problem is, though, they actually, hang on, we're going to get the big trade.
Now, Wife is down. That's the only advantage here for Broken Blade. The wave going to get crushed, and Broken Blade can clear this with ease, so not the end of the world. Super steps up the Hun. Summer chunks him with a Q at almost half HP. The re-engage on the Super, forces the flash. Now for Labrov in dangerous territory as Redemption heals up and does a little bit on the edge to Skumond. G2 walk away, but a bit of a chunk after the play. Ignite down as well.
Yeah, MKOI have been able to hold on to pressure in this mid-wave because Hansamo shifted up to try and regroup with the rest of G2 through this topside pressure and Caps against
Jojo. Around under a turret, though he's safe for now, and G2 are walking up.
Jojo's got to get out of here. 3 members of G2 have set their sights on him, and he's going to be able to Justice Punch away as the rest of MKOI are actually starting off this Herald. Of course, remember the ulti from the Galio. Jojo is looking.
And they're going to turn straight away. Forget the Herald. They look for the play. Skumond is low. He has the ball on him as Alvaro goes for the engage. It's deep, but G2 take a chunk of damage while Herald goes down to Pantheon. That's Elyoy. He picks up the eye while Shockwave was not used. G2 just couldn't find the angle for a return.
MKOI get exactly what they wanted while Mirwin just continued to put pressure on the bot side. Remember, there's a risk given that he used his TP to get back to the bot lane. In theory, G2 should have been able to generate a numbers advantage. But with the sheer amount of pressure that this Yorick was putting on the bot side, it forced Broken Blade to stick around. He didn't have a good TP timing. That tower would have gone down. It looks like it's going to go down anyway. And the Dragon is available as well. KOI is playing with their pressure beautifully here in game 2.
And look at Caps' health on the top side. Like, you cannot contest this G2 because Jojo joins and Caps can't really do anything about it. Looking for the reset now, both mid lane.
No flash on Super.
See how quickly MKOI played. It's with that no flash on Super. It depends when's Caps going to come in. The TP now from MKOI brings out first. Caps a little bit later. Hunsummer gets chunked. Redemption going to heal MKOI up to full. It's great as Jojo gets over the wall with the shield around, gives Super the reposition, and as he walks it back again, the engage is in. Shockwave finally there. The poke good as MKOI loses Alvaro first. Hunsummer focusing on Super as Caps helps out with the distance. Phosphorus bomb. They survive. Meanwhile, MKOI play it front to back with the rest of the fight. Mirwin comes in. Dark Procession not going to find a lockdown. His Morning Mist also missed. And MKOI on the Dragon still. It looks like the right side of the fight went damn well.
It ends up 2 for 2 off the back of it, but it will be the Dragon going to MKOI, and a huge amount of that was off of this exhaust from Labrov. Barely clips it onto Super as he goes for that killer instinct into the back line. And it means that you just don't get that assassination potential. And Super finds himself on the wrong side of the fight.
It felt that the fight was quite scattered because at the start of it, you'll see that Super looks like a prime target, but you called it, Hysterics. The Orianna just isn't in a position, and it's awkward for the Renekton as well. So it starts with a 3v5. KOI chunk out so many members of G2, but they don't actually secure any kills at the very start. And this is where things get chaotic, because now KOI is split up. They're fighting fights on multiple fronts. And this is where Mirwin just provides that resolution. The damage that he provides in the 3 versus 2 near the Dragon, flashing to try and secure a kill onto Caps as well. I think that fight could have gone very wrong if Mirwin didn't arrive in time, because I feel like that KOI just didn't quite have the damage to secure those few kills needed to swing the fight so heavily in their favor.
Now, though, you've got that 3-kill Yorick going into the Broken Blade, and when things were bad, they're only gone from bad to worse.
Oh, absolutely.
This side lane is just going to be absolutely hard.
He's also got Merc Treads as well. Remember, Morning Mist is the AP damage. Like, that Q, that last rise is so damn strong with its physical damage, and in this game, Broken Blade doesn't really have much to go against it for now. MKOI, it's not the only thing going well, as mid turret is an easy charge. Super's going to take this away, and ladies and gentlemen, it feels good right now for Spain. 2K in the lead, mid is open.
When we spoke to Jojo and Alvaro on the Euphoria podcast, one of the things that they said to us was that they wanted to be faster, because sometimes when you're playing against these international teams, it feels like that you're just being suffocated, that you just, anytime you try to do anything on the map, it feels so hard to respond. And this is a great example of what they're talking about. They are just relentless. They are constantly looking for plays on the map. They just took a mid tower. Bot is continually sieging. They're now moving with the pressure that they have in top into the top side river.
They're going to get caught for it, though. Alvaro turns into engage, and Jojo slaps down. A great hero's entrance, shielded around on 2-man as well. It's a tanky members, but still, as Broken Blade comes on in, G2 tried to turn it around successfully for now. Mirwin comes in, Broken Blade survives. A re-engage there as well as Super gets to the back line, but he's going to be dead for the chase down of Hans Sama. The auto secures, Lebrov survives, and they turn that on a whim because everything was used on Skumond and Lebrov.
And just as I was praising them for the pressure they were putting down, G2 finds a way to respond. Credit to Broken Blade for that very early TP. The fact that they created a numbers advantage before the Yorick could arrive allowed for G2 to come out ahead in the fight, secure themselves an Arakan, and all of a sudden, the momentum may have shifted into G2's favor.
And it looks so good for MKOI at the start. I love that Alvaro baited it with that charm to get the engage, but Hans Sama gets good damage onto Super. Caps is in a great spot to follow up onto this, and as Betty called it, the Broken Blade with the early TP directly into the middle of the core members of MKOI set up the spice alongside a great pillar from the Trundle to deny Super really being able to escape away or kite back in that fight.
It's another game where 80 carries out trading off in these fights. 3-1-3 and 3-2-1. Super, 2 items and a bit. Same can be said of Hans Sama, so they're both threats again in this game. I do feel like Skumond, great ulti, keeps him alive in that tank on tank battle. He survived long with Lebrov, and G2 with the turn have put this game near even mark after MKOI were leading 3K.
I mean, we talked a little bit about it in that first Dragon fight where I was saying that I feel like that this fight could have gone quite wrong for MKOI just because of how close it ended up being if it wasn't for Mirwin. And so when G2 find fights without Mirwin present, you can see without a lot of the gold presence how dangerous it can really be. So I think that KOI need to be quite careful with how aggressive they're being. As right now they're being shepherded by G2.
It's also just how quickly Jojo can go down if he's subjugated by Trundle. Like, all those resistances that usually make you a good frontliner are just gone. And after that, if Mirwin isn't there, you don't really have a strong frontline apart from Pantheon with that Aegis Assault. So if G2 can find these moments where they subjugate the subjugate the Galio and can pick off Alyoya, there's just nothing left to protect Super.
My eyes, if I'm MKOI, would entirely be on Mirwin, just enabling him to just be this constant threat in the side lane. Playing through 2 lanes. Of course, they've already secured the tier 2 tower in the mid lane, but just, he feels so immovable right now with the amount of damage that he's able to output. He is a little bit squishy, I will admit. Level 15 only has the Bramble Vest for defensive itemization, but I feel like the amount of pressure that he can generate should set up for an easy Dragon that has now made its way back onto the rift.
Grouping up mid for the time being. You mentioned the Dragon would be number 3, but number 2 for either of these teams to pick it up. There's no Baron to align with it, but it looks like MKOI are going to give it up in favor of top turret and getting some deep vision in the lead up to the Purple Worm in the top lane. So G2 is... Did
he just flash?
He flashed away from Caps. No, that was before. That was a replay.
I want to say that that was
a replay.
Fat finger or a misclick, or maybe he was typing a flash or something, and
maybe he forgot WSD's not in the game yet. He was using WASDA or WASADA as we call it.
But that's a mistake. The flash not being available for the potential flash taunt from the Galio. Now unavailable. Thank you, observers, for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
Because for the rest of the map, flashes are plenty. In the early game, flashes were permanently on cooldown, but now the game has slowed down a little bit, 24 minutes in. Baron, a minute away. I don't expect that to be the next main objective, but it's important to recognize that KOI have an advantage of 4 towers to none. G2 has not, they've barely been able to touch towers. I think it's the top lane tower that's really at the lowest point, and that's because Jojo just spent a lot of time solo in that top side. So even though G2 did find a good fight around that top river, I don't want anyone to be convinced, like, it is still KOI's game. They're the ones still being the driving force, and they're the ones constantly putting this pressure down onto G2.
I think as well, once you start to get Super towards this AP, and he's able to provide a little bit of that poke, trying to contest midway, but Hans Sama gets a little bit more dangerous, and there is, if you control mid, the opportunity to go for side plays.
Pantheon LEC just ulted in top 15 seconds before Baron, trying to force out Caps and get that flash or get the ulti, but neither achieved. Super. Gonna get face checked by Skumon, doesn't care for now. Pillar's out, but it ends there. Alvaro looking for an engage. Mirwin's trying to pinch this movement with his Maiden, but for now, Quickness going to start us off, and the hero's entrance onto Han Sama. He's knocked up, he's stunned up, he flashes away. Mirwin on the chase. Get away from me! Han survives, but now they don't finish the job. It takes LEC, but is the time worth it? For G2, they're getting chunked down. LEC re-engages the fight, and Mirwin plays it back. Super did the same, and it came close to being a whoopsie. But in MKOI, we believe.
They make the dive work. Caps now isolated against Mirwin. He's the last man standing. Koi is looking for the final kill.
Exhaust. Caps flashes and dies to the Maiden. That's an ace, and that's MKOI's victory march in this game.
Massive turnaround play from MKOI, finding their moment to make that pick happen. Mirwin, great roam towards the mid lane. And at the start, I got a little dicey for it, because Supa got stunned right as he went for the ultimate. But still, MKOI able to make it work. We just see it off the back of this, where the pick is perfect onto Han Sama. Mirwin just chasing him down. And as Supa goes through, just ends up getting stunned. Just thanks to Broken Blade as he goes in, so doesn't quite get the damage, has to flash away. But regardless, you just don't really have the damage to follow through with Han Sama gone. And Elyoya and Jojo providing a fantastic CC chain to set them up so the rest can knock them down.
I think this just really demonstrates the difference with when Mirwin is there, how much value he provides in the fight, doing so much damage, running Han Sama down, not giving him an opportunity to have any impact in the fight. Koi finding a beautiful pick and looking to equalize this series 1-1, a 7K gold lead. Again, they're yet to drop a tower. And this is why I really wanted to mention earlier, yes, G2 did get a good fight, but they needed so many more good fights before they could swing the game back in their control, and Koi just would not allow them to have it.
Does feel like we've got an interesting game two on our hands. It looks like an equal game state, and at least series, right? It's definitely not equal in this individual game. 8K gold lead. Skumon going to get face checked here, but LEC is controlling this whole side of the jungle. G2 getting pushed back, and we are approaching 8.5. This turret is definitely going to drop. G2 going to think about a fight, but with Mirwin getting that demolished proc, how easy it is for this Yorick to walk up versus 2, versus 3 at this point in the game.
And as soon as they're able to get this shove on mid-wave, it gets really difficult for G2 to try and defend, because you can so quickly shift Galio to mid, shift Supa to this top side, look for potential dives, keep up pressure on the map, and just begin to outnumber G2 across all these 3 lanes. And the dive potential when you've got like Jojo, Elyoya onto some of these squishy members is very, very high.
So now it's simply the waiting game. Dragon going to be spawning in 30 seconds, but of course, for Koi, that's not really going to be that instrumental. Denying it away from G2 will of course be a nice thing to do, but their siege will have to be the next point of contention. And the problem is the siege from Koi isn't the strongest. They're quite short range overall. Their best play is to leverage potentially even the Maiden in one side lane, maybe even overstack with 5 in mid, and then use that side lane pressure. But a 4-1 with a Yorick is probably their best way to kind of break into the base. They still have about 30 seconds left on this Baron. Let's see if they can expose an inhibitor.
At least we'll get the push in and then move to Mountain Dragon. It seems to be easy. This is really dotting the I's, crossing the T's at this point as G2. They've fended them off from their base. Okay, they've kept MKOI from breaking down the structures inside, but as the Dragon will shortly be taken, I'm sure, as that next Baron comes up in 3 minutes, it's only a matter of time. It is such a risk to even walk outside the base right now as Alvaro spots Skumon.
They're just going to let Elyoya solo it. They're just going to keep up pressure where they can, and G2 unfortunately just don't have the pressure on the map to try and look for a quick snap engage and make something work in their favor.
Quite frankly, I'm really happy to see this performance from Koi.
Yeah.
Of course, game 1, a couple of their objective setups I think were, well, not handled in the best way, but game 2 they've just bounced right back. I've loved the way in which they've used their pressure in their side lanes to just kind of keep the foot on the gas, as one would say in America. And The foot on the pedal. The pedal, I don't know. I couldn't think of a British version of that.
Foot on the accelerator.
That'll work. Yeah, good one. In any case, they just did a good job at that point at playing the game much faster. And while they did have that bit of a mistake around that top river, ultimately it's been a very clean game overall from KOI. And again, 6 towers to 0. They haven't dropped a single tower, just proving how difficult it's really been for G2 to kind of put that pressure back on KOI.
And I do want to echo what you said earlier. Like, it's the quick engages, the keeping the pace up, constantly putting pressure down. It has really been what MKOI have tried to work on over the last few weeks of the split, and it's coming to fruition here. And I think it's great to see, because I think this is the team in our league that almost always benefits the most from going to internationals. Like, obviously G2 does well, but like when it comes to what their takeaway is and how quickly they can implement it, so often it's MKOI who are coming back. And I think it says a lot about, you know, the rookies that are on this squad. Or, well, not rookies, but like second year players. Like, they are so good at adapting and growing, and I think it's only the start of what is expected to be incredible careers for some of these players.
We're so used to saying it. It's just because, like, you know, these are not names that, like, household LEC fans that have been around for longer than, you know, 2 years would be used to, right? They'd be used to the old Mad Lions roster. They'd see LEC and go, oh, yeah, he's still here. But outside of JoJo, like, who else we got? And it has been a brilliant 2 years. And there's been ups and downs, but I think that's what makes a great team. Coming from the Shy fan. There are amazing players on this org that sometimes disappoint, but when they hit the highs, they hit it so damn high. Like, Super's a great example of that. Mirwin, you can see in this game alone, but you can see in many different games. And Alvaro with LEC, one of the best support jungle duos, if not the best in the league. Showing up against G2 is not only a great sign, it's a great sign of the night we have ahead. G2 are trying to elongate this game, give their Orianna, who now has Rabadons, a fighting chance, a Corki the same as well. But
he has Rabadons and then got half-healthed by a bunch of cats. It's not going well for cats.
It's definitely not. With the hat, we need some armor as well, I guess, and maybe this is going to be Azonya's coming forth, but who knows, who cares? It's Baron o'clock. LEC has GA, and they're on the top side of the map. 5 seconds, and G2 are going to try and walk in and stop the inevitable.
JoJo's going to be the focus here as Broken Blade tries to go. Skewman still has Pillar.
Yeah, so he can't ulti out. JoJo, he can't TP out. He's going to be chomped, and they're holding the CC. He's going to shield a Duran. Alvaro turns it into an engage. LEC is here as well. Teleport from G2 to bring the fight in, but Hans Summer has to run away. The ulti from JoJo sends him deep. He goes golden. The shockwave brings in super. Wait, MKOI are getting low. They're going deep. A knock-up galore. G2 are winning this fight, and MKOI need to get the hell out of there. Mirwin running for his life. Broken Blade gets caged up. Slice and dice. Flashed away from another stun. LEC kept in place as Hans Summer walks up. JoJo doesn't have a flash, or rather he does, but doesn't want to go back in. Mirwin can't bring the cats out, and as G2 chase down this fight, MKOI, like me, like you, thought that this was impossible.
It looked impossible, it felt impossible, but somehow G2 find the fight they need with that shockwave shutting down Super where he stood.
KOI is so frustrating to watch.
Betty is a bit tilted.
Because, like, JoJo's just, he's sitting in a top lane, making it so easy for G2 to just play for him when they could have, like, disengaged. Like, the Baron is just spawning. The timing is dreadful for KOI because it's given G2 an easy way back into this game. Like, he survives for so long. The engage comes through and it CC's Hans Summer. But, like, look how scattered the fight is. The TP now comes in from Mirwin. G2 gets an opportunity to regroup, and Super just goes in way too deep. He tries to 1v4 effectively on the backline. He's forced to flash immediately, and now so much of the damage disappears because you're so reliant on Mirwin. But he's now just forced to retreat. They know they don't have the numbers. And it's a frustrating sight to watch because you're right. This was KOI's game to lose, and this is the fight that could very well lose them the game.
Again, though, just an insane prediction from Caps on the shockwave.
Yeah.
Like, he catches the Kai'Sa mid-killer instinct, and if they'd kind of coordinated where Hans Summer, like, Valkyrie'd forward and looked for the play, maybe, but he just catches it. Now G2 sieging on the mid wave.
Now remember how much standing gold there is for G2 as well, because they haven't taken a tower yet this game, and now they're quickly going to convert it into 3.
It was 7k gold lead at the end of that fight.
It was
and
more.
MK now 3,
it was like 9 almost at one point.
I mean, at the end of the fight was 7.
Oh,
now
true.
it's 3k. Like, this gold is just completely vanishing for MKOI.
Now they're going into the Mirwin. Mirwin, he's isolated. Can't G2 just
But wait onto me when the cage comes out. You're right, he is isolated, but he's dead before Jojo gets to ulti in. Alvaro, he's ulted in. His Pantheon ults there as well. Hansama is just firing though. They say kill Cap, but he's shockwave on his death knell, and he doesn't even ring the damn bell. G2 have been given the Hail Mary, not once, but twice.
KOI just collapse. Mirwin in the river, isolated, dies before Jojo can even arrive. They thought that they had killed Caps, but they didn't have the damage. And just like that, the game is going to be over.
I cannot believe G2 are ending this game. Only 3 minutes ago, they were being sieged in their own base with a nearly 10k gold lead, and now they're winning the bloody game.
In our region, in our League of Legends, the game is not over until that Nexus goes boom.
Just a massive throw from KOI. They slowed the game down too much, and G2 punished them. Credit for G2 defining that fight, but wow, what a throw from KOI.
They would be kicking themselves. Roman, you know, as we go to a break on match point.
League fans, mark your calendars. The LEC Expo is back. On September 27th and 28th, we're taking over Plaza de España in Madrid with 2 full days of free activities celebrating everything League. From cosplay contents and meet and greets with teams and talent to partner activations like Kit Kat's selfie box with Aporo, Red Bull 2XKO station, and lore-inspired booths. This is the ultimate fan experience. It's not just about watching, it's about living League together. So grab your friends, bring your fandom, and join us at the LEC Expo 2025. Free entry, no ticket needed. Don't miss your chance to be a part of it.
Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Jay, have you joined the WhatsApp? What? Oh, join the WhatsApp? Jake, I need you to join the WhatsApp. I already joined the WhatsApp. They asked me, I joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, Medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
Started because it was a B1 Renekton.
Ooh, Jojo.
Jojo. Let's ignore that.
No, Jojo.
Even though he's got a reign of anger, it's Merwin bringing down the shovel. One more last right.
Not to your father, bro.
Anti-being, okay?
He's trolling. Nice. Nice. I'm looking guys as well. Pin him, Galio.
Carries.
Nice. Go mid.
Nice, guys.
Nice comeback.
Nice comeback, guys.
Nice, guys. No way.
All right, something I want to mention is something that Luis, your performance coach, wrote so that the players can see it. Patience. Can you elaborate?
I think the storyline for G2 is that they want to take the revenge on us. So we need to be patient because I think they will come into the match with emotions. And if we wait and we're patient, they're going to make mistakes and we're going to be able to capitalize on it.
I love it. Thank you so much, Zef. Best of luck for the rest.
That aged like leche. That's milk in Spanish. We recorded this 10 minutes into the game, so thanks
brutal.
to Zef for talking to Lord, but it did kind of pan out exactly the way he didn't want it to pan out. Oh my God.
I'm seeing a lot of lack of patience, and it's not just some of those late-game team fights as well. I think from Jojo specifically, on the one contrast, you have Caps, who's an absolute monster right now, but Jojo getting solo killed as well in that Galio matchup. There's no patience there. They bring it back. They find the Sen again. MKOI's their smooth sailing, and then that patient element again, it's just, oh, it's falling apart.
And on the other side of it, I think G2 did have that patience. They waited for the mistakes to come in from MKOI. I mean, there were some great moments from MKOI in this game, and I really liked how they brought some of these fights across into mid lane where they could split up the team, use the Kai'Sa very well. This is the good side of it, and we know how good MKOI can be. And I'm really sad that this game went the way it would from them.
I feel you.
Super was a guy that was saying that, you know, people maybe didn't expect much from the team. I do. I expect them to be playing well. It's so sad to see this game fall away from them.
Yeah, and it's a stark contrast because this was Super beforehand with perfect positioning on the Kai'Sa, and this time around, let's bring the work back, shall we? Patience. They are over-indexing on Hans Sommer. They're sending everything at him. You could easily front to back. Super gets caught in the middle of his Kai'Sa ultimate by Caps. And the moment that Super is out of the fight, it's G2 who's at a disadvantage at this point in the game, but because they have the man advantage, they're finally able to come back into that game. And let's be real, this is a play that's initiated by MKOI. It's not G2, they're reacting to it, they're playing great reactively, but it's MKOI who's over-forcing the issue.
There are so many ways we can take this. Of course, we're trying to play that kind of side where, look, we know that MKOI can be better than this. On the other side too, what the hell was that game from Caps? Oh my God, those shockwaves were so good. It is a story of two sides, as it always is. And these are two teams which have impressed us an awful lot. I think those shockwaves were absolutely game-changing.
They were. He's been amazing, I think, in the two games that we've seen. Of course, I think MKOI, you know, credit to them, they did stabilize, and then all they had to do was kick the ball in the goal. And I think I'm glad they have their performance coach with them, because you know as well as I do that to lose a game in that way.
KP. I mean, that's fantastic from Caps.
And to know that Caps, he did it 2 games, right? He's going to do it in the 3rd game as well, JP.
He is, and this is the entirety that MKOI needs to focus on, because I think Labrov did a fantastic job at playing around this guy.
Yeah.
But I also think on the MKOI side, Super in both games has been fantastic. I don't think the Sivir game at all was his fault. I think this Kai'Sa game was fantastic. I think Merwin on the Yorick should have been enough side lane pressure.
Has this smirk, man.
And he loves it. I mean, he knows he got away with that. Just got solo killed and just like, yeah, got away with it again. But I'm so excited by some of the MKOI players, and I want them to be able to contain Caps, because the plays I'm seeing from MKOI, I want this series to go the distance. I want to see more from them. But the way the Caps is just, you know, dominating this series, it's scary.
Yeah, the Caps factor, you can't rule it out, but BB did get a bit diffed in that 1v1 matchup, and that's a problem. If Merwin can get an angle in here, we can see that MKOI actually can rally around that winning top lane matchup pretty well. We saw what he did against, some matches, that Gwen Akali matchup too. He can do it. Might need to see some more of that in Game 3 though, because this is looking
Merwin does it, what is Sayers gonna do? It's just what I'm thinking.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. Don't bring it up.
Doomer. Anyways, yeah, but it is, with all said and done, it's still freaking match point for G2. They are 1 game away from making it directly to the grand finals. Now, GB, as you laid out so expertly, that might not always be a boon for them, but I will say in this case it will be, because they came into this match with only one thing on their mind, and that was revenge.
And they're getting it right now. I mean, across the board, we're still seeing those improvements that G2 has been talking about themselves, that we've been talking about. It's the entirety of it. We wanted more from Scuman and Labrov, and we've been getting more from Scuman and Labrov. Game 1 in this series, Scuman was dominating. Game 2 on the Alistar, that's Labrov James Alistar, and he always performs on it, and he did as well in Game 2.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, it's Rakan for Alvaro. He's going to do amazing, because usually they win those games.
You said he has 99% win rate when he's playing this. In your head. This was the 1%.
This was the 1%.
Even when the mic isn't on, you can curse them. Incredible.
Oh, you stop. Nymira, we're going to get into this draft for game number 3. So paint me a picture, because Movistar KOI is on the blue side once again, and now they really need to rally.
Yeah, and we're getting to the point now where some important players we were mentioning are going to have the champion pool start to get a little bit reduced. Particularly jungle support are the roles which I think get hit hardest as draft goes on. We're not going to have stuff like the Royal Alistar. A lot of the kind of the standard stable picks are going to get a lot more strained. And I think really as we go into this, jungle support is where I think before this game, we thought that's where it might get decided. And as we go through this, that's the players which I think, besides Caps, are the players that we're talking about the most.
You agree, Finn?
Yeah. As I'm joining my fellow analysts into this commencing draft phase for this game 3. And I really want to see MKOI try to hammer in on, I mean, if you can get mirror and counterpick, fine. But I really need to see some more support for Jojo, because I feel like these 2 games, Caps has kind of been running free. And even on this Galio getting solo kill level 3, I feel like it's not really acceptable in a playoff series. And I want to see more from him, because I remember in that spring finals, Jojo was putting on crazy numbers in the laning phase. And I want to see that Jojo. I don't want to see this Jojo.
Yeah, I mean, Brokenblade said it. We're the only ones who improved. The rest regressed or did not improve. Was he talking about the mid lane? Probably not. He has to look at his own house too, because he didn't do too well versus Mirwin in that game too, GB. But what do you think?
I mean, I think that it's one thing that you can build more around Jojo, but I also think that even this last game, it's not a bad Galio angle. Galio into Orianna is something we see all the time, and you're not supposed to get solo kill level 3.
Should have picked Shyvana.
I mean, Shyvana, okay, don't get me started on this. You guys are not ready for the conversation of Shyvana into Yorick, but you will be one day.
I'm also not ready for that.
We're not going to see it here, or maybe we will.
Yeah, so we see already a big hammer in on the engaged champions here from MKOI. They banned the Maokai, the Nautilus, the Poppy. I'm kind of eyeing the Sejuani right now for Elioya. I feel like they want to slow down the game a little bit, hammering on that patience that we haven't seen from them. And I think a pick like Sejuani will give Elioya and Alvaro the control that they desperately need right now.
But we don't see the Jarvan ban just yet, and that has been pretty high up on it. With the Rumble gone, I actually wonder whether the Jarvan takes that top spot. I do completely agree. Sejuani, once we get through those junglers, has a lot of value, but it's not even going to be any of them immediately on towards the Ezreal.
It's going to be an Ezreal lock in it for Super, and I feel like that kind of hammers in the fact, because now you have Ezreal, very self-sufficient AD carry, and that will give Alvaro a lot of space to roam to that mid lane, potentially roam to that top lane. And we know Supa, when he's left alone, he can find these good farm numbers. Like, he's just so self-sufficient that now he will be fine on his own. And I wonder how they're going to take the rest of his drafts.
Yeah, but if you blind pick Xayah here, well, it's not really a blind pick. You know you're picking it into Ezreal, but you always have to think about the jungle matchup. And Nymira, you were mentioning a Jarvan. Yeah. Jarvan's one of those junglers that really love playing into the Xayah. It's just so easy to force the ultimate early and then just trap her in a pit with the lack of mobility.
And then on the other side of it, if G2 think, well, there's a Jarvan as a threat, well, you don't want to pick it into the Ezreal that much either, because Ezreal can often outplay the Jarvan. Maybe you go towards it just because you feel like it's the priority in terms of the AD skirmishes. Perhaps they have a different read on that altogether. I'm also worried about the support matchup too. I mean, the Rakan's out. If you pick support first as G2, then do you get Ezreal karma'd if you pick the wrong matchup? So I think right now, MKOI with the Ezreal first pick, they have some value, and it's the Volibear instead, all right.
Wow, I mean, this is just super high-tempo jungler from Skumon. He farms fast, he ganks strong, and has great dive after level 6. So I really want to see Skumon use this in the early game, trying to get leads in these lanes for G2. My eyes are on the Nico that has been banned a lot of these games, but right now when all the engaged supports are out, the Alistar, Rel, Rakan, Nautilus, Nico takes a lot of prio. You were talking about the Jarvan, Nymira, and I think it's a great call out into the Xayah. It's one of the best jungles at dealing with that, but it will be the Rise for Jojo for that split push 1-3-1, the kind of pressure. And this just speaks to me that you have the Ezreal, you can leave him alone, and you can index everything into this Rise.
I wonder whether Caps feels like he has to play something like the Annie right now, just to have something which can contest with the Rise early on, and then also have the Volibear kind of stun into stun. Not gonna lie, not a huge person. I don't have a great amount of knowledge on mid-jungle TVTs with the Volibear because it's quite a rare one, but there it is. You do go for that stun, into the stun, contest with the rise. You can see the mind games happening here.
I have one big worry here for MKOI though, is that now G2 is able to pick their support first, and you might end up in a position where all the engaged support champions are kind of out. So maybe we're gonna have to see like something like a Karma from Alvaro if the Nico and the Leona gets taken out or picked away here from G2.
Do you feel like they need that engage coming from support with the option still available from top lane?
I mean, to me, I think Alvaro works the best when he can follow up on Leona's engage with more engage. I like seeing him being able to follow on these heavy dives.
There is, oh man, you know, with another AD carry, you'd actually even think about Renata with the Jarvan, but Ezreal Renata doesn't feel fantastic as a duo. I think realistically, while looking for that lane presence, though, as you're talking about the Nico, the Karma, you can't exactly get rid of all of them. So the Ambassador following from G2, though, ban that away, make sure that Muin, as GB was mentioning, doesn't have as much of the engage from top lane to follow up.
Mundo ban strikes me as MKOI wants to blind pick something a little bit more unconventional.
Oh, you know, there's been some changes at the board. Got to make sure that they've the CEO out of the picture.
Is downsized right now. Cassandra and Mundo bans, I'm not sure where they're taking this. I'm thinking initially something like an Aurora top line that kind of highlights, with these bans, that's something that she maybe would not like too much. But now you have a choice to make as G2. Either you blind pick your supporting, get counter pick there, or you blind pick your top lane and get counter pick there. So you gotta make a call. The Nico will get locked in. As we've been talking about, it's one of those main engage supports left, and only real answer if you want to engage right now is the Leona, which is not really a good matchup here for the MKOI.
Oh, Mill and Gwen, it's been a controversial topic if it comes through from our analyst desk. Well, there's two boats, well, two camps right now. There's the Finn camp and there's the Jack Spectre camp in terms of how we're feeling about that champion on Mirwin specifically. I don't know if you want to elaborate yourself on it. Or
it's gonna get locked in.
I mean, whenever I see Mirwin get blind picks Gwen, I sometimes see him struggle, and I just see such a good Jax angle for BB opening up here when you blind pick the Gwen. So I'm a little bit worried for that, but it's gonna be the Bard from Alvaro, which is really exciting.
I forgot about Bard, actually.
And the Bard, it's not really engaged, it's like half engaged. It's really good into the Saya and the Annie, and we see the Jax counter pick insta-locked by Broken Blade.
Yeah, just to give some storytelling here, Alvaro, this has to be a little bit of a redemption game from him. The last time he was playing the Bard, he had some questionable magical journeys. It wasn't his best champion last time he played it, but this is one of those drafts where you can get full agency on it against a lot of these champions where you can either deny some of the CC or really just find immobile targets.
I think that this is going to be a very scrappy game. Fights can start out of nowhere. You've got Annie, Volibear, Jarvan, you've got the Rise as well. Fights can start at the drop of a hat, and MKOI will have to show that they have patience to choose the right fight in the way that they couldn't do in that last game.
They have a lot of options, but as you say, the magnifying glass on that Alvaro, on that Bard after that performance last week, and Finn also on the top lane. Broken Blade with a chip on his shoulder after that second game, just wants to send them straight to the lower bracket.
Oh, he's in full comfort right now. I remember Broken Blade's Jax was always one of his best champions. Even in spring when he was struggling, he was always finding good games on this Jax. Battlefield will be top lane, and I'm excited how they bring it out.
Yeah, Jake, imagine he had a real weapon.
I can imagine. I can. Because last game, I'll tell you one thing, Broken Blade, he pulled something out. I want to know what that is. It's the Half Moon Zamadar. What is that?
All I'm saying is Gwen has a pair of scissors, and you don't hear her going around talking about she doesn't have a real weapon.
True.
You know?
And she had two of those weapons. Shox, very, very good throw. You know why? Because this series, this game could come up and come down now with G2 already performing out of their mind. And oh my God, Mad fans must be mad themselves after game 2. That was a rough showing.
I mean, I got lost for words.
Yeah.
Was super frustrating given the position that Koi was in, but the players just have to brush it off, and they have to now find 3 victories consecutively. They have to make the reverse sweep happen. Now, as a roster, this is the type of team to do it. They can get down and dirty. We know that they've got some creative drafts. But the thing is, you look at this draft, and I just feel like G2's got a lot of comfort. The Jackson to Gwen, we already heard the analyst desk talking about it. The Volibear for Skumond, he had a fantastic game on it against KC last week, where he was just doing serious damage on the Rift. We know that Caps is just so far having a great series, and ultimately it'll come down to how much impact can Elyoya have with this Jarvan. Broken Blade.
He cancelled the fishing.
He's got 2 gold. He didn't get the magic 10. Ward put down. Yeah, so we're reflecting off game 1. Dag, did you meet anyone special between breaks? Did you hear about anything?
So actually I ran into Noah downstairs. And he was telling me that watching the last game reminded him of playing against G2 himself on Fnatic, where they would throw games. so he definitely had a few choice words.
Yeah.
Shout out to the man himself.
Yeah, nice, Noah. Okay, well, that's the throwback to last year. G2 on match point here, and let's see how the matchup goes. Jax commonly picked into the Gwen, and I mean, this is a matchup that we have seen many times in the LEC. Jax players say that, you know, a weighted skill matchup, I guess, and Grasping taking the matchup. No flash here for Mirwin as Jojo doesn't get that last little overload. Caps, oh, I mean, tap dancing is Caps here in the mid lane.
He took E at level 1 so that he had that extra bit of mobility to sidestep Jojo. And then he used it there as well to block the electrocutes. Very nice trading coming out from Caps. He's a little bit behind in the farm department.
Yeah.
But kind of to be expected when that Rise gets to the level 2. Meanwhile, Elyoya creating a split map alongside Skewmond as he moves into the enemy jungle. And we're going to cut the map in half. So Hansama and Labrov going to be very isolated, but Mirwin with no flash on the top side of the map will be isolated as well. And we've seen Mirwin on Gwen before, without flash, be punished so heavily. So he'll have to make sure that he respects the positioning of Skewmon and the potential ganks that can happen in the early game.
And I mean, that volley's going to send up Sky Splitter and just charge in under that W from Gwen anyway. So I feel like for Mirwin, he's going to be a very dangerous pass, and without flash against a volley bear, I am scared for his chances in this isolated map. Now, junglers are going back to their own side for the time being, so things normalize a little bit, but I say that Alvaro, doesn't get rooted up, does burn his heal, has Spellbook, so it's not the end of the world, but for G2, it's a nice trade in this lane where they're already down on CS.
It was lucky that third feather didn't connect. I thought that was definitely going to be the route. But Alvaro managing to escape away from it. Still, this is going to be good pressure now for G2 on this bottom side. Abroad, trying to see if he could land the tango bars, I thought, as Volibear making their way down. Both junglers here on this bottom side.
Hans, hit, waiting for the Mystic shot, trying to cut around, heal burn. Labrov flashes, misses the tangle barbs. In comes jungle pressure. Elyoya spotted first, and quickly after Skewmon gets the Scuttle Crab on the way in, but it is no summoners on Labrov, so it is a slight win for MKOI.
I mean, Skewmon did get the crab, though. So, yeah, you could argue.
It's an even trade. No flash for Nico.
There's a world now where Skewmon could double crab, but it looks like he's going to go back to base, and so Elyoya is just going to run towards his top side, go and grab the Scuttle Crab. But just in time for the Raptors respawn, Skewmon is already going to be back out onto the map, and so a small jungle lead going in favor of G2. We'll see if that really amounts to much. But Jojo now has to be very careful because of what Elyoya needs to do on the map. He wants to get that last minion. Yeah, now he's going to go back to base. And wise choice, just backing up a little bit more so that he can respect the possible gank that could come through from Skewmon.
Now, I want to quickly talk about the bear, because I think Volibear is just, I mean, he's been in a good spot, place for the longest time. The frenzy is broken healing, and Sky Splitter has one of the most highest damage profiles out of a level 1 ability. It is a Cosmic Drive looking to come through it first with the Aether Wisp picked up, but normally we're seeing the builds, and especially out of people, even like Elyoya in jungle and solo queue, are going for things like the Iceborne Gauntlet into a tank build with an AP item. So it is either the Hexblade or it is the Cosmic Drive. So it is a fun build, and again, like, for Volibear, he's one of the greatest duelists and has great AP in his kit. He is just so strong on one item with his full chunk.
Let's see how much he can get done. I still think if he ends up going in for a play and Elyoya is able to counter, you can find yourself in a bit of a difficult situation when it comes to the CC that can be provided and that turnaround play. And especially as level 6 starts to get hit, could end up getting locked down as...
Nice trade back comes through from the G2 bot lane as Alvaro loses about 60% of his HP, but Super still staying healthy, landing some nice Qs himself. Does have a very slight gold advantage over Hansama.
Skewmon coming in. Wait for it on all fours. Jojo gets stunned up, flashing for the Sky Splitter, and like I said, there's the damage. Tibbers looking to finish off Jojo on the run, and the bear cannot catch up.
The pot's doing wonders there for Jojo, keeping him just above lethal, as 2 flashes were committed to try and make that kill happen. But no first blood will be given over to Caps this time around.
And what we have seen this series is Alvaro and Elyoya going immediately towards those flashless mid laners when they have a chance. So I'm curious if we get another play towards their super though. A little bit of a trade on the top side against Labrov means that Alvaro might have to hover top side here to let Super farm up.
And look at Hans, he's now getting really behind in terms of farm. He's taken some pretty poor trades against Super and has been forced to go back to base. Broken Blade also catching this wave means that Alyoya, with really good control over this bot side river, should be an easy objective secure for him. With the grub spawning in a minute's time and both bot lanes on the top side of the map, you imagine that both teams will be setting their eyes on this objective. But the first one going the way of MKOI, definitely a good way to start things off.
Definitely is. MKOI need all the help they can get in this game, at least for momentum's sake, as face checking in, Tangle Barb's going to get Jojo, who doesn't have flash, and Cap stands there, gets a stun down, but the damage is lacking for the time being. Skewmont has just pulled his Sky Splitter out, and that's the end of the trade.
Even if they don't get the kill, I think it's still worth to go for these quick fights around mid, because Alyoya being able to flash in on Caps, CC him, and then set up for Joe to follow through with the root will be a dead Caps. So even when you're just making these quick plays, it's about keeping Jojo pure and honest. So then if he ever tries to go for this aggressive trade in mid, Caps has the opportunity to turn around in a one-on-one.
Here we're getting some beautiful trades against Broken Blade. Just maximizing the stacks on his Q to go for these quick trades, even through the E. Mr. Mirwin with a nice health advantage. Broken Blade doesn't have TP. Oh, he's going to cancel the base.
The thing is, Mirwin still has Ignite. We talked about it early. He's not flash, he's Ignite Gwen. If he gets anywhere close to a solo kill or forces out Broken Blade with the wave pushing, that CS lead is going to grow. He's got to step up to the turret, full snip and full effect. Broken Blade has to be careful also with the Gwen ulti up and available. Oi at the edge, good teetering there, and Broken Blade just walks out of the range.
I mean, the laners from MKOI are just doing very well here in Game 3. Objectives going their way as well with the first dragon, and this is going to be at the very least 2 grubs. They're looking to make it 3. Skewmont is alone here, given the top wave is pushed in. Labrov is going to arrive late, and there we go. 3 grubs locked in for Koi. So a fantastic early game here in Game 3 when the pressure is really on.
Not just the pressure, but I'm surprised, you know, a bit of tilt from last game would be expected, but so far MKOI have really shaped off what Game 2 was and started this game in spectacular fashion.
Super's just doing such a good job at denying Hans Sama the ability to trade back. Just playing so well around the range and the feathers. And now with Alvaro open his top side, going to see what they can do in a good trade here.
Going to go in, Labrov doesn't have level 6, Alvaro does. Tempered Fate up and available. Cosmic Binding, slight miss there as trying to get those blooming blows out. Labrov now gets level 6, so he has that big ulti opportunity. Next fight to use it is Dragon in 245, so it might just be within the lane. Cap sends out Tibbers. Simply for the chunk, Jojo stands and sets up his wave clear while Alvaro comes nearby.
The cavalry there immediately. Both Alvaro in the river and Alyoya behind him in the lane. Mirwin though, look at the way he's positioning. Traditionally considered a counter matchup, but with no early gank, Broken Blade really hasn't gotten his footing in this matchup. A nearly 500 gold lead being built for Mirwin just in the 1v1, with a 25 CS lead now being accrued. Mirwin doing a really good job, similar to what we saw in Game 2, where Mirwin just got the better of Broken Blade then as well.
He did.
That might change as junglers make their way into the river.
Skewmont's going to be an award, but Mirwin's already committed forward. Now the needlework is out. Counter-Strike gets the stun up. Good damage, flash away. Broken Blade disengages, but Skewmont needs to finish off the kill. We need to see the Sky Splitter in full effect, but Skewmont doesn't have flash available. He can't get in range, and MKOI don't expend a thing apart from that ult.
It does set up for Broken Blade to get this bit of a freeze, which is why I wonder if Mirwin actually stopped the reset. No, it does fully commit. They'll TP back, because a minute 40, you can actually use this to get the bounce off that tower and then be back out pushing for the next one.
Pop Blossom as well. Is the burst enough? That's the problem. The burst is not there, but Skewmont does have ulti. Jojo paying respect, steps it back, receives the wave.
The Catalyst providing Jojo with enough HP to survive the play from Labrov. He comes in using the minions as a disguise to catch Jojo off guard, and while it does work, they just don't have the required damage. So once again, Broken Blade under a lot of pressure here. Alyoya shadowing Mirwin to make sure that he can just do whatever he wants in the 1v1.
Still taken relatively low, especially when we're looking at Dragon in just in a minute's time. We need to try and crash that next wave and get the reset, and I don't think Jojo, Pyona, and Alyoya will be able to shadow him this entire time, as the rest of MKOI actually look for the resets. So it might be a window of opportunity for G2 to try and finally set up for a play on this bottom side.
Broken Blade's ult's almost up and available, by the way. Well, we are looking at mid for the time being. Just remember, Mirwin's chunk might come a moment too soon as Needlework is almost up, but I feel like Broken Blades will be up first. The bot lane is resetting, getting pushed in. And MKOI are getting kept in isolation in these lanes, which has been good for them. You guys already complimented and said that MKOI's lanes are great. I mean, they continue being great. Mirwin has maintained just about on that 20 CS lead. It's actually 20 as we speak.
Watch the Nico in the bottom lane, though. Just swapped into a minion, is now starting to move in on towards this bottom side. They want to try and make a play towards Mirwin, and Mirwin's in a bit of a hard spot with Dragon just up. Jojo now chunked. He needs to stay on the map. But it looks like just going to be Vision taken for Lebrov instead.
Lebrov has been spotted. If you didn't know already, he's been spotted. Counter-Strike in. Broken Blade doesn't full commit. Cosmic finding out. A couple of autos. Lebrov steals away minion again, but Dragon has been started.
Keeping my eyes on Aljoya, and he's making his way over, but Jojo, no HP. Caps is being zoned away from the objective, though, but I still think it's a difficult contest, and yeah, that's going to be an objective secured.
He's so good at solo objectives, man. He just hits away at it. Grandmaster at Arms onto Mirwin. The snip's out, but Broken Blade has his number. Scumon's coming in just in case to bring the storm down. First blood over to G2.
Slam dunk for Scumon. Flicks off the tower, turns off the lights for Mirwin along with it. And now correcting a lot of this bottom side for Broken Blade as well. Still a sizable gold lead for Mirwin, but at least helping out in that regard for Broken Blade.
Yes, surprised to see such a late first blood with these two junglers on the map, but it's been difficult for Scumon to really find a good play, and Aljoya's primary goal has been covering for his laners that have been coming out on top. But now, a bit of an overstep from Mirwin in the bot lane. He didn't have his jungler in the vicinity, and that results in first blood going the way of G2.
What a breath of fresh air for Broken Blade, who I feel like 3 games, really, there was an even Sion game there, but last game we talked about this game as well. Mirwin has really had his number, and Ignite was also used in that trade, so Mirwin now summonerless until his TP comes back up and available. Broken Blade will have a flash. And Scumon being on the board first, that's a gold lead for a jungler who's even as well. That is a dancing bear that is fake. Elioya spots that out as he goes to the cross. While Broken Blade getting more confident in the matchup now with Trinity Force.
I thought that Scumon was fishing for a play in top lane. I saw him on the minimap hovering around. But I have a feeling I may have been baited by what is in fact Lebrov disguised as Scumon.
Yes.
And now the Raptors being stolen away. Aljoya will yoink those. Tower under siege in the mid lane. MKOI again demonstrating the pressure that we saw in game 2. They've got push in mid, they've got push in top, they're stealing away camps. They're just constantly doing something that forces G2 to react to them, which then just gives them agency over what they want to do on the map. But now that kind of pressure has to ease up as the minion waves fall. They retreat a little bit, but Alvaro continues to maintain control over that topside river. And Scumon forced to just go through his jungle and get what he can.
Play towards Caps.
Okay, slow is there, but it doesn't get the wall. That Cosmic binding a little bit far off. Pop Blossom in response. It's a 2-man going golden. It's a self-ult from Alvaro, but he's still going to die. He flashes away. No. What? I didn't see the Realm Warp on the ground. There were too many particles. As Mirwin, meanwhile, gets forced out with the needlework down.
Jojo does a good job getting the Realm Warp, and now Mirwin needs to get on out of here on the bottom side of the map. I was about to say, I think for MKOI, as long as they can look for plays in lanes and avoid going for any sort of play that's in a 3v3 to 5v5 situation, they're fine, but they end up running into G2 and now looking to contest this Rift Shroud.
Ginch, though, for the time being. Missing shot hits Lebrov. That's nice here.
Mirwin just TP'd bottom as well. Broken Blade on reset means he could TP into this play and in behind MKOI.
But Alvaro's coming in without a Tempered Fate. MKOI dash in the wind here with Herald going back and forth. And what I mean is that they have to be careful about where they place, so they're going to get blown aside. Reset on the Herald. Is it buying time? His biggest question is G2 hover around.
They don't want to contest.
Okay.
Caps has no ult, so they're just going to back away. Broken Blade now starting to get some good trades against Mirwin.
Oh, it's really good trades as well. Enhanced auto coming up. There it is. The snip still connect, but Mirwin is the one lower, and now that matchup is starting to take effect.
Alvaro there with the redemption, though.
Thank you, sir.
The heal going to be refreshing for Mirwin, who is the one exuding all of that pressure in the 1v1 earlier, but now needs a bit of a refresher himself. Alvaro going to pay a visit to this matchup, and we'll say to Broken Blade, hey, you need to ease off. Let Mirwin get what farm he can. Look at that, dropping him 2 iced coffees in the bot lane as well.
Apparently hot chocolate. I called it a cup of tea. I got rinsed. it's a cup, guys. It's just a cup of tea with a marshmallow in it.
How can you be a caster if you don't know?
It's
what a
winter.
tea and hot chocolate.
Look, gentlemen, there may be a bear on the loose.
I think indeed. That's an easy stun. Sky Splitter again. Not even needing a thundering smash. Broken Blade gets a kill, and Mirwin disrespecting where this bear is on the map. While meanwhile, Super steps up to this. The feathers are out. The flash is in. Hans looking for the solo kill. The feathers are... Oh! The bird of prey. Hans Summer takes down Super, who stepped up to the original king. Tempered Fate catches him adrift now. Elyoya's on the way in with a Cataclysm. Hans Summer knows he's dead. With a root up, though, he's trying to take another body down, but Elyoya trades off the kill. But it all started with Super's ego.
I mean, that felt personal. Hans Summer turned to him and said, gonna interrupt my back? All right, well, that's gonna come with a cost. He gets himself a solo kill onto Super. But the good news for KOI is they do secure that tower in the mid lane. Let's look back at this play.
Yeah, I mean, you call it, right? Going forward with the Arcane Shift, but you get the Ghost and the speed up on the W, and with the flash forward, able to get so many of those. But this was gorgeous. Managing to connect with the feathers, and then unfortunately the slows coming through and the CC with the ultimate just enough to get there so that an Elyoya can turn the kill around.
Almost out of the Tempered Fate as well, but just on the edge. And Hans Summer does what he can in the end, but...
No! You thought that he had that. He thought, yeah, I can kill this Jarvan.
He saw the root and he's like, hang on a minute, there's damage, but unfortunately it's close. However, Hans Summer with that kill, Yuntao, Navori, Flicker Blades, 2 items Zaya, and G2 is starting up this Dragon. This will make Dragon number 2. I mean, I am worried when we saw MKOI's first 10 minutes in lanes being so good. The fact that we flipped around and like Fabio, old mate, says, G2 are cooking. G2 in this game 3 are cooking again. Alvaro gets a stun up. A bit of damage from Jojo, but it's not enough. Broken Blade's going to kite it back to the turret, and G2 get Dragon number 2 with the resist that's that.
Yeah, I want to echo what you were saying, Hysterics, just because it felt to me like KOI's laning phase was just getting the better of G2.
It was really good.
They had full control over the early objectives. They got the first Dragon, they got 3 grubs, but then there was this turning point when Skumond got that kill onto Mirwin. Now all of a sudden that Broken Blade into Mirwin matchup wasn't as bad anymore. Skumond now feels like he's having more presence on the map. Hans Summer is able to match and then gets that solo kill as well, and all of a sudden it feels like that this game has very much swung in the favor of G2, but taking stock of the whole situation, KOI definitely not out of this game by any means.
You can definitely see, though, G2, how quickly they're starting to shift across the map. They put pressure into bot, forcing Mirwin back and Elyoya to respond. Now they're covering for this top lane play, as Broken Blade has a teleport to try and move in here if he wants to as well.
Okay, gonna get knock up first. A nice flag and drag. Cosmic Binding doesn't connect, but True Shot Barrage is beautiful. Skumon gets out of there, getting heavy chunked from Super. Nothing up, and Skumon can just Frenzy Maul here to get some health back in his own jungle. Red buff will also be on the menu next, but MKOI trying to add some pressure to open up top turret as well.
You're in a little bit of an awkward spot as G2, though, because his Caps is matching on bot, has wards if he wants to try and TP him behind, and they're full committing his MKOI.
Hunter has his ult, he's going to pop it early here, and doesn't have his flash available, but he does have a root back. TP in from Broken Blade. Herald gets the charge, the turret ties down and getting in. Elyoya was saved, but the quickness, or rather Counter-Strike, ends his world. Tempered Fate onto 3. Now that Elyoya's down, MKOI getting out of there, and the Tempered Fate probably saves the rest of the follow-up from G2.
I don't know why Elyoya went to get into the Herald. They could have just walked away. They got the tower, but in trying to get in, he just drops into the waiting hands of G2, and everyone at MKOI had already disbanded, so there was just nothing to follow up on.
I think his plan was to use the Herald to get the knockups, but I guess he didn't expect the Herald to die as quickly as it did, because we see this engage, the tower ends up dropping, and you can see here, like, it gets so low, and then once it falls, it's so difficult for the rest of KOI to really do much off the back of it, so they're just forced to retreat.
He's worried about Hans Summer there, but you're right, like, it doesn't work out well. Artican now the starting thought, and G2 as they begin this, True Shot Barrage is going to come on down, and that's going to help out, but MKOI need to get their hustle on bustle. Super gets out over the wall. There again is another Sky Splitter. Elyoya's on the way at 5k. A flip for Artican. He takes a magical journey though. Looks for a reposition. Broken Blade's coming for a flank using the same journey. Counter-Strike is now down. Pop Blossom in. It's a 3-man from LeBron. Broken Blade is still in the thick of it though as he's kiting out. He's not dead yet. Artican still goes down over to Hans Summer, but now MKOI have a chance. Out with the ulti from Skumon as Hans Summer gets another root. It's capped. Laid on top. Super gets out. Then he arcane shifts over the wall. MKOI trade even, but it was Arakan on top. That makes it so worth for G2. What is happening? Elyoya is going to ult these Sky Splitter damage down. Skewmon just walked past him and was like, hey, there was a weird interaction.
Yeah, we're starting to get a little silly as G2, they go for the Rift Herald, but they end up over-committing because Hansama sticks around to try and finish the Rift Herald as the rest of G2 pull away. And amazed that MKOI have a chance to get back, but another pick onto Skewmon at the end of it. Just kind of weird moments here from Skewmon.
My goodness. I mean, ultimately, though, KOI turned the fight in their favor. They do, of course, lose the Arakan at the end of that exchange. But the fact that they were able to get a few picks, we look back at this fight.
Yeah, but watch Hansan at the top here. So he goes super low because he ends up just being forced to solo the rest of Arakan here because Skewmon pulls off to play with Jojo. So this is effectively a 4 versus 5 where Broken Blade has already gone in super deep. So Mirren and Super able to get a ton of damage on towards him. Now Hansama joins in already incredibly low. And the fact that they managed to get Alvaro was a bit of a blessing. I thought at that stage they pull off with how low everyone is, but then catching Skewmon just wandering through River was another gift for MKOI.
No, I think you're completely right. I didn't spot Hansama in the initial play, but ideally for G2 they would have finished Arakan and then converted it into a fight, but they thought that the angle was too good that they forced the fight early, but it ended up just creating this disconnect with which KOI was quick to punish. KOI finding weaknesses in some of the G2 play. If they can continue to capitalize on this, an easy way for them to get a firm footing in this game.
Problem is right now the footing feels loose for both. Gold lead barely there for MKOI. The Arakan picks up, and again, it's invisible gold. Hans, yeah, okay, I get it. And I think Hansama in this game has benefited the most, obviously, off the earlier kills, but G2 have double dragon. It is third, now coming up in 10 seconds. Elyoya just picked up Black Cleaver and 2 items really across the board. MKOI need to be here, but look how late they are coming out of base. They need to take those...
There is no portals. There's no
portals, so I was wondering how they're getting through. They took a Bard portal, but they're too late. Dragon is gone, Elyoya.
Is he too late?
Prove me wrong! It's taken by Skewmon, never mind. It's third Dragon, needlework, Cataclysm out. Hansama caught in the middle of it. He gets a root out, but surely he must die. Alvaro unfortunately picks up the kill, so MKOI get one for the quarter Dragon, but they were too late in the end despite the 50-50. G2 on sole point.
G2 still hovering around to try and defend this tower. Broken Blade pushing in this top side. I don't know how much they can try and commit for this. Hansama, I think good call not to burn the flash. He was just happy to sit there and go, look, I will fall for this dragon, but we get to play it now, Jojo.
Okay, with the root up as well, Pop Blossom zones off anyone else going golden. Time is bought. Skewmon on the way in, though. He's going to get his smash down. Exhausted down, doesn't get in range. No stun up as TP from Broken Blade. Then matched out with a counter-strike. He zoned off everyone of MKOI. This fight not looking too good as the mosh pit of G2 is just harder. A Cosmic Binding slows down the play with Broken Blade in with a hill, a league strike, a Tangle Barb that misses from LeBron. Jojo's able to walk it out. The Sky Splitter once again zoning off Alvaro as G2 keep getting small resources. Gold's going up. G2 are getting blood.
This game is getting scrappy. Like, it felt to me that KOI wanted to keep G2 bot lane so they could allow for Super to push in mid and then collapse onto mid to secure that tier 2 tower. But then G2 says, no, 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 we're not going to allow this. We'll force an engage onto Jojo, and then all hell breaks loose. TPs start flying in, the fight starts kicking off, KOI don't have the numbers, and while G2 do get themselves a kill, Super secures a tower in mid lane.
But that's the thing, right? Because the one winning lane that G2 had was Super. So was Hansama. So the fact that Super's managed to even up the gold is now slightly ahead has actually kind of helped them out. And even though they did end up losing, you still got some advantages across the board. The only thing is with G2 now on 3 dragons, this becomes really difficult now for MKOI to try and fight because the defensive stats that you're getting from this double mountain, plus a potential third in 3 minutes times, that could be just get lights out for MKOI if they're not able to fight anyway in this engagement.
The reality of the situation is that KOI have the goal lead. You just see blue lines at the bottom of your screen. But in terms of the itemization, it's really not that different. Nice chunk onto Super from Broken Blade. The thing is, though, that the dragon spawns in 2.5 minutes. In that time frame, KOI should be able to complete a bunch of their third items ahead of G2, given the gold advantage that they do have, which means that they should have an item advantage, setting them best up for success. And that next dragon fight, I think, is going to be the turning point in this game.
Okay, he's out. he had molten shield as well.
I mean, 2 levels down as well for Caps. He is not going to have a good time, and it doesn't look like G2 will here either.
All the pinch, game changing. Tempered Fate misses though onto Hans Summer. Mirwin's there. He's going to be rooted up immediately. The feathers fly, but Hans so low, and he's matched with the range. Pause. A pause at the start of the fight that looks like MKOI can get Baron off of. That is a huge pick, and I'm sure there's another one to follow. Skewmon is so low.
That was an insane flank from Mirwin.
I think it looks like Hans. I see a ref over at Hans's PC. We'll get an update for you.
I mean, he had flash.
Yeah.
So I mean, something had to have happened.
I think he popped it mid-air, didn't he? So
no, he never actually used it. So he ends up popping the ultimate, but never flashes away.
But he has tools, by the way, if you're wondering.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can get a replay on screen as well. But basically, he ults, and I would imagine that he would want to flash into the red pits.
Yeah, and get away, right?
And then get away. But he didn't end up flashing away.
Do you think he flashes, then he ults? Or, yeah,
no, because you can, just as you're falling, I'm pretty sure you're allowed to flash just at the bottom end of your
Yeah, you can
Xayah
flash at any
ultimate.
point in time of the Xayah.
Yeah, I seem to remember. I don't have a huge amount of Xayah experience myself, but I mean, like you can see him quite describing.
Yeah. We know it's there is obviously an issue there. We're going to give you official information. They're conducting ready checks, but Hans is still talking to the ref there. One moment.
Yeah, either way, like, this is such an important fight.
I mean, it's absolutely
massive. I have been given confirmation the monitor was about to shut off for Hans Summer. I believe it's Hans, yeah. So the monitor was about to shut off.
So you get that little logo on your screen that's just like power saving mode.
I
mean, that is distracting. That is distracting.
It's also probably the most valuable part of your real estate on the screen, which is the middle of the screen.
So we're going to find out what happened. But if the game goes on, which you assume for now, that's a big pick. Baron's up. We just talked about Dragon.
No, absolutely. I mean, you lose your AD carry ahead of the Baron.
Yep.
Like, you've got Caps running in. You've got Jojo already TPing in.
I think Skewmon might be dead as well, by the way. I mean, he's so low. I think Mirwin can send it past Labrov. Like,
I mean, Skewmon's HP right now is basically next to nothing as well. Like, it was, credit to Koi, I thought that they were going to just wait, but they found a great angle and capitalized on it. And I think that regardless, like, the play in and of itself was a good one from Koi.
100%.
And because even if they don't get kills, the damage done should still be enough to convert it into a potential Baron play, which is why this is such a significant moment in the game.
And it would be, I mean, look, as casters, as talent, as fans, we're pretty much all on the same side, right? Like, we want to see competitive games. We want to see good games. And to, beat a dead horse last game, like, we should have an equal series, right? With how that game developed. G2 insane comeback. This game 3, G2 are finding merits, but still MKOI playing with a bit of a lead. If this opens things up, again, we see MKOI with a massive lead, able to stop that dragon stacking, and maybe, just maybe, we have a proper series on our hand as well.
Okay, just to give a bit of
You're laughing at the old chat,
So basically, it's Broken Blade and Mirwin having a very professional discussion.
Yep.
Mirwin, you can see them typing on your screen right now, and Mirwin is saying, "Hello, Broken Blade. Perhaps we could get some information on the issue." And then Broken Blade's like, "Information will be provided if allowed." And then we're just having a bit of banter back and forth. Broken Blade being very professional, Mirwin equally as professional.
The problem... Are you ready for the reveal? Yes, please. I can't say, sorry.
He does clarify that we are carefully investigating the situation. Thank you. And then Mirwin wishes him all the best.
To be honest, I'm glad Broken Blade is on the case.
Yes.
Like, if I was going to trust anyone with this investigation...
if I could ask for anyone's support, it would be Mirwin's. So, really, you've got the best combo on the case.
It was nice before the game. There was support towards each other. It was actually quite
truly wholesome
tame
between the two top laners.
Look, we don't normally like tame. I know Law was like asking for more out of them.
I mean, on the Rift, it has not been tame.
No, it's not.
It has been quite violent, but somewhat in favor of Mirwin.
But that's always nice.
A shovel was involved.
Yeah. And in this third game, scissors are involved. He likes his tools.
Yeah. He's just a gardener.
Has an axe.
Yes, a gardener.
He is a gardener. He had a lumberjack axe, right? He's cutting down trees at first.
It's true.
And then he is digging graves or, doing a bit of pottery or planting, sorry.
Yeah.
And then game 3,
that went from
he's
dark
a
to
seamstress. No.
That's what gardeners do. We chop trees, we plant plants, we dig graves, and then we chop that we prune.
The dead are great compost, all right? Every gardener's secret. Now, I have been confirmed. This is a big confirmation. We have a chrono break coming in. We will chrono break to before the fight. To confirm, chrono breaking before the fight. I have no more information than that. Anything else?
Yeah,
I'll
we don't
keep
have
you
any
updated.
timestamps of exactly at what point in the game
this is
they
the
will
official announcement.
return to, but I mean...
So there was obviously something with the Flash, right? But without speculating, we don't know. So all we can say is that if it's before the fight, it changes the whole game landscape. Like G2 maybe don't go for the fight. Miwin maybe doesn't go for the pincer down. I don't know how they react to this.
I mean, again, I think that regardless, KOI will force this fight because the damage that can be done, given the positioning of G2 just before the fight started, means that even if they don't get a kill, like Skumon right now is at about 20% HP.
True.
They just need to replicate that, and then they can already threaten a Baron. Of course, with Broken Blade, not quite in the fight, with Caps not in the fight, those are potential threats that could make a Baron secure a little bit scarier.
Damn right.
But in the same vein, Jojo, level 16 on the rise, not involved. He was in the process of TPing over during the play, just as the pause is happening.
Yep.
So there's this big collapse around the Baron. This is a big pivotal moment in the game. And ultimately, it's all going to come down to how well both sides execute. As Hysterics mentioned, we're going to get a chrono break to before the fight. We don't exactly have a timestamp on when that is, but my expectation is that KOI, they're not going to change anything. They're going to make the play happen. They're going to try and force the fight, and they're immediately going to turn their attention to the Baron and put some serious pressure onto G2.
Oh my god. Tolkien's just coughing it. Okay, bro, sorry. Bro, how many stink signs have we had in the audience? Like, Cadril smells, Tolkien apparently smells. Where's the BO? No one's got that bad BO. I've smelt them all, trust me. Everyone smells great.
Excuse me?
No, you know what I mean. Don't drive me into the pit. There's innocent.
You're the one that dug the hole, bro.
Right. Look, everyone smells great, okay? That's all I'm leaving it at. I don't do it on purpose, but if people smell, you can smell them. We got Yumi with a gun again.
Needs to have a conversation with you after your previous comment. Okay.
Bro, I'm not talking to that cat, okay? That cat needs to go. not just from the studio. That cat needs to go from the game. 2XK, new champion, Yumi.
No.
Yumi can be the next fighting game character.
I don't need that.
But you gigantify a giant cat with a book.
But think about how broken that assist is going to be.
Oh my god.
In fact, she can only be played when you play the solo mode, the Juggernaut.
Oh, yeah.
She's the assist. That's what.
The combo was her just flying through the air. That's a lot of text. Hang on, paragraphs. Let's read.
It's the I'm sorry that happened or I'm really happy for you response.
Okay.
Just to follow up on something we said earlier, maybe you do need glasses, Jake.
No, but it's small writing. No, I don't wear your glasses. I think I'm going to hold on to my pride for a little bit longer. Or eat some more carrots. I don't know what works.
The world of contact lenses like me.
Oh, yeah, that is a good idea. I mean, I'm 30, and at 30, you know, as I said to Vetty the other week, it gets a little bit harder. You know, Vetty, you tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 32. I do know.
Oh, dear Lord. Sorry.
It shocks me that I'm older than you.
It does not for me. It does not. Sometimes I imagine, like, you imagine what people do in their spare time at home, and I imagine you with a rocking chair knitting or something. I don't know.
What? I mean, that is what I do.
Is it actually? Really? I mean, I would also imagine, like, what games you play at home. I imagine you sit there, but on a rocking chair. It's always on a rocking chair.
I see.
Even though I've been to your house and I know you don't own a rocking chair.
Should we speak? Or should we just let him continue to monologue?
So, like,
sorry.
I've worked with Jake for a long time.
Yeah.
And oftentimes it's more about, like, understanding how much, like, leeway to give him, let him run free. And then when you need to, you call him back like the dog.
I'm like,
I see.
I'm like, in Berlin, people walk their dogs without leashes. But I'm not the dog that walks like, I'll sniff something over there. I'll go over there.
We've learned enough about your sniffing behavior. Okay.
I'll eat things as well, okay?
So you're an Odo Omne streaming loss, is that what?
Yes, I am. Me and Odo, you know, I think we understand each other. I think it's been years of understanding each other. We just never met till this year.
I see.
You know, I was a big fan of him in you know, for many years for a big reason. I never knew why either. It's the same as Finn, actually. But I'm not sure where Finn fits into this conversation. I don't know if there's room for three of us. Now, Chrono Break is happening. If you're wondering why this conversation's happening...
We are too.
It's, it's honestly, it's just another day in the office. Apparently the desk wants me to stop talking. Go ahead, Shox.
My mic isn't even on. Well, it wasn't me, bro. But yeah, I know it always sucks when you come to the desk in the middle of a game. And I gotta say, so we will Chrono Break the fight. I'm still waiting to get like exact confirmation on the wording of what happened. But I think I can say definitively, if that no, we can't, because that's how that works. You cannot say definitively. But that looked like a fight, allegedly, where MKOI actually grasps the game back and possibly is set in a position where they can win it.
I mean, it's past Baron spawn. You caught the AD carry. That's a hell of a moment in the game, particularly given, I think, the status of things. You know, I don't think the Gwen was necessarily working out the side lanes in the way that they wanted to. Fantastic flank there, though. This realistically should be a game-breaking play.
And this was a good pick by MKOI, and I'm curious to see like how it will play out. But of course, it's a tough situation to be in. You never know. Like as you said, Shox, we need to get back on the official confirmation. But I mean, we're just waiting for that right now.
Regardless, like I mean, you know, you got to roll with the punches. But it's always the question, when is it going to be rolled back to? And I think it's like you're working with theoretical information, because did this actually happen? It might not happen again. But for MKOI, they were on the back foot in that game, right? Everything they tried didn't work out the way they wanted, but it wasn't that bad. And this is actually somewhere where they saw the play and they acted immediately, GB.
No, I agree. Like, Mirin's got top push and he's moving first. It's not being communicated fast enough by BB to the rest of them. They're getting caught by Bard ultimate. Caps is stuck on bot side right now. He's not in a position where he's TPing first. So yeah, it's a really awesome play.
Yeah, sucks. I know.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say.
No, yeah, I'm still waiting for wording, just like you guys, indeed. Otherwise, you know, for G2, they're up on match point here. So, I mean, this isn't me saying you should never pause. I think you should always pause if something goes wrong. Absolutely, right?
In fact, you're pretty much obligated to.
You're obligated to pause.
Realistically, if everyone follows those same rules where there is something which might affect the outcome of the game, you're obligated to. You have to at that point. It's not necessarily on the players.
Yeah, and for the other team, it's always like, Finn, you've been in this position, right? Sometimes you may feel that, oh, this isn't ideal for us, obviously, but you got to roll with the punches.
As a player right now, what's in your mind is you sit there in your chair, you relax, and you try to focus on what you can do. As a player, that's always what you're thinking about. You gotta stay optimistic, and you gotta just realize, okay, this is what we're doing. I'm sure the players right now, a million things are going through their head. They're thinking about, what about this play? What are we gonna do next? What happens if we chrono break? What happens if we don't chrono break? I think they're just gonna re-hone on what's happening, what they can do, what's in their hands, because that's what's most important, and it's paramount that they keep their focus, because I think that's what really, like, that's just what matters.
Is the belief like back, even if you replay this play, like as MKOI, you know, oh, I actually exactly know how to get the momentum back in this game, or does that not track anymore because the game state completely changes?
I mean, okay, so the hardest thing as a pro player when the game is paused is that you kind of forget about what's happening in the game a little bit. And right now, they were kind of in the fight.
You can't talk also, right?
Yeah, you cannot talk. You can only communicate when the ref allows you to communicate, and you're sitting there in your chair just waiting, keeping that focus laser sharp on what's happening on the map, what's going to happen in 1 minute, what happened 1 minute ago. So I just kudos to the players right now. Just shout out to them. I think they're doing a great job.
Yeah. I don't actually know what to talk about without having an update for everything.
If I were going to give some praise to whatever's happened before this game, I would actually say that this is the game where I'm finally seeing Jojo show up. Like, this is the game where G2 keeps throwing punches at him and he keeps just negating them. Like, he keeps making sure that he's just absorbing all the pressure, like a sponge, actually, and the rest of MKOI is just allowed to actually do stuff. Now, unfortunately, of course, G2 has been running this game, but it's just talking about players I needed to step up, and I think in this game 3, I'm seeing Jojo step up.
I mean, also, to give credit to MKOI, to Movistar KOI generally, I usually feel like when I'm watching a game that Movistar KOI is in, even if they are behind, they rarely just lose, right? They always look for a window of opportunity to put it back in their favor. And I think I know it gets memed on that I said they have good instincts and they have a clutch factor, but it is something you cannot teach. And they definitely do have it.
No, and that's a great point. There are some things that you can't teach in League of Legends between 5 people and the chemistry between them. One of my favorite things about MKOI is that they are a very creative team. They have great chemistry between them. And that's why, you know, we had that quote up a little bit earlier from Super saying that, you know, in the past, MKOI were a team which not many people expected much of them. I'm completely on the other train of that now. I expect great things from this team because they have some of those intangibles about how creative they can be.
Let's talk about this a little because, of course, we don't know what's going to happen in this game, and they're still down 0-2 versus G2, even though like game 2, man, don't remind me. But for me, it has changed a little bit because I was definitely one of the, I don't want to say naysayers, but one of the people that them coming into that spring final, right? As you do, and people will say, because you're all biased to G2. Well, if a team has won that many titles with those players, unfortunately, you're going to give him the right of way in that, and I was proven wrong. And I've had an air of a feeling of, I think they're going to do really well. I think they're going to go back to those finals, GB.
No, absolutely. I mean, I do agree. I think that they're by far the top 2 team that's in our league, and I think it's between these 2 teams that we're watching right now. Now, back in spring, I will say most of us was on G2 because they obviously won that upper bracket, but there was one person who wasn't, who actually thought that no matter what, MKOI is taking this final. And as a matter of fact, that person is sitting right next to me. That was Finn.
It's true.
Who has been picking them up since spring, and he's been the believer even today.
Finn, what did you know that we didn't know?
I mean, to me, what really impressed me with KOI is their clutchness. And as a player, I can really appreciate clutchness because you can't really teach that. Either you have it or you don't. And I feel like the fact that MKOI, whenever they get put in difficult positions, they always find a way to claw back in the game. They find the crucial plays, the crucial timings to maneuver on the map and find these just impeccable timings to kind of claw their way back into the game. Yeah, I think it was a great opening by them.
Yeah. And even with all of that, G2 have smashed MKOI in a lot of parts of the series too. The last game was a little bit of luck on their side. I think that they managed to clutch things out themselves in that late game too. But
hey, luck
think,
is created.
Yeah, that is true. What was the thing is that the harder I work, the luckier I get.
The luckier I get. Or enemy ADC jumps into my shockwave.
Jungle gap.
Many such historical statements which we learn from these two. But no, G2 have definitely impressed me with the way to seize their own advantages in these games too. The question for them is actually, can they do that on a larger stage at Madrid as they go towards that in the future?
Yeah, that's a good shout. Of course, we will be seeing both of these teams at Worlds, and I think there's definitely already from this series, probably from Movistar Core, a little bit of like, okay, we got to make sure that when we are in that position, I mean, patience was on that piece of paper written by our performance coach. We cannot be overzealous, especially not versus. This is G2, and I don't want to dunk on G2, but like we're talking about the best teams in the world when we go to the World Championship, right? And the LTA, of course.
But I feel like we're also asking a lot for players that are so young. Like when we're going up against some of these Eastern teams now, yes, they've had rookies come in, but these are like players that's been there for a long time now who's dominated the international scene. I, for one, can understand why in international performances, you're not always feeling great as an EU fan. But I do want to offer a perspective of hope instead, where you're seeing that these players haven't actually, in the grand scheme of things, played for that big of a time, long of a time, right? And I think when I'm watching some of the players that's coming into European League of Legends, from MKOI, for example, when I'm watching Skewman, when I've been watching Naknako and some of the Vitality boys, like I feel like the future of EU, it's getting there.
Oh?
But I just, you know, I understand. I do feel like you can allow yourself to be hopeful, but I also understand why in the moment you can feel disappointed.
Okay. I have an official message from QC that I can read to everybody, right? Yes, okay. So the monitors gave an automatic standby message before the fight started. G2 requested a chrono break. We assessed the situation impacted the team fight severely and accepted the chrono break request. We chrono break the game to 26-14, which is the most recent dead ball state of the game. Here we go. Casters? Yeah.
A flash and ghost away. The fight has actually started. Minwin gets pincered in. Broken Blade's also low. Jojo gets here with his root as well. Weird being thrown back in,
kill him. Okay, nice. Oh, thank God.
Next. Now, Hans Summer did come back, and this time he got the flash and ghost away. And while he survives, 2 of G2 are dead, and MKOI are going to start the Baron regardless.
And Betty, you were right. MKOI still managed to force that fight. They still managed to get the picks that they want. And this Baron is going to be huge for them in being able to control the game. But we're going to hop into the replay to see what happens.
This is what happened off the reset.
So, the initiation comes through, Hansama gets targeted down, he ults very early this time round and then flashes away. But Labrov becomes the target. Broken Blade tries to assist Labrov, tries to get him to safety, but Jojo arriving to the fight is the key difference maker to the previous fight. His ulti generates a massive numbers advantage on the top side, they chase them down and they convert it into 2 kills, making the Baron secure that much easier.
And so we come back to it, and even though, again, we had that pause and we had that chrono break, The game is exactly where we'd expect it to be. The fight went well, and damn sure it went well for MKOI. 3K gold lead, and just to take track, there is still sole point hit for G2, but in 45 seconds, MKOI now with the Baron have standing gold to take care of business.
And they're about to set up entirely on this bottom side. Humon's going to spot out everyone.
He's found Flag and Drag. He flashes away from. There's the needlework. Minwin has 2 more, and he's going to send 1 into Caps, and eventually, Caps goes down to half HP. Sky Splitter on the way, but the Baron's still doing work as True Shot Barrage stops Caps. He has to back away, and MKOI are still sieging this turret. This is about to be a 4K gold lead. Jojo's also on mid. So not just Dragon Denial, but the game firmly in the hands of MKOI again.
Look at mid.
Way dead to Jojo. PP flank, G2 want to find something here under Jojo, flashes in with the Realm Warp, Flag and Drag, Honda Caps, he just burned his flash, he's stuck in the Thunderdome, and Super will take him down. Skumond out with the ulti as well as MKOI with Baron. And those death timers, the base is in tatters.
Caps went for the flank, but with Hansama getting caught, he was completely isolated. And now it's G2 scrambling to save their base, but MKOI, they're on a demolition tear.
35 seconds, 25 on the 80 carry. Hansama not there, and this defense is going to be hard with the range from Super, especially Skumond trying his best, but one Nexus turret falls immediately to keep this series going, to keep the chance of going straight into the grand finals. MKOI in game 3 with a bare Nexus. They waited a long time for this, but the Nexus falls, and MKOI keep the series alive.
They quickly convert the fight into a game victory, closing things out so efficiently. A nice Baron, nice play. KOI find a game in the best of 5.
We're going to game 4, and MKOI are finally on the board.
Red Bull gives you wings.
everybody. It's 2-1 for MKOI. If you heard the hot mic, no, you didn't. Listen, okay, I just wanted 5 games, and I think they deserved that fight.
Oh, they absolutely did deserve that fight. I mean, we were just talking about it, right? I mean, the setup from MKOI, Finn was talking about a clutch factor. We were talking about the moves that they're coming through with. The fight is set in a perfect position for MKOI to find overextended members of G2 in a position where Baron is up, right? This is the moment where you cannot allow yourself to get careless. G2 got careless, and MKOI struck.
Yeah, this is the swing play, and I just want to bring it back to what Seth said in the check-in. He said that it's going to be like the last series, we're going to bounce back. Maybe it wasn't game 2. I think game 2 should have been a victory for MKOI as well, but this game, sure that they fought back, and finding this crucial pick that's going to translate into the Baron Nashor, the game just finished instantly after. They translated this Baron into the Nexus in like 3-4 minutes. It was a crazy play by MKOI.
And also credit to them, because Hansama, of course, walks the other way, but they still say, we can win this play, we're going to get him.
No, absolutely, and it's one of the things, like, in League of Legends, you're working on a timer. Everyone knows this, right? But also the timer in a late game situation, it's such a narrow window where here Jojo finds the TP first. It's a narrow window where Broken Blade is finally pushed in the Jax Gwen matchup. Like, you don't get these moments often. Like this, it cannot be like overstated.
Overstated.
There you go. Thank you. You're always helping me with this. But it's
crazy,
insane.
honestly.
Yes.
And this is when you talk about swing moments, as you guys say it, right? These are swing moments for the momentum in an entire series, possibly. Because if they don't make these picks, and if they don't get Baron, and if they don't put the game in their favor,
many ifs.
it's 3-0.
It is.
Maybe.
Yes.
It's a game of inches.
I hope people can understand why I was invested.
Yeah. I mean, and I just really love the way that MKOI has structured this, because you give a comfort champion to mirror win the Gwen, and you put Supa on the Ezreal that's super self-sufficient, and you just allow your mid and your jungle and your support to work in such great tandem, because this is what you need to do. You can't let Caps do Caps things. You gotta shut him down through that mid support jungle, and they did exactly that with that Jarvan, with that Bard.
Did they even do that in the early game? Because it was not like Jojo got a massive amount of resources, right? Sure, I get that. But to me, it's one of those things where I just think Jojo individually, he stepped up massively in this game 3 when his team really needed it. Because they had been playing without, no, not necessarily without a mid laner in the first 2 games, but it was just so clear to see that Caps was the better mid laner in the first 2 games, and it wasn't clear at all in the 3rd game. It was Jojo on the rise who was finding ways to push in mid lane, finding ways to navigate all the pressure that G2 threw at him, and finding ways to have side lane pressure to allow these sort of plays.
Yeah, and MKOI probably think they should have won that last game too, so for them, they're just like... Yeah.
Right now for MKOI, you're coming up with a massive momentum, and I think G2 are the ones that are actually under pressure. You know you won that game 1, but that game 2 was really sketchy. You kind of pulled it out of a hat. This game was very even, and you actually managed to lose it in his position. And I just love the fact that, like, if Jojo doesn't dodge one of these like Nico routes on the side lane, this would be a completely different game. The micro that he displayed this game on that rise with that clutch movement is really why we see this guy as one of the best midlaners in our league.
And that's another, we've had one keyword today, right? It was patience, right? And I think that's a great word to actually like summarize the first few games. But the clutch factor, that's what I'm looking at going forward, because this is also where this G2 iteration needs to prove that they are also capable of providing a clutch factor to series. You now lost one, you're still two series up, you're on match point, right? This is a position where if you're managing to stay calm, be patient, finding that clutch factor, you can still have this series.
Yeah, this is also fine. The next game is also fine. But then it's not fine, right?
Yeah, well, it's a snowball effect for sure.
No, absolutely. I'm finding it hard. I'm a little rattled, I gotta say, through all of the corner break and all situations.
Justifiably so.
I'm having some trouble remembering kind of the intricacies of that early game, or the intricacies of what made G2's game good in game 2, for instance, in the beginning of that game, and if we're seeing any trends at all.
So what I would love to see more is that this game, Broken Blade, you got your Jax into the Gwen, a good matchup, but he was kind of struggling in the 1v1, and I think it was Skumon that did a great job kind of facilitating BB through the early lane matchup to kind of get him in a position where he was then strong. And I feel like I want to see more from Broken Blade. I don't want you to struggle in your 1v1 when you have a good matchup. I want you to, when you have your champions, you had the Kled in game 1, you did great on that, now you had your Jax against Gwen, I expected him to do more with it, and I feel like coming into game 4, I want to see him step up, because this is one of the pillars of G2 in my opinion. Broken Blade is their leader, their main voice, and if you're not handling your 1-1 very well, that could spell doom for your entire team.
Was also for me one of the best parts of them, internationally.
I mean,
right?
ever since 2023, Broken Blade has been the best performing member for that G2 roster internationally, and I think that's something people sometimes forget. But I also think that recently he's definitely also been out saying himself he's not been happy with his performance. He's had to improve himself a lot more, and we still want to see that, especially with Finn's point. But if you are asking what matchups, like what is it that we're actually looking at, we're honing in on, for me, I'm really looking at the two supports as well. I think Labrov today still continues to amaze me with a lot of his plays. I think Nico, he was finding a lot of moves. I'm often seeing Labrov find the first move, sometimes despite the bot lane actually not having push, actually messing up their lane swaps a little bit. I actually think that MKOI has done great with their lane swaps. So I'm really looking at the support matchup, not so much for the 2v2, but in terms of who actually influences that map.
For sure. Whenever I'm watching Movistar KOI games, I'm also expecting there to be these games where Alvaro really, really grasps that game, like really drives it home with some of his engages, with some of his flanks, etc. I don't think the champion pool is that primed for it anymore. He just went on Bard again, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. But I love that you bring it up, Shox, because I fully agree, because right now, most of the common engage supports are out. Leona, Nautilus are the only available standard engage supports. Sure, you can go the Maoke or the Moom if you want. But I feel like this is now the game that either you can take one of those away super early and ban the other, or maybe we're going to have to see these supports go into those enchanters, those range champions, and kind of see how deep does that ocean go? How down deep can you...
Ocean? Nami?
Nami. Like, how far can you reach into your champion pool to kind of pull out? Because I haven't seen a lot of enchanters lately in the LEC, and I would love to see them come out, especially with a hyper carry like a Jinx Lulu or like a Fresh. Love to see those.
I'd love to see something crazy now, because there's a Vayne sign in the audience.
Oh yeah,
I'm just saying it.
Dylan?
And Caps also gave an interview, I believe, where he said, like, yeah, you want to be super in control of your champion pools, and hinting at you also want to try some different things. This is the time. When is there another time? You still have a match point if you lose this game. Pick Vayne mid.
Where do you Vayne mid?
No.
Gallia's already out. Yeah, Gallia's already out. I'm not sure we're doing this.
That's true. It was extremely situational.
Yeah. I'm also looking at that jungle pool, right? So there's a lot that's been trimmed out, but also you want engage. We still have Vi. We still have your favorite Sejuani. These are picks that you can also start looking at. The Maoke you mentioned for support. So there's certainly still pillars.
Yeah. But my analysts obviously don't know what they're talking about.
Right.
So let's kick it over to the girls, because Lore is standing by with Kitty.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. I'm back with the G2 Army and with Kitty, challenger player, interviewer, host, analyst, caster, cosplayer, content creator, and G2 fan as well. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for having me on the broadcast. I was promised it was supposed to be a 3-0 day, though.
Well, I mean, it was supposed to be a 3-0 day when you look at the other regions, but some people are saying that it should be 2-0, 2-1 MKOI right now. Do you agree?
Maybe they'll find their 0-2 at the finals, because it's looking like a G2 win today. I predicted G2 3-1.
Okay.
So it's on the right track. However, I'm also a witch. So I don't know if it's going to be like a reverse sweep. Hopefully not. But yeah, we're here for the G2 Army.
You should never say that on broadcast, because now if it happens, people are going to be mad, and you have the G2 Army behind us, actually. Don't hurt Kitty. The guys were talking about the champions that we could see, given that it's G2. They always play weird stuff. What do you think is a champion that you could play right now?
I have a crush on a champion right now.
All right.
And it's slowly coming back into meta. So I'm a big fan of Lissandra. And we've been seeing it, like BDD played it, and we're getting it in the LPL. So I'm looking forward to either team playing Lissandra, because I think Lissandra might be the better TF.
All right. A girl has a dream, guys. Make it happen. G2, please. Kitty, thank you so much. It's a great joy having you here. And casters, over to you for game 4. Maybe game 5. We'll see.
Okay, interesting insight from another Australian. Thank you, Kitty. Again, 24 hours. Big flight. Okay. It's just, you never get over it, no matter how many times you do it. A Lissandra pick. Oh, the BDD inside. Man, I would love to see a Zoe as well. I'm going to throw that out there. Let's just go down the champion pool. It's game 4. The pick ban, G2 on blue, and Rubble's already gone with Ambessa. Remember that Sion's not available there, so top lane has shrunk massively.
They literally pinched Muin's top lane pool. You think that virus is for super? You'd be wrong.
Yeah, true,
that
actually.
That is, in fact, a Muin Taliban. The Morgana going to come through once again. So Sejuani, a premier jungler, available for the taking. But you've got to remember, you get later into these drafts, and Yunara is able to slip through the draft. And of course, G2 is not going to waste any time in picking that champion up. I'm also thinking about in the jungle position, Lee Sin, Viego, Vi, all these kind of skirmish-heavy engaged junglers. Oh, and quickly, MKOI are going to grab themselves that along with all buttons.
I'm surprised to see the Yunara slip through, because a lot of the answers that we generally see in that bottom side into her are kind of gone. Like, oftentimes you'll see things like the Corki to try and match up into her, but unless they're trying something funky, I'm curious what Super wants to try and bring out as an answer into this.
And also, what do you pair alongside it? Because Enchant is into a hook champion, not ideal, but the Renata, bit of an old school answer into the Nautilus. I've always wondered where the Renata has gone from the meta. I feel like she's such a great disengaged champion alongside the Braum, but in the meta, it feels like many favor the Braum over the Renata, but it looks like now with the pool so pinched, she's going to make a resurgence.
Yeah, especially good answer into the Nautilus where you can get the handshake on the disengage and onto the Vi with the hostile takeover. Cassante in the top side for Broken Blade as well. So G2 very much setting up as a anti-dive composition and protect the Yunara style.
So what do you over the Teemo?
Never. Are we going to pick top here or match 80 carry?
Okay.
Ooh, in the ladder, and yeah, a bit of range now as well, already on that
I
point.
do love Jinx late in a series. I feel like that she's just, especially when the tension really mounts and the pressure is on, I feel like that while you just leave a Jinx to sit back and farm, she just needs one kill in a fight and all of a sudden she starts to snowball out of control.
It's also, when you look at G2, they've kind of now started to set themselves up, as we said, that like anti-dive, protect the Yunara style, but now opting in towards the Jinx, you do actually have good range in your composition, and you can try and play out the fights a little bit slower, try and land some of that poke with the Jinx and then try and play into it. So I'm wondering what the next couple of rotations could be. I like what G2 are kind of looking at. It's like, get rid of the Aurora for Mirwin, get rid of these things that can bully the Cassante in the top side, maybe even a Jace as well, and just deny some of these things that can play at range and poke you on MKOI side.
You know, we talk about the G2 pocket picks, but it was JoJo that brought out the Kassadin, kind of out of nowhere in spring, and they even commented afterwards, oh, we didn't even scrim with it, I just thought it was a Kassadin angle, so I went for it. And I'm curious as to whether or not he's got something prepared for today, or perhaps he just finds something that feels good in the composition. Skarner going to be the other one removed. So I wonder if Skumon, like, he's a big Viego player. I don't know if it's necessarily the best pick here, but just considering some options when you get later into a series, comfort tends to take priority over what necessarily is the best, especially with your limited options. Curious what direction they end up going. Is the Victor going to be the final ban for G2? No more bans available for either side.
A bit of disengage. EU Tree is also up and available, I will say. We haven't seen a Maokai yet today. It's actually banned. No, it's banned. And the Poppy. What the hell is going in jungle for G2? I was so confident. But that's because the priority on jungle bans has been really good. Remembering that Morgana is a pocket pick. That is a flex. Aatrox into a tank matchup is going to be the focus here for MKOI. It's going to be Gnar instead. There's a good amount of setup. This is just a good, well-rounded comp so far.
Yep. Very balanced on the side of Koi, and they can give JoJo counter pick. Remember, his Yone is up. I don't think they'll go for it, simply because of the lack of AP that would be available.
Is it a Nunu angle?
Oh, for Skumon.
Yeah.
You're actually not wrong.
It is his pocket pick.
It is his pocket pick.
He's got decent engage. It's got decent heal if you want to try and play for it as well. Good
AP into the mix.
Yeah.
It's and an AD mid. Oh my God, is it time for Nunu? What AP, or is it just going to be Brand, or is it going to be Lilia?
I completely forgot about all the AP junglers.
Oh my God. Wait, let's hold. Let's believe. Let's just pretend. Zyra. Okay.
So
all right.
More disengage, more peel as well. It feels like that they're just, well, I mean, it's a double AD carry composition. It's all about playing front to back, playing to protect your AD carries. Cap specifically loves to play Tristana as a side laner, and she is very good at doing the job with a fast wave clear and a lot of defense. It's also a difficult champion that doesn't have many weak matchups. So I'm curious as to what JoJo is looking at. They need some AP. And I mean, Ziggs would provide that AP, a lot of safety, and also just some pretty good siege from the side of MKOI. I'm thinking about how this comp all comes together. You've got that Vi going in, you've got the Nautilus follow-up, and then with the Gnar and the Ziggs providing good teamfight value, it does really feel like Super is set up with the pieces around him to be a hyper carry in this game.
Yeah, I really like what MKOI have. It's a lot of non-committal poke that you can just try and play for, see if you land some damage, and there's very little kind of hard engage on G2's side. So you can just land a couple of Ziggs bombs, see what you hit, and then slowly but surely start to take your space. And when you find that moment of, okay, we've done enough damage, I think we can win an all-out fight, then you've got these go buttons in the Vi and the Nautilus. So I think patience can be the name of the game here for MKOI, just playing off of this long-range duo that they have in the mid and AD carry.
Well, I hope so, because for MKOI, it's the climb that's begun. It has been a long, tough series for them, but they're finally on the board. They are facing down the potential of starting a reverse sweep. Only twice in their history has it happened before. In 2023 Spring Finals versus BDS, which Labrov was on that roster. And 2021 Spring Finals versus Rogue, where Hans was on that roster. Coincidence? I think not. Can the fish swim upstream?
KOI have demonstrated in this series that they can get the better of G2. We'll see if they can continue the reverse sweep or whether G2 will shut them down right here. We're getting late into this series. We're getting to see some pretty interesting picks. A return to Tristana for Caps.
Yeah.
A champion that he became synonymous with when it was meta. It felt like that you couldn't CC him because his buffer timing on the W was just always perfect. Like, it felt like that no matter what the CC was, he always found a way to avoid getting hit by it simply due to the timing of that buffer.
Yeah, she's kind of annoying. I feel like Tristana is like one of the most annoying champions because it feels like you can interrupt her rocket jump. But then if she does it at that, what, 0.5 second margin, what a pain it is to actually press any CC on it. Okay, Mr. Funny name. I probably shouldn't say your name. It sounds like something naughty. Now, Caps on Tristana in this game is part of the double 80 carries we talked about with Hansama, but Skewmond, sole AP in the comp. Hard to itemize against it. I mean, this is a power of it, and you look at that draft on the other side. Like, do you itemize against double 80 carry? Of course you do. You know, you're going to itemize against AP jungler? No. I've got a Ziggs, I've got a Jinx. So for MKOI, it might be difficult if Skewmon gets ahead of the game. What do you reckon, gents?
I think it can be difficult for anyone who gets ahead of both sides. Barrier burnt already by Hansam in the trade as they go pretty aggressive to get to level 1. Both sides have insane turret taking potential and also the ability to just run you down if like Yunara is able to chase you down, especially with the speed up from the bailout onto Hansama. It's just a lot of it then comes down to like how does Elyoya interact with the lanes to try and get these early leads and win out. And I think that's where it becomes a little bit easier with the Vi to try and set up plays.
Rocket jump with explosive charge as well. Reset incoming for Caps. He gets good chunk and rocket jumps his way out instead of continuing the engage.
My goodness. Again, I love watching these two mid laners fight up against one another just because they test the absolute limits. Again, you just look at the HP bars on the left and right side of your screen, and it's the mid laners that find themselves both insanely low. Jojo with fantastic accuracy on those Ziggs Qs, really chipping away at Caps' HP bar. Caps gonna get level 3 though.
Narrowly dodges that bouncing bomb as well. Early back here for Jojo to get tier in the matchup. Caps will receive the wave and then maybe match and do the same thing. Rob gets pushed here, handshake misses. MKOI hard up against the turret for now as the dredge line misses too.
So it's going to be the Dark Seal on reset for Jojo Pyun. So probably going to go for that Luden's Echo build, just a bit more burst damage. Especially because, again, there's not a huge amount of backline threat here on G2.
Look at the clear speed from Skewmond as well. Elyoya was on Gromp once Skewmond had already cleared through his jungle. He's now looking to contest the blue buff. He has Smite available.
Grasping Thorns would be nice here, waiting for it. Smite is done. Elyoya dodges away from the Grasping Roots, but instead, now that he's out, I mean, he's just got to go make his home somewhere else. Top camp's already gone.
Well, he's got to go for the top Scuttle Crab. He knows that he can't contest the bottom one, and this is why, for a long time, we've seen Zyra be used as an answer into Vi. First of all, the clear speed. It's just so much faster in favor of the Zyra that you get to do plays like we just saw on your screen. And secondly, she wants to dive in. Oh, actually, she's threatening a dive right now.
Can do so from range as well. Super handshaked in, hit with AoE, flashes away. LeBron has got the handshake on him rather than bail out. He does get bailed out, but it's a trade in the end. 80 carry down as Skumon stands his ground, and Hans Sama picks up the first kill.
They still managed to get Super as well, so he's going to lose out on all this wave. So G2 got to be happy enough with that, even if Labrov couldn't keep his life.
You'd think, oh, well, at the very least, Super trades 1-for-1, so he himself gets a kill. But as you highlighted, the loss in experience, the loss in farm is going to hurt him so much in this early game. 480, well, basically 500 gold is the difference between the two AD carries now.
That's huge. Already, that is massive. That wave finally pushed in. Alvaro can't do anything about it. And a back timer here for Hans Sama in the bot lane. Labrov has already used that timer to make his movement around the map and maybe set up the false swap or look for pressure through mid. Jojo still has satchel charge and LEC is there. You're right, Labrov could be in danger. Handshake out, runs towards the Fire, Vault Breaker in. But again, the follow-up isn't going to come through as Skumon is also on the top side of the map.
Brennan making his way to the mid lane as well. If the Nautilus had been there as well, I think G2 could have fully committed, but a bit nervous as to where Skumon was. Still, Caps being rained down on with these bombs. It's not exactly having the best of times here.
My goodness, Jojo just continues to be so accurate with these Qs. Gold lead ever so slightly in his favor as he's built up a bit of a CS advantage.
And it's also because, again, the Tristana will get that range with time. But in this early stages, she has to walk up to the creeps, and Jojo's just doing a good job of using these range creeps to constantly land these bombs and making sure that every time Caps goes to get one of his own range creeps, he's getting harassed. And now MKOI in a really good spot off of mid-wave and can start to shift around once more.
Luckily, Cap's not going to be dove for now. Skumon is in bot lane, level 5. Waiting in brush. Alvaro not going to face check. Goes the long way around. El-Yoyo moving in as well. Skumon's going to go in first. Puts a control ward. Gets stretch line in. He face checked this brush and he gets whacked for it. Good vault breaker from El-Yoyo, but immediately disengages because Labrov with a handshake is danger too. Doesn't connect. Alvaro walks it out, but on the way down is also Super. And Skumon has to back off and pay respect.
Should be G2, I was going to say MKOI being able to get vision towards this dragon, but G2 doing a good job of using those honey fruits to get the health back up.
Skumon hit 6, by the way. Skumon is level 6.
Yeah, I mean, this Zyra is quite scary. And notice as 2, they're zoning away 3. Caps is being pushed due to the wave clear coming through from Jojo. Bot lane going in favor of Hans Sama, though. He's close to level 6 himself. And it's G2. I feel like in game 2 and game 3, KOI, throughout the early game, was just playing with their pressure super well. They had really good matchups, and they leveraged that to convert it into early objective control. But here in game 4, G2 is doing it to them, leveraging the clear speed of the Zyra, leveraging the early advantage we got on the bot lane 2v2.
That's a charge. Mega Inferno Bomb. Caps gets out of range. Jojo gets a heavy chunk of the explosive charge, now at half HP for both. Great line. Labrov walks in, he face checks. He's on chompers as well. This is easy auto attack even with the exhaust, but Super in the end can't reach the last auto. So Labrov, maybe the exhaust just saved his life.
They might threaten a dive here.
They're going to keep going on. Hans Sama has his Transcendence available. Skumon still with the Strangle Thorns up and available. The AoE is going to be a paradise for this Zyra. The Thorns are out. No dredge line escape. Double knockout. Flash away. No trade yet. Hans Sama picks up kill number 2. And with plates going down, that is an 800 gold lead just about for Yunara.
G2 are completely taking over on this bottom side. It was a risk from MKOI to leave open the Yunara, but G2 are putting so many resources into Hans Sama, and it's looking like it might pay off.
All in again, no mana on Jojo Pure, and there is a reset here from Caps, but he's not going to take it once again. Buster shot held on to here, but things are getting a little bit sticky in the mid lane once again. Mewin is close to getting knocked back and altered for death, but the Broken Blade also ran out of mana.
El-Yoyo was doing what he could to get something back. We can see how quickly Skumon is clearing through the jungle, even stealing camps whenever he has an opportunity.
Oh, Rocket jumps in with a Nautilus. He buster shots, explosive charge. Jojo not dead. Caps was close to pumping him with a Nautilus in his face.
These two mid laners just at the very edge, the Jinx Rockets. The Jinx Rocket just barely. Ow! So close, almost hits onto Caps. He has to flash, actually. We didn't quite catch it on camera, but he ends up flashing away to safety. While all that was happening, the grubs are secured by Skumon, who is just running rampant through the jungle.
Jojo has come back with his TP. He's going to satchel charge return of this TP from Caps as well. It doesn't actually get the timing down of it regardless, as Broken Blade now sitting here against Super and Alvaro. Hansama doing the same against Mirwin. Shadowed Elyoya is here with a cease and desist, all in from Mirwin. Hansama, ulti is available soon, but not right now as he flashes away. On the way out, he finally, I believe, gets that ulti. Yeah, that's how come he gets the enhanced dash and gets out alive, but both summoners are lost in the process.
Especially ahead of things like that dragon fight that's going to be up in just under 3 minutes time. Not having that flash can be crucial, especially if Mirwin may actually look for a bit more.
Once in with the ulti, flashes in, last breath of the ult, gets it! That becomes a solo kill. Mirwin does die in the end, it's a trade. But at least these minions are denied.
Well played, but we have to turn our attention to bot lane because the action doesn't slow down.
Oh, hang on a minute, getting Super caught out, the ulti burned out, the roots are grasped and Super's dead again. The Thorns have strangled one life, now helping for another. It's good dodging from Alvaro, but eventually he will die as G2's jungler is just everywhere. A gank up top, not getting a kill ain't good enough when Skumond is 2-0-2 and running the rift.
Mirwin punishes Hansama for staying isolated on the top side of the map. But given that they knew Elyoya was on the top lane, they knew that they could make a play on the bot side. They punish both Super and Alvaro. G2 get 2 kills off the back of it as well. And we'll look back. So you'll think that Hansama could actually get the kill onto Mirwin. You might be wondering why doesn't he try, and it's because of that rage bar. He knows that so much HP is going to come back in favor the longer he stays in that fight, so he has to flash away. But now he's overstayed, and Mirwin sees an opportunity to punish and get a kill.
He thought that maybe Lebrov could get there in time, but Lebrov actually going for the aggressive move here. Means that he isn't underneath the tower as Mirwin goes for it. It ends up trading 1-for-1, but again, it's all that CS and experience is lost with that massive wave that isn't going to Hansama. He's still fine.
He's still fine.
800 gold there and ahead in XP, but still would have been nice to hold on to that.
Cheeky little Raptor stolen from Skumond, if only 1 for 8 gold, but the Liandry Zyra is in the enemy jungle. The fear right now as Skumond is half a level ahead of Elyoya, and props to Elyoya. I think keeping up in this game with the early start that Skumond had is really good, but it is getting worse, and with 1 item, Skumond can just do that from over the wall. The full Krug's taken, at least the small one should be received by Elyoya.
The difference is, in order for Elyoya to keep up, he has to invest all of his time focusing on clearing camps. Whereas Skumond is so fast, he's clearing camps, he's got enough time to read the newspaper, he's taking a sip of his coffee, he's taking your grubs, he's taking your dragon.
You get a train to Beijing in that time, like you're telling us yesterday.
That's what I mean. He's just moving so quickly that it's difficult for Elyoya to keep up, and we're really not feeling Elyoya's impact on the map. Of course, he did just assist with that top lane kill. He didn't get a literal assist for it, but it was that involvement thanks to him and Mirwin where they were able to get that kill into Hans.
A lot of pressure on this top side though. Lebrov starting to clear out some vision, and with this wave being crashed in, Mirwin very far away from Mega Gnar.
But Hansama's ulti, he's got the range in. Mirwin's getting Arclight ruined as well. It might just be a hell of a solo kill, but Skumond pops the ulti for the final tick of damage. Top is now over, and Hansama once again is getting full access to plating. Yes, first dragon for MKOI, but I am very worried that this Yunara, thank you for the correction, second dragon of the game, but first for MKOI. When this Yunara is getting everything in the game, Broken Blade can't do anything but stop Jojo as he gets plates himself, but guys, 2k gold lead for G2.
Yeah, it is a trade for Dragon, as you say. Broken Blade going aggressive on the bottom side to stop him being done. Perhaps good sidestep. And just going to keep up the pressure on this mid wave, as you can also see Lebrov trying to push Elyoya off of these jungle camps.
Broken Blade, he's going to ult out as well. He's not yielding yet. And on to Jojo, Pure, all the damage connecting, tries to kite it away. Satchel comes up, but he's dead. Solo kill by the top father. And top turret going down at the same time. It is a disaster for the Koi.
Koi is crumbling across the rift. This investment into the bot lane by Skumond is paying off massively. Broken Blade finds himself a solo kill. The top lane is just falling apart.
Ran into a Nautilus, and with the help of Renata, bail out for Caps if he does die here, and die he does. All right, maybe jumping on Nautilus was a bit too much. Elyoya probably laughing as kill rightly goes over to Super.
A much needed kill. 2 to his name now. He needs to be accelerated as much as possible because he is the player that can turn this game around. We've seen so many jinxes single-handedly win games before, and with the proper resources, Super could be the savior for MKOI. But right now, the game state is looking dire as G2 have accrued a 3k gold lead. We're only 14 minutes in.
Yeah, I think the hardest part for Super is that he has to open up against Hansama consistently in this mid wave, and if he can ever get on top of Super, run him down, probably finish him off, and also just consistently getting control over this mid-wave is just impossible for Super. And now you got Dragons that are coming up, you got Rift Tower that's about to spawn in a minute's time. This is where G2 could kind of leverage the fact they have so much control through Broken Blade and through Hansama to play towards this top half of the map. And you can even see LeBron, he's just pushing Alvaro out of this river with the amount of control G2 have.
One confident Renata. Jojo, though, trying to do something about it while the wards are getting cleared out. Jojo finally has his gun in inventory, but it's going to take a lot more than that. As bot wave is continuously defended, that turret getting low too. And with 3 grubs, you've just seen how easy it is for G2 to push these turrets. One mistake from MKOI and this gold lead expands, and I feel like the next mistake is going to be due in 20 seconds at Herald. MKOI need to lock in and decide, are they going to fight this objective, or are they going to swap sides of the map and get some gold?
It is going to be hard because you've got so many people covering on bot side. Oh, hang on.
There is an all-in. Satchel is okay. He held on this time.
But you got so many people on this bottom side, you can start to shift in towards this top half and get a ton of vision in this top side jungle of MKOI for G2. And the whole reason is because you have to invest both Elyoya and Alvaro onto this bottom side to try and protect Jojo. And if you don't, well, then Jojo has to abandon the turret, and Caps ends up getting the turret regardless. So you're just caught between a rock and a hard place as MKOI right now. Now they're going to start to move over towards this objective and force Skewman away. But you've already got first move for Caps and Notbrov up from this bottom side.
Skewman, remember, has Seeker's arm guard as well. There's the engage. Skewman pops the button immediately. Redemption comes down. Herald at 2k. The rocket is a miss. Flip back onto Mirwin, is zoned down, the eye exposed, stolen. Elyoya takes it and leaves, but Cap hops into all of them. He's got his burst reset onto the second, interrupted. Elyoya nice for the buster shot, keeps him away. The burn kills Caps. Meanwhile, into Maganar, G2 don't care. Broken Blade pulls out the Natofos, Hard pulls out the whip, and G2 chasing down MKOI for a 3-for-1 kill.
Elyoya gets the smite, but no one gets to pick up the eye, and G2 are winning the fight off the back. Lebrov is chasing Jojo through the jungle as G2 look for the tier 2 on top.
And they're just taking everything. Skewmon is stealing Caps while he's sieging on the top tower. Super is very low on this mid wave. Broken Blade is eyeing it up, but he's not going to overstay his welcome. Another tower is secured. The goal gap continues to grow as Dragon spawns in a minute's time.
It does feel very relevant to highlight that Skewmon here again. That Seekers bought the time they needed.
Yeah, Skewmon's able to reposition here. Super's rocket doesn't end up hitting. Elyoya can't really connect to it. Now he does end up getting in to sneak away the objective, but Jojo and Super completely isolated in this fight. Caps jumping in with the rocket jump, gets an AoE slow. He falls to the red buff of Elyoya, but he'd done his job. It's just the slows doing the work and G2 in the better positioning to have their carries deal the damage they need.
So it's definitely a nice play from Elyoya to at the very least get something back.
Yeah, he did the best he could in that fight, right?
But yeah, the situation continues to grow even more dire with each objective that passes. I mean, the best news is that they did ultimately deny that objective, as you both highlighted, and it will slow the siege down a little bit. But yeah, Skewmon, as the chatter is saying, really is running the Rift right now. He's been involved in 80% of the team's kills. He's been investing so many resources into Hansama, and if you look at the gold difference at the bottom of your screen, 1.7k the advantage for Hans. That's reflected in the itemization, and the same can be said for Skewmon, with the Zhonya's fully upgraded a full item over his jungle counterpart.
I mean, it's huge right now, isn't it? Skewmon and Hans running the map as Lebrov is going to face check. See Mirwin going into Meganar soon. Mirwin, though, has a whole team running onto his position. Alvaro needs to help defend. Depth charge onto Hansama to stop the fight going any further. Good handshake. Stun doesn't connect. Mirwin still slowed down. He must Meganar and does. That'll help his life. But now with the Arclight of Ruin, gets the flash out of the dinosaur. He will live. Mirwin survives. But G2 will thrive in another Dragon.
And Elyoya's on the top side of the map, but there's not much that he can play for. He's just going to be zoned away by Broken Blade as a Dragon will go uncontested. Hansama is going to lose some farm in that mid wave. He's going to have to take the long way round. But ultimately, another Dragon is secured for G2. And Koi, they're limited on their options. Another bot tower will go the way of G2.
In a turret from Caps.
And you're just so far away from MKOI from hitting those items, right? Super still needs 1.5 before he really becomes that big threat. Jojo not really in a position without the Horizon focus as well. So G2 just getting so quickly towards these massive item spikes. And now you're in a position where you've got the Rift Tower, or sorry, the Baron Not Baron. What am I looking for at the top left corner?
Atakan.
Why am I? Atakan,
That's okay.
My brain broke. Atakan in the top left corner. That's going to be the main focus here for G2. And it makes it incredibly hard for MKOI to find position on the map to fight for it.
Now, a quick reminder, as we're 5,500 gold, the game's not over yet. The series is not over yet. But G2, with the way they're looking, could be on their way to their 8th grand final consecutively. The last 7 grand finals, they've been there. 2023 spring was the last one they weren't, where they finished 4th. But every single other finals, G2's there. And this year, yes, it hasn't been great with their grand finals performances. KC first, then MKOI. But as Broken Blade face checks here, Summer, they just came back from MSI, from EWC, and performed out of their right mind in this split. They destroyed their group, and right now they're destroying MKOI in Game 4.
But again, MKOI can always fight for that rematch. They will be dropped to the lower bracket if they lose here, and that's what happens.
Well, Caps, as he jumps on, Jojo pops him, almost rocket! Super fixes it. Exhaust from Jojo, he satchel charges out, he's been berserk. He's hit, picked up, Renato rolls great, but Hanso's isolated. The game ain't over yet. Hanso, reset, failed out. Mewin gets over the wall, finishes the deed. The all-out for Broken Blade delivers the kill. El Yoyo was the one taken, but Broken Blade trying to 1v3. Shields up, Natofo, flips up, true damage mitigated. El Yoyo survives and bops him. Shut down the Super, and G2 are not finished in this series yet. MKOI live.
A massive punish by MKOI. G2 overstepped their bounds, and MKOI find a fantastic fight. Super played that beautifully. It's Jojo that becomes the target. Caps, he tries ambitiously to make a play, and Jojo punishes him hard. Super then activates his passive, and look at how isolated Hansama is. And Super flashes away from Broken Blade, then because of the bailout, Hansama comes back in. I thought that he was going to live, but then Mewin finishes off the job.
I mean, Broken Blade does a great job on the back of this to finish off a little bit more for himself. But the main point for me was more the fact that why did Caps go in? Like, Skumon was in base. You have so many members of MKOI still on the map and the TPs to match. It's the second time now we've seen Caps over-eager on this Tristana in this game and causing issues for G2.
I mean, Caps has had a good series, but this is not his game.
It's not his game.
He's definitely made a couple blunders, and he is aptly getting punished for them.
But the game state, while mitigated from MKOI from that fight, is still in G2's favor. We come back, Atakan started. Top side of the map's going to be the trade for MKOI, but Atakan is such a big objective. Skumon does it quick, and the trade-off is going to be this top turret that Jojo will take with ease.
Yeah, actually just going to let the creeps die instead. Wants to make sure that G2 loses as much gold on the map as he does have the satchel charge to take it down if he wants to. But MKOI at least showing that they still have some life, and if G2 don't play it correctly, can try and come back into this game. Because again, like 4 kills now on towards Super, has finished the second item. The last Whisper would be fairly nice for this Jinx and maybe giving him a position that he can actually try and take down Broken Blade.
Yeah, Broken Blades. I mean, there's a long history of Cassante versus Jinx. And let's just say that the Cassante makes life miserable for Jinx.
Yeah.
So being able to shred through that armor is going to be a necessity.
I was just sitting there thinking, I mean, there's a long history of Cassante versus any immobile lady carry, you know?
True.
I feel like...
Did I carefully select my words? Yes, I did.
Yeah, good one, Betty. Bolt breaker. Skumon, face check, depth charge. He still has Sonya's Hourglass. Remember, the Wild Growth is now out. Stranglethorns, excuse me. Going berserk for the time being. That hostile takeover down as well. A couple of ultis used by G2. MKOI is starting to survive some of these face checks coming out.
But also, right as Dragon's about to 30 seconds until it Caps.
Caps wanted to walk up, bouncing bomb on the full. Jojo, low on mana, but he has enough to blast Caps back to the past. And Yoya's hovering down here. 20 seconds till Dragon. Health bar's blinking a bit here as G2 are focusing on Mintara for now.
Well, that's going to be an easy objective secured. Can they catch out Broken Blades?
It's going to be hard. The damage though from Super, wow, it's great. It is good damage. Broken Blade's not tanking up yet. Super Mega Death Rocket almost kills him. Dredge line in. A zap on the Skumon narrowly avoided. Min with no Mega Narbar. So MKOI picking their fight wisely. Not yet. Lebrov tries for a handshake angle. MKOI no, they back off. And this third Dragon with the health bars, it looks like G2 are going to have it.
Jojo had just TP'd in and now he's just completely out of mana and doesn't have the presence that they really feel like they can make a play here. So MKOI going to back away, and what felt like it should have been an MKOI objective G2 somehow managed to wrangle.
Situation where MKOI, they're looking much scarier as the game continues. I'm keeping my eyes on those items from Super. Jojo still working towards his second completed. But Jojo, there's the Horizon focus now finished for him.
Yeah.
I keep being surprised by how accurate he is with these cues. Every time Caps tries to walk up for a trade, he always takes a bomb to the face.
He played against APA for years.
That's true. That does make a ton of sense. And it's a really strong performance. He had a good performance on it last week as well against Fnatic. And the beautiful thing about Ziggs is great wave clear. We've talked a lot in this series about a team's ability to siege, and Ziggs really does slow that down. And when you pair that alongside a Jinx as well, I think that MKOI have the tools to stall, but has Mewin been caught?
He just lost Mega Gnar. Lebrov needs a good handshake here. 4 members of G2 hovering around bot. The hop first, and Caps hops in second. Mewin's dead in an instant. Skumon buffers out the bomb with the Zhonya's, puts down the Stranglethorns, buys time, sends out some roots, but the zap is good. Shut down. Broken Blade. What? He teleported in, but an all out. He's going to bring Elyoya over the wall, but the Pathmaker misses. Super gets some damage down as well, but MKOI are in front of the Baron with some letters for Elyoya. It's up, sitting there. MKOI double down. They think, hey, G2 need to face check, and still in the all-out. Broken Blade almost dead, but what a takeover! Caps bust a shot onto Jojo next. A rocket jump with the range, and Caps finally comes alive in his 4th game. But Lebrov sold me that fight as Hans Sama hits the nail of the Arclight of Ruin.
A very scary situation as Skumon loses his life. MKOI threatened the Baron, but then Lebrov with the incredible Renata ultimate completely changes the dynamics of the fight. Caps finds a nice angle, and just like that, MKOI's opportunity is shut down before it can begin.
It looked a little messy. Looked like Broken Blade had lost his mind for a second, but Lebrov there in the wings, and now the pings are on towards Baron. MKOI, no Jojo, no Super, and this thing will melt with Yunara damage.
But Super's going to have ulti. He's got an ulti to send out. Super, the hero of MKOI. 7k, a mega death rocket they need vision for. At 4, it's coming in a little bit early, and it's blocked. Broken Blade at the edge of the wall, and Baron goes down to G2.
G2 now with Baron, 2 minutes until that soul. They should be able to keep this pressure up to start to threaten this tier 2 in the mid lane. And if MKOI are stuck in their base defending Baron minions, it's very difficult to get access to the map to try and look at a dragon.
MKOI, I'm thinking about what options they have at this point in the game. Vi is a very good champion at finding picks, but as long as Zyra and Renata are around, those disengaged champions are so good at stopping that.
Lebrov.
Maybe they found a pick here.
No, Mewin needs to go into Mega Gnar though. Going to get these autos off and get that bar a little bit more yellow as G2 still hovering around a minute 30. Dragon's up, and it will be their soul. It feels like a defining point. And yes, Ocean Soul is not as strong as maybe some of the older souls in the game, but when I see this kind of front to back that has a double AD carrying a Cassante, it ain't the worst either.
The problem is though, if G2 are able to continue this pressure on the top side of Caps, he can very quickly take a tower thanks to this Baron buff, and Jojo can't really clear out the waves, so that's 1 point of pressure. You've got Hans Sama that can continuously shove in these mid waves as well, alongside Broken Blade, and Super, you can see how long it takes him for clear these waves as well. Difficult to hold on to towers. G2 have so many ways to try and play this out. Now, I will say, it has been a little while, and they haven't really gotten much, so maybe MKOI might actually be able to keep these waves away from their base, which would be massive for this Dragon contest.
We take a second to realize the stakes, as both these teams, of course, have already qualified for the World Championship. Both of these teams already have a spot in Madrid, but right now they're fighting for a spot in the finals.
Oh, yeah.
Guaranteed best of 5 to fight for that title. Lebrov has found an angle. Maybe he's found a knot onto Super.
Minion waves in the way, but again, a hostile takeover finds one man, an important one. Jojo is down. Hans Sama, as he picks up that kill, didn't have to expend anything, or rather, excuse me, his ulti was burnt, but Regardless, G2 have now opened up mid with it as well, and this Baron is finally going to start doing some damage.
A lot of the wave clear that KOI rely on has now been taken care of. The traps will be thrown down, but that's little to dissuade G2 as they secure their first inhibitor tower of the game.
And Alvaro's lucky he doesn't die with it as well. They could have opened G2 to try and end the game at that as well. MKOI with a new target. Meganar is running at half the Fury now, or rather half the timer, excuse me, as next wave is pushing in through bot. G2, their siege continues. This would lead into double inhibitor down just before their soul is about to come up, and as it sits there waiting at 8,000 gold. G2 are going to run towards it now, and what hope do MKOI have of stopping it?
They need Miran to try and go towards Meganar if they really want to try and take the fight, but he's not anywhere close to it. Has just gone into his mini form. So G2 spreading out of the jungle. Caps wants to take the fight.
And onto MKOI. He'll jump first, ask questions later. MKOI is going into Mega, but will he survive long enough? He hops. He does get the ulti off his butt. The shot helps out as well. Caps gets burnt down by Jojo. Alive. MKOI staying alive means so much, even though he dies. Now it's up to the rest of them. Now that Jojo's here, what hope does he have with Super alongside him? 3K for the steal, Elyoya for a game 5 potential. You need to steal the rocket, not in range. And another good ulti, he gets it, what? Elyoya got it somehow, but the game feels like it's in tatters because of it. Jojo tries to TP out, he survives, but there's only one man and all of G2 remain.
Elyoya steals the dragon, but it will be G2 who steals the series. He thought he could hold it, they thought they could take it, but now the march down the mid lane continues.
MKOI feels like today they've been outclassed. It feels like in this upper bracket, G2 do what was destined of them. They have not missed the finals in 7 tries, and on their 8th, they will not start now. G2 secure their spot at the big stage at Madrid.
Game 2, they were able to punish the mistakes of KOI. Game 3, they fell short as KOI seemed to have found their confidence and decision-making. But here in Game 4, G2 never gave them room to breathe. Skewmon was a monster, shutting down the bot lane, running rampant on the map. And it ends up being a 21 kills to 9, a 30-minute victory. G2 once again, for the 3rd time this year, make it to a final.
Your player of the series, Skewmon, Caps, or Hansama, you can vote now. The biggest question is, does it end there, this split? Does G2 end at Summer Finals, or can they finally get their first championship in 2025? It has been an up and down year. It's been a bit tops and turvy, and I'm saying that of a team that always makes finals, but regardless, the fact that we have these high expectations for them to be champions and they haven't hit it yet, now might finally be the time.
And that's the thing. They've been to finals twice already, and they failed at the final hurdle. And for an organization like this, where winning a title is just almost the bare minimum within a year, they haven't been able to achieve their goals. And so for a team like KOI, who showed some awesome stuff today, for a team like KC, Fnatic, that are sitting there lying in wait, GX that have found ways to surprise so many times. There are many teams here in the LEC that are eyeing that spot in the final, and they know that that title is not out of their hands just yet.
But in spring, we were here. Like G2 beat MKOI in the upper bracket 3-1, the exact same score we see today, and then they went on to beat them in the finals, right? So it's not do or done for MKOI here, and I think the thing that I need to see now for G2 moving into that finals is these newer pieces starting to step up in these high pressure situations. But we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case.
And G2 first team locked into finals and, you know, locked into the big stage at Madrid. We're going to throw it over to Skewmon on stage, who's celebrating the victory with Law.
Thank you guys so much. I'm standing by with Skewmon and the G2 army, of course, for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Can you hear anything?
I cannot hear anything.
Okay, we're gonna do our best. You guys are great. Don't change anything. He can't hear me, so that's awesome. Talk me through the series. Everything from the throw from MKOI into the pause, chrono break and everything. How did everything go for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really long series. I'm a bit exhausted, but obviously happy with the win. The chrono break was a bit XD. We kind of got, we kind of like lost focus on that moment, and we obviously they know that is their timing to engage, and we just died afterwards, and the game just exploded. But happy with the win, and
as we say sometimes, the charm, right? So hopefully we'll win this time.
Yeah, hopefully you'll win this, and we'll talk about this a bit later, because yeah, we know that G2 making it to finals is not the issue. It's when it comes to the finals that actually you guys don't win this year. Before that, you had some invaders in your office this week. GX was here. How was that?
Yeah, I mean, it was great.
Them,
yeah, I mean, so it's nice to help people indeed. I think yeah, they're in a great team actually, and I'm looking forward to see how they'll play tomorrow. And yeah, I mean, it was fun. We also played against them while they were in our office, so yeah, that was really fun.
A bit of scream with the guys in the office, actually. That's great.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to win tomorrow? Unbiased, of course.
If it's like Gen GX from the scrims, I think they will win.
Okay.
If they play a bit worse than in scrims, maybe Fnatic, but I would say GX favorites probably.
All right, Gen GX for the win. We'll see them tomorrow, of course. Talking about G2's prep here, you guys beat KC last week. You're actually overcoming your demons before finals. KC from Winter, MKOI from Spring. How do you rate the progress of G2 now that you're actually in finals?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, like we progressed a lot. As I said many times after like the international events, I think like we've had many good talks, and like when we got stomped by the Asian teams and like even NA sadly, we took a lot of lessons from these losses, and I think that we improved our game way more, whether it's like in communication and vision, and I think it just paid off, yeah.
And now, yeah, the topic that I wanted to mention, you guys made finals so far, you don't win them sadly. How are you sure that this time is going to be different? Do you guys think it's going to be different this time, actually? Yeah? Okay. You can't let them down.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the charm, yeah, I mean, I just think that, yeah, I mean, we'll just like give everything we have in the practice to make sure that we come prepared. And yeah, I mean, I just hope that I'll be able to win a trophy at least for G2 this year, so yeah.
I feel like it comes to nerves sometimes a lot, and especially knowing you from LFL, knowing how you play, what's your potential, what you can do when you're at your peak. Do you feel like the emotional side maybe is what has been stopping you so far? And if so, have you worked on that?
I mean, for me individually, sometimes I guess, yeah, I mean, like during finals, maybe there is some moments where I'm underperforming for sure, and I think it happened like in both finals. I don't think every game, obviously, but yeah, like if you just lose one game, then it's gonna like just continue maybe. And yeah, I mean, I just think that I will be ready this time, and yeah, I'll just give my best.
Now, Madrid next week, grand finals. That is expected for G2, of course, but I feel like the last time you were on a big stage like this was maybe at the KC events earlier this year, the road trip, or the LFL finals that you guys did.
Yeah, I mean,
that's pretty exciting. It's going to be much different, Skimon.
For sure. Also, like the MSI, obviously. Like there wasn't like a lot of people, but yeah, I mean, for sure, like the KC Arena, there was a lot of people as well. So yeah, I'm really looking forward. And yeah, I mean, I just hope that our G2 fans will bring the cheers and will be loud for us. And yeah, I'll just hope that we'll bring the trophy this time.
You were the Kia player of the series today. What do you want to show? Yeah. Oh, that's a surprise. Is that a surprise for you guys? You played well, right?
I mean, I think I did many upsets this series, but I mean, I take it, right? Thank you for the support, I guess.
All right. Closing thoughts. We have Caps and BB in PGL with Shocks. Any message for your solo laners? You have to gank them.
Yeah, I mean, next series I will not gank anyone. I will just play for myself, and maybe we'll win this time.
All right. Yeah, let's change the tactic. Actually, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, Skimon, for the interview. Thank you so much for the G2 Army as well. And that's all for us here. Shocks, over to you with the rest of the G2 boys.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Also, everybody who's there behind G2, you can come over because PGL is right here in the fan zone, as I've got Nymira here with me and Broken Blade and Caps. So let me start with that. Skewmon said, next time I'm just going to play for myself. He's not going to gank you anymore. What do you think of that, Yusu?
Well, last two finals didn't go that well, so maybe we should keep up the winning strategies.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know what they say, third time's the charm?
Yes.
So this year we're using that motto.
Do you also use like, is it called manifesting? Manifesting?
Visualization.
I like to say law of attraction. I know it from my very good friend Gilius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The law of attraction? It's right there. Does it attract you?
Yeah, I mean, he can probably tell you a lot about it.
Okay, I will ask him. Or not, actually. Let's talk about the series a little bit. Alex.
Hello.
What is your verdict on G2 and how they played in this series?
I think they're pretty good at League of Legends. I think you're pretty good at that. I mean, let's be honest. The question wasn't whether you were going to be good today. The question is whether you can use this to roll into victories on Madrid. You're not playing on small stages anymore or anything like that. We're out of the studio. We're going into Madrid and then Worlds after. Like, that's the thing which we need reassurance on. So we had a little bit from Skewmon there. In terms of getting ready for bigger stages and stuff, how have you helped your teammates? And do you feel like you're ready for it yet?
Yeah, I mean, I think we had some some tough games both when we went to Spain and France like earlier in the year. I think it was Spring Split, but it was also some very good experience, right? And it was very enjoyable. So I'm looking forward to another trip. And I think, yeah, I mean, I think we took a lot of lessons away from these ones, especially the one in Spain. There was like some crazy music getting played during the game. So yeah, we
remember the Gragasmith. Don't worry.
Yeah, we're ready for anything at this point.
Yeah, it is going to be you against. I mean, there's a lot of G2 fans. There always are, Broken Blade, but it is going to be a little bit of everybody versus not MKOI fans, basically. I noticed that you were very, very kind in your pre-game interview when you had to say something to Mirwin and MKOI. What is this? This is the newcomer, Broken Blade.
You know, like sometimes, especially against Mirwin, I did him dirty, you know, last time.
Yeah.
You know, we usually always look at each other, you know, in the top lane, you know, dance a little bit. And we ganked him, and I have to be nice, you know. Sometimes you just have to take the L as well. I took the L in the finals. He lifted the trophy. I had to see him lift the trophy. I don't want to see that ever again. No offense to him, right? I always want to lift the trophy with my teammates. This year we didn't get to do it yet, and that is how I want to showcase greatness, you know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. About you showcasing greatness, I know you were talking about kind of you want to be a lot better. You know, you weren't that happy internationally. You weren't happy that you haven't won a title yet. Do you feel like you're doing that you're ramping up enough, or is there still a lot of work to be done?
I mean, I think we are on a very good track. I think we have changed a lot of how we operate internally. I think this has been the best split, but by feeling.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, feeling is always just how you feel.
Yeah, basically.
But
very descriptive.
Like going into this finals, it's going to be the third one. We actually go to the upper bracket. So far, only the lower bracket one. We don't want to jinx it, obviously. We have to change that. That's why third time's the charm. Literally a third time going from the upper bracket. So we have to do it.
We got it. Don't worry.
And you were talking about, you know, the internals being a little different and stuff like that. I actually think MKOI talked about that a little bit recently too.
Yeah.
So, you know, our two teams that were here made it through to, you know, the upper bracket stuff. It feels like do you think there's a change in Europe right now about not just on the Rift, but actually helping you guys outside of that? Well, G2 have done that for a while, but do you think that other teams are starting to get the importance of that now?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely like starting to spread around a bit. I think also like a big thing was like the whole cancel thing, right? Where remained the cancel vault, which now I think people are always scrimming all the games, usually at least. I think very rarely anyone like cancels.
Yeah.
Usually the games are of better quality than it has been in like the past.
That's cool. The cancel board, actually tremendous impact.
Especially since at MSI. I remember Tabe from Anyone's Legend and a couple of others were kind of chiming in on like the European practice schedule and stuff like that. So presumably anything in terms of the improvement outside of the Rift is a pretty good thing.
Yeah. When you look at the series though, and when you look at, do you think it's going to be MKOI that you're going to be facing in the finals now that they have to go through? Like when you look at, you know, it'll be GX, Fnatic, or KC up against MKOI, and then you are waiting in the finals. Do you think that that's clear-cut, Caps, or not?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's clear-cut. I think they are probably the favorites just because like they won their group, and I mean they won against Fnatic, but even that series was like very, very close. So I think it will honestly be some quite close series. I'm not sure who I would predict even from the first like
tomorrow
games that are being played. Yeah, tomorrow as well. I think a lot of close series are gonna come in, and then hopefully a not so close final.
Well, you know. No Malmo, but like the other one.
Like the good way.
You're asking for it.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you guys, you were in like the camp of GX, right? Because you harbored GX and they scrimmed that, and you scrimmed them and made them better. And then on the other side, there's Fnatic and KC, I guess. But then KC, they went to scrim Fnatic. So what's going on there? Who's the best scrim partner?
Think very carefully before answering.
To be honest, I think GX is very strong. KC is also strong. Fnatic is also strong.
Yes.
But who's the best? I will tell you, actually. I'm not going to, you know, no PR answers.
No.
I'm going to say all three are good, but the best on a good day is GX.
Ooh.
See?
On a good day.
Yeah.
On a good day.
Whoa. But the entire year we've been hearing that GX
year,
are so
man.
good in scrims. Are they better now than they were earlier in the year in the scrims? In terms of
I think that at least from my experience playing against them, they never drop the ball. They always pressure something on the map. They're always active. I think on stage, they just haven't been able to translate that. I do think their players are good, you know, talented. Jackies might, you know, need a little bit of time watching Caps replays and stuff like that, you know. But But I think they are good for sure.
They also had their little boot camp at our facility, of course, which
Little.
gave them a bit of a boost. For sure.
Shout out to the G2 office.
You tortured their coach. It was great. It was amazing. We also have a tweet from Noah, apparently. Let me take a look. Because Noah, of course, tomorrow, he can do the funniest thing, right? Well, not if you're a Fnatic fan, but you know what I mean?
I got to see this tweet. I
haven't seen it.
out.
I don't know. Yeah, kick out Fnatic, obviously. Oh. Now, last game looked like last year's summer finals, lol. This is about after the MKOI throw of game 2? Is that it?
Oh, no.
Oh!
Now, this suddenly brings back a lot of memories of Noah's less fortunate games versus yourselves
tell me about that game
this time
too.
last year.
You guys came back from 10K gold,
That's
chaps.
crazy, actually.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think they were pressuring the map quite well. I think we were doing quite well around the objectives, but it was hard for us to find like a solid fight. And then finally it happened. I don't know if it was the best fight anyway, to be honest, but we kind of managed to kill the Kaiser. And from then we could like kind of kill the ghouls as well. They were a bit scary.
With that in mind, actually, because the game-changing moment was you catching the Kaiser with the shockwave in the top lane, and was that a prediction? Was that just, I'm going to do a defensive shockwave? How the hell did you catch a Kaiser middle who was about to kill your AD carry?
Actually, I was holding Hans and I wanted him to flash with it, but then Kaiser, I guess, hold it into it before we get to do any of that.
Oh, cool.
So.
We have the replay too. Nice.
So basically, production. Like initially I wanted to ult here and him flashing into it, but yeah, Kaiser just kind of jumps in, so it kind of works out well for us.
Works out both ways.
A happy coincidence.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, awesome. Well, we'll be seeing you in Madrid next. You don't have the warmest memories from Madrid, I guess. So this is like kind of your redemption tour, isn't it, in general? Like
we did win against T1 quite some years ago, but in
Madrid. Oh, I remember.
So we still have some good memories.
Cry.
We'll think of the good times.
The good times.
Hopefully
absolutely.
no power cuts this time. Hopefully none of that.
Let's see.
No Gragas.
I want to be Chrono breaking that. Okay, let's take a look at this bracket then. Alex, tomorrow we've got, of course, Fnatic versus GX, which will be the last game in the studio.
Crazy.
And then we're going to Madrid. So who's going to win?
The question for me is, do we see Fnatic rebound after a loss? Because they've not necessarily been great at doing that in playoffs this year. But that being said, GX don't exactly have the most playoffs experience in this kind of situation before. GX, I've had a lot of hope for them the entire damn year, and they haven't paid a lot of it off. Can they do... Look, given that you're all backing GX, I'm going to say they're somehow going to manage it. I've trusted them perhaps unwisely for most of this year, but I wonder whether they can do it now. Maybe now is their time.
Finally, they have some faith. I love it. We also have the LTA Cross Conference, which is live right now. The first game is starting at 10 p.m. and we will be back tomorrow. I don't know which camera I'm looking at. We'll be back tomorrow at 16:45 at 4:45 for Fnatic versus GX, the very last game from the studio before we head to Madrid and our very last team that we are taking to Madrid. One more time, everybody here for G2 who have qualified for the grand final next week.
Thank you.
And we'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.
What's the chance to win today if I play with my left hand on the mouse?
0. Yeah, what are the chances we win if I play with my feet, bro? Looks good. Decent. Looks very good. I would say so. Yeah. I'll go. Yeah, I'll flash. Nice. Good shit. Flash. Always. You go? Nice. Don't flash out. Okay, you might have base. I'll see. Maybe we can do something.
Started because it was a B1 remake. Ooh, Joe. Let's ignore that.
No, Jojo. No.
Even though he's got a reign of anger, it's Merwin bringing down the shovel. One more last strike.
Not to your father, bro.
I'm DBing, alright? You're he's trolling. Yeah. Nice. I'm looking guys as well. Carries. Go mid. Nice, guys. Nice comeback. Nice, guys. No way.
The snip's out, but Broken Blade has his number. Scumon's coming in just in case to bring the storm down. First blood over to G2.
Slam dunk for Scumon.
W. Nice. Let's go, baby. Nice. Oh shit, where did you shoot? I'll go back. Guys, let's go, baby.
Bye.